All right. Hope everybody's doing good today. Yeah, getting the stream going. A couple background things working on, but things have been behaving themselves. We do have a new tornado watch. This was just issued. A few tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds likely, significant isolated gusts up to 75 miles an hour, and then some isolated large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. Hail not going to be the main threat today. It's mostly going to be damaging winds, and especially line-embedded QLCS tornadoes. Some of the models, though, have gone back and forth on some prefrontal supercells that would obviously add to the tornado risk and somewhat of an all-hazards risk if mature supercells are able to develop out in front of the line. I'm just kind of checking over all my settings, making sure everything's good. And I think it is. Let me check my audio real quick, and we'll get into it. We got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings in Missouri and Arkansas, one near Fayetteville. So things are starting to get a little active here in the 1 o'clock hour. And just kind of when we expected. Yeah, okay. Audio sounds good. Just when we expected things to kind of get rocking and rolling, that's when the scattered line of showers and storms has gone a little bit more severe. And also when we expected the tornado watch. Looks like hasn't really fully developed down here yet, so a little bit longer for this tornado watch, but likely this line is going to extend all the way down, and we'll get a tornado watch for most of Arkansas. Looks like around the Arklatex as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if they add that, probably in the 2 o'clock hour in the next 30, 40 minutes, something like that. Let me clear out a little bit of the mesoscale discussions, and we'll get going from there. A couple isolated strong storms in Florida today, just mostly sea breeze fronts, and there is a little bit of an interest there, but a watch is unlikely. Okay, let's get into it, and we'll take these storms top to bottom. And right now, you can see we have a ton of other things going on. There is blizzard warnings for most of Iowa, much of southern Minnesota, and now basically all of the UP and all of northern Wisconsin. There's winter storm warnings in this pink shade. There's also winter weather advisories in the purple, and we'll likely see those expand over the day as well. The blizzard warnings have expanded over the last couple days. They kind of started small here, and then they've really added a ton of them. There's a ton of heavy snow going on, and especially if things are quiet on the severe side, we will take a look at the winter weather going on. This is out of southern Minnesota right now. And yeah, you can see the roads are getting snow covered. This video has actually gone downhill in the last, well, since we got things set up this morning, and we're doing some stream prep. The one area there under the bridge looks decent, but then you can see when they get off this interchange, the road conditions look like they drastically decrease. And this elevated bridge actually looks like it's doing okay right now. They may have done some extra treatment to it, but we'll see. Winds are going to pick up, heavy snow, and then blowing snow. And again, as a reminder, it doesn't take snow coming down to cause blizzards. You can have blizzards from ground blizzards from snow that's already fallen. So we will get into some of that. Also, there's some significant icing potential across kind of the southern boundary of this winter weather. So especially across northern parts of lower Michigan, there could be up to about close to 1 inch of ice, which is something that's a real threat. Earlier, there were a couple early morning strong to severe storms, so it was really interesting. There were a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in an area that was already warned for blizzard. And yeah, I don't recall that happening anytime recently, but yeah, that's crazy weather in Iowa right now. There also is a potential here, even in the I-70 corridor, of flash freezing. So you do need to take that into effect. It's going to get very cold, snow showers by later tonight after the cold front moves through. And areas that get wet here across Missouri today, even like St. Louis later, could get some flash freezing if stuff doesn't evaporate off the roads. All right, we'll get to it. We got quarter-size hail and some 60-mile-an-hour winds. Winds are going to be a really big factor here. We could even get some destructive severe thunderstorm warnings with the damaging winds. There's just a whole ton of wind energy in the atmosphere. The low pressure that's deepening over the plains is, well, that's why there's blizzard conditions too, because it takes those strong winds. But yeah, we're going to see, I think, some pretty hefty wind warnings as we continue. Even the cells that don't look particularly strong for hail, as long as they get up into the atmosphere and are able to tap some of that wind energy, they can translate to that to the ground, especially in those areas of higher precip. And I'm just checking the echo top, see how high these storms are. So they're running kind of right around the area where you would fly on a commercial aircraft, about 38,000 feet. Especially if they get over 40, they're going to be able to tap some of that jet stream level wind energy and bring that down to the ground. So keep an eye on that. We'll go back to the reflectivity here. Nothing much rotating here, so that's a good news for now. We'll kind of keep an eye on it since these storms are getting into a little bit more cohesive environment for tornadic circulations. Maybe a little bit right in there, just a little bit of inflow. But yeah, that one's behaving itself. It's around Lebanon and approaching Richland. Let me just check and see what the storm motion is. Yeah, more northeast at 45. And we're going to see some fast movers today. We're going to see some highway speed type moving storms today. So also, let me just kind of extend this out. It's probably going to adjust since it'll speed up a little bit. I'll put it at 50. And we'll see here. About 3:30, 4 o'clock, 4:45, that 3 to 4 kind of window, it should be starting to make its way towards the St. Louis Metro. So keep an eye on that. 3:30, somewhere out here by Union and Washington and Wentzville. And then kind of in that 4 o'clock hour, getting through the St. Louis area. So I do want to keep an eye on that one. Let me see if any of these, they start going east. Yeah, about that 3:30. 3:30 to 4:30 kind of time frame. That's when we can expect those storms to be around the St. Louis area. So we'll keep an eye on those ones. This tornado watch does cover parts of southwest Illinois and St. Louis, the entire St. Louis metro, and then down through central Missouri, Rolla, Farmington, Frederickstown, Waynesville, Lebanon, just east of Springfield, Marshfield, Ozark, Ava, West Plains. Now, the interesting thing is we will see this watch get cut back. Basically, as soon as this line passes you, it's all clear. So that's why Columbia, Springfield getting storms right now. That's why they're not kind of included into this watch, just because you're already basically past the storms. All right, let's take a look here. Some strong storms into northwest Arkansas. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right when the stream was starting, we got socked with that line here on the Arkansas camera. So I'll probably readjust that since that camera is now behind the line of storms. Yeah, let me position ourselves a little bit ahead of those again. It didn't look severe at that point, but we were kind of on the northern edge of it. And yeah, the stronger storm is down by Springdale and Fayetteville. Let me get a decent shot here of this. Not a ton of lightning in this storm yet. But it does look like it's windy. This is a cool look. It's a little bit rainy, but we're looking basically from the West Fork area off to the north towards that storm. We'll see the sun come out behind this storm, but that storm is basically kind of on the edge of this camera off to the R. sign. But it does still look it's raining pretty good down there. And then we'll reposition later, get the cameras out in the Boston Mountains. That storm is, yeah, it's severe. Let's see. It's also moving at 45 miles an hour. So that may be the storm mode right now, about 45 miles an hour. And taking a look at it, some gusty winds in here, especially east of Springdale. Now east, for the most part, east of I-49. Hey, Josh's, how's it going today? I was having a problem with my alerts too. There's maybe something going on. I noticed that when I was getting the stream ready here, normally there would be alerts going. So I switched into one of my backup ones, and I'm getting alerts on that. Um, but I don't know why. I've double checked it a few times. I don't know why I'm not getting the normal alerts. But we'll go with the backup system for now, and I might play around with that later. There we go. There's the new tornado watch for basically almost all of Arkansas, and then the Arklatex actually goes in a little further into Texas than I thought it might. I thought they'd kind of cut it off around the I-20 corridor, but it does go down to Rusk, Center, and Natchitoches. It's probably going to be a very similar watch to the one up north. Yeah, a few tornadoes, a couple of intense tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds likely with isolated significant gusts, and then 75 miles an hour possible. Scattered large hail, isolated very large hail, 2 inches in diameter. So a little bit more hail. Looks like they might be expecting a little more supercellular development in this area here. Hey, Kat, how's it going? Awesome. You got some time down there. It's going to be, yeah, not till about 11. Yeah, that's about right. Let me just check that, actually. Yeah, today is going to be a long duration event. So we're going to cover quite a bit of people from now until probably decently into the overnight. All right, well, we got those 2 storms covered. There are more storms going up into northwest Arkansas, eastern Oklahoma, so we'll keep an eye on those. We've lost that severe warning into Missouri, so we'll go back to our Fayetteville storm. Keep an eye on that one. Let's pull up the model. I was checking it earlier, and it looked about 10 to 11. Just make sure I pulled the latest one. Yeah. 16Z HRRR. So this whole line is basically going to unzip this along the cold front up into northern Illinois, eastern Iowa, and western Illinois. Could get some stronger storms up there. Mostly a damaging wind threat up towards the I-80 corridor. We can see this is about the 2-3 o'clock hour. Storms working through the middle of that tornado watch. Rolla, Union, Sullivan, Houston, Missouri, down to West Plains. Could get pretty feisty. Could have some line-embedded supercells. So we'll keep an eye on those. And then, yeah, the models have hinted at some prefrontal storm development, and that's what we really have to watch. And according to this latest model, yeah, that's why there's a tornado watch for a lot of Arkansas, because anything that goes up prefrontal in this environment could have an all hazards threat. And you can even see on this model that there's a little bit of shear that it's indicating in these storms. They're kind of sickle cell shaped. So it's indicating that there's a possibility that there may be some prefrontal supercells that go up, in which case we do have to watch that. But that takes us through about the 3 o'clock hour. Yeah, it gets worse on this model. For like southeast Arkansas, that could be not great. Yeah, and this is just one model, so you have to look at trends and stuff, but the trends have really uptrended in that area. That would not be good. That could be a not great day for a lot of people here in eastern Arkansas. If this model verifies, that could be not a great situation. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But then as we continue, this is about 5 o'clock. We can see kind of a messy line here, but it should solidify into a pretty good line segment. But that's interesting. This latest model keeps a little bit more of a messy setup, which is real interesting. But either way, yeah, this line is expected to basically develop all the way down to the Gulf Coast and then work through the mid-south and the deep south well into the evening. This is 1 o'clock through central Tennessee with some really strong storms, especially in Tennessee and Kentucky, down through northern and western Alabama. And then, yeah, this would be about midnight coming through the Hattiesburg area. So, yeah, if you're back towards I-55, that's about 10 to 11 o'clock at night. But even there, it's bringing some prefrontal supercells. So that's interesting. It's really come up on that. We do have to also watch, there's a bunch of risk today. There's a little bit of a shortwave feature out in the atmosphere, and some moisture is going to get pulled up into the Carolinas. There may be an isolated tornado risk into the Carolinas today before the real main event comes tomorrow across the eastern parts of the Carolinas. But yeah, this is about 5 o'clock. You might have to watch South Carolina and then coastal areas in North Carolina for some strong storms. And I think Florida could be busy with actually some beneficial rain today, but there could be some severe storms in Florida. And then the Storm Prediction Center has expanded on the enhanced risk because they are watching some prefrontal supercells that may come off the Gulf into the Florida Panhandle, parts of southeast Alabama, southwest Georgia later this evening. So we do have to watch that. Yeah, by the overnight hours. Make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings, because there could be some times here where you have some prefrontal cells moving through, and then eventually this line is going to sweep through, and you'll get new severe warnings with the line of storms. And yeah, we'll have to reset pretty early. It's actually going to be a morning, mid-morning, afternoon threat for some pretty hefty supercells to the east. Hey, Samuel, how's it going? Looks like we got a couple Mississippi people in here today. Well, hang on. It's going to be a late one for Mississippi. Basically, Mississippi, earliest you could get severe weather kind of in that area around Memphis, and then approaching the Mississippi River would be about 5 o'clock hour. And especially looks like crossing the Mississippi River at about 6 o'clock with some prefrontal cells. And then that line takes a while to get through. So Mississippi, roughly about 5 o'clock to potentially as late as like 3 a.m. clearing the area around Pascagoula. Although by then, most of the state will be clear. About 2 o'clock, it should be clear from most of the state other than the areas east of I-59. But that's still a long time into the severe threat. That's a long duration severe threat. Probably moving a little quicker across the Ohio Valley. And again, up there, it's mostly going to be a damaging wind threat, maybe some line-embedded QLCS tornadoes. All right, we'll check trends on this. I'll probably go back to this model when it runs again. Yeah, just looking at the last run, it has kind of uptrended on a little bit more of a supercellular mode. That's interesting. All right, let's get back into it. Hey, Bubba, noon in Georgia. That's gonna be late night for you. That is out of the let's look at that again. It's north of Atlanta, right? No, that's south of Atlanta. That's gonna be probably like a 3 or 4 a.m. type of thing. Let's get into it again. Yeah, it's going to be a late night, so have multiple ways to get warnings if you're going to sleep tonight. This is about 3 a.m. Showing the line approaching kind of the Georgia-Alabama state line, and there's Noonan right here. So still even possibly at till 4 a.m., 5 a.m. type of thing. We'll see though. This could obviously adjust. This could speed up if the line speeds up and organizes faster. Yeah, the model before it had about 4 o'clock, so roughly 3 to 5 a.m. And that would be damaging winds and line embedded tornado threat. Hail should be down a little bit by then. Awesome, thanks. Yeah, we try and keep it low key. I mean, there's the good news is there's a stream for everyone, and some of the variety of the streamers kind of fits different personalities, different styles of delivery. I think I think Ryan Hall's been doing pretty good with like the younger folks, and he's got the robot now that's personally sometimes annoying, but I think the kids like that, so it's good to kind of have different options. New severe thunderstorm warning up towards Osage Beach, Eldon. Feels like we always have storms up in this area. We were talking about some of these same towns the other day. Osage Beach, Village of Four Seasons, up to Eldon, Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail. But we can see these storms are starting to go up a little more vigorous now. Especially the last hour. More storms going up towards Quincy, Illinois, and on the Missouri border, east of Columbia, Missouri, around Mexico. Yeah, starting to see those storms. Now a decently kind of established line of storms from that area around Osage Beach all the way down through Springfield. Looks like it's noisy on the southwest side of Springfield. And then these storms are going up pretty quick around Eureka Springs, Holiday Island, and now east of the Springdale area. He does good though. I mean, eventually, if I make it that big, I do appreciate he also does the disaster recovery charity and stuff that gives a lot back to tornado disasters and stuff. So that's a cool thing too. Maybe we'll get there eventually. All these showers are going up with gusty. So even these non-severe storms, they do have some sub-severe wind gusts in them. The wind energy in here is going to be tapped, I think, pretty easily by a lot of these storms. He was also like the first one too, which was his great proof of concept too. He showed it was actually possible to not just to do it effectively, but also just to build a weather centric community on YouTube and basically break kind of traditional weather broadcasting that's been around for tons of years. There we go. Keep an eye on my alert system. It looks like it's working again. So that's good to know. I have all kinds of little backups and stuff, but I do have my preferences. Looks like it just took some time to wake up today. Little different than the past couple of days. The storms like that we covered the other week or last week in Illinois were basically like nothing. So we actually got on the stream with no warnings and just, I believe, the tornado watch up in Illinois and Indiana. And then those storms went literally from like tiny little blips to some pretty big supercells within a matter of minutes. And we knew that was a volatile environment, and we're expecting that. Today, storms are going up, that's for sure. They're going up east of the cold front along this line here that's developing. Today, not as explosive, so they're going to steadily increase in severity, but a little bit of a slow start to the stream, I guess. So, oh, and actually, while people are on here, let me just, and while it's slow, this is, let me clear out a little bit of this because it actually looks super messy. Turn on a couple different things.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, things look like they're working. That's good. So, blizzard conditions possible up here in the northern parts of the northern plains into the northern Great Lakes and Midwest. We have the now a super large enhanced risk from Indianapolis back to just east of St. Louis, down through most of Arkansas, half of Arkansas, and then to the Arklatex, and then back down to the Florida Panhandle. Essentially, almost all of Alabama is in the enhanced risk, almost all of Mississippi, probably 2/3 of Tennessee, 2/3 of Kentucky. Very large enhanced risk. We have marginal risks that cover the lower peninsula of Michigan, back through areas like Houston, much of the Florida Peninsula. And then, yeah, there's that conditional threat for some supercells possibly later today across the Carolinas. So there's a marginal risk there. That would, and we could see while we're on the stream, they could bump some of this slight risk towards the Carolinas if the confidence increases on severe weather there. So we may see that in that 2 Central, 3 o'clock hour, and then the 6 o'clock update. The cold front is back here basically along the Missouri-Kansas border into eastern Oklahoma and just kind of pushing through the Dallas-Fort Worth area. That cold front divides a lot of warm and moist air streaming up from the Gulf. We have some Arctic air that's kind of overspreading this area with a trough, an upper level trough. And then that Arctic air is entrenched across the areas where we're expecting snow. So that's where the blizzard and heavy snow, and parts of Michigan and Wisconsin are going to get like 30 inches of snow. Behind that, we also have this westerly flow downsloping, leads to warm and low humidity conditions, and that's what's creating a fire weather danger across the southwest, I guess the southern plains. So we do have a critical fire risk, much of New Mexico, and then western Texas and southwest Oklahoma. There's already been some fires reported in this area, and there could be some more. It's going to be very dry humidity, very low humidity, warm, and winds. Winds are going to gust upwards of 40 or 50 miles an hour. Where there's a little bit more humidity, and actually where it's going to get a little bit cold and snowy later today across like Kansas, eastern Oklahoma, parts of Missouri, there could be winds, non-thunderstorm winds, kind of in this corridor. Or maybe I'll use a different color, but this kind of area here could have some non-thunderstorm winds, 50 to 60 miles an hour later. So we could get some power outages, some tree down reports out of areas that don't even have storms today. And then with the enhanced risk today, this is almost the appetizer. Tomorrow, we have a marginal risk that covers Washington, Baltimore area, Richmond, Raleigh, Durham, all the way down to just north of Columbia, South Carolina. A bunch of millions and tens of millions of people. The I-95 corridor is under the marginal risk, with a larger enhanced risk from north central Pennsylvania all the way down to southeast Georgia.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
Tomorrow is going to be a pretty crazy day, I think, too. So tomorrow, if we have a lot of Mississippi people, Midwest people in here today, tomorrow, if you're out of the risk area, which you will be, it's going to be good to go tomorrow for a bunch of places that get storms today. If you see us on the live stream and you don't want to watch us because you're tired of my voice, just send this to your friends and family out east, because it could be a big one for some areas that don't get a ton of severe weather on a regular basis. But this is the tornado risk tomorrow. That includes much of the moderate risk. Basically, the moderate risk is a tornado and wind-driven moderate risk. And the wind risk tomorrow is crazy. Like, basically, the Storm Prediction Center is saying 60% chance of a hatched wind risk. They're basically saying there's going to be damaging winds. And this could be some destructive winds at times. And then the southeast gets some hail. So, yeah, tomorrow is going to be a crazy day. Basically, morning, mid-morning, afternoon, there could be some prefrontal supercells coming off the Atlantic, moving more northerly, and then that line is going to re-strengthen and sweep easterly. So there could be some, again, areas that get multiple significant severe weather in the form of prefrontal all-hazard threat, and then a line sweeping through with damaging to destructive winds, and potentially some more line-embedded tornadoes. This will also likely be here, I think, tomorrow too. I don't know if we have a new update on that yet, but there will likely be more of a fire weather risk. Yeah, they're still not showing it a lot, but this may expand a little bit to the east as well tomorrow. Okay, let's get back to things. I don't think we've missed anything. Three severe thunderstorm warnings. Okay, so those cells that we saw were going up pretty feisty around Eureka Springs, they're now severe warned. Yeah, moving north, northeast. That's going to be for Branson, Hollister, Forsyth, Merriam Woods. Pretty populated area here around Branson. That population increases over the summer, though, but it is spring break, so there could be some people down here. Table Rock Lake, Branson area, severe thunderstorm warning, quarter-size hail. Even if people aren't, on the lake, some people go down there over spring break to get their lake house set up, for the summertime. So, yeah, it could be a little more populated than it sometimes is. St. Elizabeth, areas east of Eldon. This is around Lake of the Ozarks. Severe warning continues there. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So, storms are behaving themselves, but Vicksburg should be okay right now. Let's take a look. I think it was going to be that 5 o'clock hour kind of time frame. Yeah, somewhere in that 5 to 7. That's when Vicksburg has to be kind of watching for some prefrontal supercells. And then that line is going to sweep through Vicksburg at about 9 to 10 o'clock at night. This model, and the model isn't 100% perfect, so just don't pick out your exact location, but it gives us a general idea. But one thing this model run is showing as those storms make it through Vicksburg is kind of a bow shape. So that is indicating that there could be some pretty damaging winds at this point in the line. And that would make its way through Vicksburg and then head towards Jackson in kind of that 9 to 10 o'clock hour. So yeah, we now have severe tornado watches 8 p.m. Central across Illinois and Missouri, and then 9 p.m. Central from Arkansas down through the Arklatex into eastern Texas. And likely there'll be more. This whole area is probably going to have tornado watches at some point. Maybe not this. This area might get a severe thunderstorm watch, but we'll see. And I wouldn't be surprised if some of this area actually gets. Some of these areas may get severe thunderstorm watches as tornado dynamics not quite as high across the Ohio Valley. And they bumped it up a little bit. Yeah, here's our 10% risk area for tornadoes today. Basically, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, southeast Missouri, eastern Arkansas, into about north central Mississippi. And then we have to watch those prefrontals later tonight. Montgomery, Columbus, down to areas like, closing in on Panama City. Wouldn't be surprised if that expands a little bit, if, especially if the kind of a little bit of a conditional risk for those prefrontal supercells coming off the Gulf expands. This has increased some since today. 45 enhanced area of damaging winds, basically in that same area. And then hail has actually they've backed off the hail some. There was a little bit more of a hail chance down in here they had earlier, but that has diminished. So yeah, we may not see as big of a hail. It would be in this area with those prefrontal supercells. That would be the all hazards threat. Kind of in the mid Mississippi Valley all the way down to southeast Texas. Wow. It's snowing pretty good across the Twin Cities, down into northern parts of Iowa, Des Moines, Storm Lake, out to about the Omaha area. Yeah, it looks like it's snowing pretty good there. And then this is one of those corridors, the Madison over to Milwaukee area, that we do have to watch for some of that icing conditions. So they're going to get a little bit of everything across this area. Yeah, winds gusting to 40, 5 to 9 inches of snow and ice, with a light glaze of ice. Yeah, that's not great. And there's the ice storm warning for Traverse City, Cadillac, Michigan, down to Harrison, and then Grayling up to Sheboygan, Rogers City. That area could get some serious ice. Yeah, because it's ice and 40 miles an hour wind, so ice is going to stick to trees and power lines, and then that wind's going to blow in there. That's not a good combination at all. That's a dangerous combination of ice and wind across northern Michigan. So we'll see if they, I don't know if this was in the tornado watch technically. If it was, then they already cut that. But yeah, we'll see this as this kind of goes through. They should start to trim a little bit of these counties across northern Arkansas. Potentially a little bit of hail in that storm near Branson and Kimberling City. I'm kind of watching this little area here. Being moored for quarters, but it could have some more like $half size hail. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a little bit larger than quarters in it. I'm just making sure I sometimes forget to, on the start of the stream, to share to social media. So I'm just making sure I share my stream to my social media. After encouraging everybody, encouraging all of you to share. I'm not doing it myself. We have this storm pretty covered. We got Minnesota. I have Kentucky or Tennessee that looks actually like a really good day right now, but it's going to go downhill very quickly in Tennessee later. We have there's our Minnesota cam, Arkansas, great camera network. We got them covered really well, and then right now keeping an eye on Mississippi with also a really good camera network. Oh, and I got my quad core radar set up so I can dive in, go into some side details, and just keep an eye on stuff. This has been really good at least the last couple times we've used it, really good at estimating some hail sizes. Oh, and this is also estimating $half size hail on the Branson storm that I kind of thought might have $half in it. Yeah, especially in this little core. Marvel Cave, Garber, coming up towards Irma, Missouri. There's probably $half size in there. Those winds are kicking in. I see news out of Norman, Oklahoma, that strong gusty winds have knocked down power lines. So definitely take it easy if you're driving in those areas. Yeah, after the storms clear out, you'll be clear of the severe weather like Springfield, Bentonville, Fayetteville, all those areas. But those winds are going to start kicking too. And it's going to be 40, 50 mile an hour winds at times across this area, even behind this line of storms. Surprised they didn't trim that up and add the $half size hail. That's for portions of Stone, Taney, and Christian County, Missouri.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Ooh, that's some gusty winds. I got a new warning for Florida.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, testing everything out. Looks like the alert system's working, so that's good. This is Brevard County, Florida. Maybe some small hail. Looks like it's more of a wind threat at the moment. And it's moving north. Yeah, it's kind of surging north along the sea breeze front. But right in here, this is Mara Loma Boulevard, St. John's Heritage Parkway, coming up towards Grant Road, and then areas around, the Publix there, Eastern Florida State College, Palm Bay. Those areas could get some pretty feisty winds in the next few minutes. Yeah, Florida's filling in quite nicely. This area really needs the rain, so that's actually pretty nice to see. Not a lot of severe storms right now. And just a good, hopefully soaking rain for a lot of those locations. Special weather statement up here in these storms for eastern Oklahoma. Keeping on some of those hail cores coming up. Those are strengthening cluster of storms. Oh, and here are, these orange squares are fire warnings.
Warning, A new special marine warning has been issued.
So yeah, fire warning there for a dangerous wildfire located near State Highway 76 near the Love Carter County line, about 7 miles south of Wilson, moving rapidly south at 3 to 5 miles an hour. So areas impacted are northern Love County, Oklahoma, with a smoke and fire threat that is a threat to life and property in Love County, south of Wilson. So in those situations, we can't really give as much direction. They've highlighted it and told you where it is, but you'll have to listen to local officials. So be ready to evacuate if you're south of Wilson in Love County. And then this one we can see on the radar. Look at that. Behind the front, those northerly winds are kicking in. This is a fire 2 miles southwest of Martha, Oklahoma, also moving rapidly south 3 to 5 miles an hour. Areas near and southwest of Martha, as well as west and northwest of Altus, Oklahoma. Another one to be ready to evacuate if you need to. Victory, Oklahoma. And yeah, areas west of Altus, out Broadway Street. Keep an eye on that one. So up next on this storm, there's some hail in it. Is Pine Ridge, Low Gap, out towards Garrison, Missouri. I think the strongest part of the storm is going north of Branson, towards Bull Creek and Miriam Woods. So this location is at Cricket Creek in Arkansas. It's near the Omaha, Arkansas area, right here on the map. This is US 65, and it crosses Cricket Creek on a high bridge. I think it's like right about here. So that would check out because I see a little bit of water on the camera, but it's not heavy rain. But we're looking north. Never mind. We are looking south. They've changed this camera. So we should have storms that come up from the side of this camera. It should be pretty feisty. Get a good look at those storms. Starting to line out a little bit here from Green Forest down to St. Paul, down to areas east of Fort Smith. Yeah, we have some pretty gusty winds. I just noticed on our camera, on one of the cameras off that caught my attention. This camera here outside of Memphis. This is at I-55 and the I-69 interchange south of Memphis in northern parts of near Hernando, Mississippi. And it started to shake and bobble. So looks like we've gotten some 30-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Yeah, wind speeds are 30, gusting to 43. There it goes again. So it's pretty gusty out ahead of these storms, too. There are some pretty gusty winds. Gusting to 37, Cleveland, Mississippi. And then look at all these wind gusts behind this storm, too. And this is what I talked about earlier. Like Independence, Kansas. Wind speed 41, gusting to 53. Already near the Springfield area, winds at 30, gusting to 43. That's behind all those storms. Chickasha in Oklahoma, 40, gusting to 47. So there are some really strong winds. Here's one. Clinton, Oklahoma, 44, gusting to 55. So there are some really strong winds. That's going to feed those fires. And that's why there's a critical fire weather across the southern plains into the southern high plains. We'll keep an eye on that story too. There's quite a bit of weather stories to keep watching here. The severe weather, we have the fire weather in the southwest or southern plains, and then we have the blizzard conditions and ice conditions in the Great Lakes. It is a busy weather day. Yeah, some of these areas could get some severe weather, and they have winter weather advisories and blizzard warnings. Those have been extended out towards Princeton, Illinois, too, down towards Galesburg. So getting fairly close. I don't think they're going to get into the Chicago area, but within a commute to the Chicago area, there's areas that are going to be in blizzard conditions. Still seeing a pretty good burst of wind in here near Palm Bay. Yeah, there's 40 to 60 mile an hour winds.
New
in that.
information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's only moving north at 25, too. Actually, we're getting close to the radar site, too, so that is a pretty accurate wind reading. About 20 minutes to Melbourne, Florida, and about 5 to 7 minutes to Palm Bay. About 20 minutes to Melbourne. Starting to see more development on this line in western Arkansas. Nothing severe yet, but these are gusty showers. We're starting to see those, it looks like, over the over this location. Yes, this is looking southbound, so the right of our camera is to the west, and where it's not that camera, sorry. This camera in Arkansas. Right of the camera by the RDOT sign, that's to the west, and then the east is that lighter area, and we see the storms moving in to the 65 corridor. Two severe thunderstorm warnings right now: south central Brevard County in Florida and eastern Stone County in Missouri. But yeah, you can see on the velocity scan, even here, the non-severe part of the storm, you can see these winds developing. And there appears to be a decent pocket of winds up here towards Seymour and Marshfield too. And yeah, those aren't that impressive looking on radar, especially on the reflectivity. But in the velocity scan, there's a pretty solid line of winds showing up in here. So that's just indicating that the type of wind energy that we have. starting to line out from Lynn east to Jefferson City up towards Montgomery City. It's a little bit of a stronger cell near Hannibal. And then picking up some storms all the way up towards Galesburg. So another location that's starting the day with rain and storms and is going to get into blizzard conditions by late tonight. It's going to be a big temperature swing. Okay, so these storms are basically right along the cold front. I can see places like Osage Beach have a northwest wind already down to 50 degrees. Jefferson City has a northwest wind. Right down in front, Rolla has a 65 with a southwest wind. So there's actually a 10-degree temperature difference. In about 40 miles between the areas around Osage Beach and areas north of Rolla. That's some pretty nasty winds. Oop, got a spammer. Kind of quiet at the moment. Actually, slightly more quiet than I thought we would be. But that's impressive. When we get 10-degree temperature drops like that in a very short amount of space, that's a pretty good, significant cold front. Same here for Arkansas. 52 now in northwest Arkansas at Harrison. It's about 70 degrees just out ahead of this line of storms. So that's decently strong storm fuel.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Just checking out a setting real quick on here.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Nope, I didn't have the sound on. I'm so sorry. I was working on a background setting, and I think I turned the sound off. So you missed everything. Hardy, about an hour and a half, 2 hours. That's when you have to watch if you're out in that area in kind of northeast Arkansas. But yeah, these storms are going to get to you. Right now, they're not severe, but we are expecting a pretty solid line of severe storms to work its way really across the whole Mississippi River Valley. So yeah, give it about 2 hours, and you'll be into some of this. Maybe a little more, maybe a little shorter if we get some more storm develop out ahead of the cold front. Here's a look at US 65 south of Branson right now, near Omaha, Arkansas. Looks like mostly heavy rain. I don't see a ton of wind, at least on this camera, which would actually have more wind because it's an elevated camera over the Cricket Creek River Valley. So yeah, right now storms are behaving. But again, even past the storms, there's actually higher wind right now behind some of these storms than there are in the storms. There's some 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts out here in Kansas and Oklahoma today. Yeah, thanks for the heads up there, Angela. I would have kept talking and not had the sound on. Pretty solid line of storms. Let's take a look at this one. This one's a little feisty up near Hannibal, New Canton, Illinois, towards Barry. Keep an eye on that storm. Yeah, no problem. Definitely have a way to get weather warnings because it's mostly going to be a damaging wind threat, but there could be some line embedded tornadoes too. Although right now it's going to change, but right now they're not looking super organized at the moment. Actually, I'll take a look at the model and see what it shows. Oh, we're still waiting on the next model run, probably in about 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah, it's interesting. Some of the earlier model runs had a little bit more organization around this time already. So this model, this is a couple hours old now, but it shows a pretty healthy line of likely severe storms in the 3 o'clock hour across areas like Troy, Union, Rolla, down towards West Plains and Mountain Home and Harrison. But when you compare that model, and again, that's an older model, so just looking at some trends, to what we have currently, one, the storms are a little bit behind to where that model shows. So they're a little bit delayed, but also they're just not as organized as that model was showing. And most of the models were like similar to that one up until the latest model run. So yeah, that's an interesting one. Take a look at our storms that are furthest south right now, north of Broken Bow. Storms are going up, but they're still not going up crazy fast. Let's go back and take a look at our storm in Melbourne, Florida. 65-mile-an-hour winds reported there, and some hail up to about $half size. That's a decent hail for there. So it's a warning now for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty storm. Really close to the radar too, so we can get a pretty good look at it. Almost probably too close to the radar to get a super clear look at those. We're probably actually shooting under the highest winds. But continue to watch this if you're out here towards Palm Shores, Satellite Beach. That's a nasty one. A couple other stronger storms in Central Florida also going up. Still seeing some of those fires out near Altus. But they may have gotten a hold on that one. They looks like dropped the fire warning and not seeing quite as much smoke on that one. Yeah, look compared to earlier when there's a ton of smoke on the reflectivity. So hopefully they got a handle of that one. Okay, and what I kind of suspected, they've already cut some counties off the tornado watch. So Bentonville, Springdale, Fayetteville, all the way down to areas around Fort Smith, especially north and west of Fort Smith. You're good to go. Again, gusty winds still beyond the thunderstorm threat. So you're going to get the cold, gusty winds behind the front, as well as areas like Eureka Springs, Berryville, and Green Forest already cut from the tornado watch. The further out ahead of this we get,
A new severe thunderstorm
yeah, they're going to
warning has been
reissue and
issued.
extend this Broward County storm for hail and wind. But the further out in front of this, the more chance you have it, maybe a round or two of storms with some prefrontal storms and then getting swept through by the line. Yeah, those storms went up pretty good near the Branson area, and now they're not looking quite as healthy. They may be getting undercut from the front, which is one concern that I had, at least for getting some strong, severe weather. And that is indicative of these lines, too. They're streaking in here. This is the front. So these storms are like right along the frontal boundary. Yeah, our first severe warning today was around that Lebanon, Missouri area, and they're already behind the front with a northwest wind. And down towards Branson, also severe warning earlier. They're also with a northwest wind. And most importantly, the dew point is a lot lower. So that is not severe criteria. So that front is like right in here, which, yeah, those storms are getting undercut by the front just a little bit. See if they can get out in front of them. They have warned this area just in case. That's a large warning, but yeah, it's good to cover the whole area. It's going to be for Shannon, Wright, Douglas, Dent, Howell, Pulaski, Texas, Phelps, and Oregon counties in south central Missouri. They have added a tornado possible tag. There's a couple areas of rotation, not even rotation right now that we noted, but a couple areas of inflow. I think we noted this one earlier around Hartville. And then there's one near Ava.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
Not really rotating much yet, but just kind of keeping our eye on those. Those are right.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Those are right at the leading edge where there is a little bit of inflow. That there is a chance of some line embedded circulation, but very quickly you get behind the front. Same down here. Kerr Airport in Oklahoma is already northwest wind in that Fort Smith area. So these ones aren't too much ahead of the front right now either. So real quick, since we do have we have this area covered pretty good right now. I do just want to go back to the Brevard County, Florida storm that got extended out. It's right over the radar site, so I'm not going to get a great look at it, but oh, there might be some. I think the winds have come down a little bit in this storm, but maybe the hail too. We'll get a little better look at it once it kind of moves away from the radar site, though. But yeah, earlier 65-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar size hail reported near the Melbourne area. And we've lost that little area spin near the Hartville, Missouri. I back this up. It was getting a little bit feistier. But you can see the last couple scans, that has disappeared. And that may have been trying because you can see it's actually moving more easterly, where most of the storms are moving more of a northeast track. So that one may have been trying to get out ahead of the cold front. And here's that same kind of thing around Ava, Missouri. Trying to get ahead of that cold front. Still a little bit of spin in there east of Hartville, but nothing I think too bad. Not a big hail threat. It's mostly a damaging wind threat. Gusts up to 60, and that tornado possible tag. But as we've seen, that cell's come down a little bit near Ribidoux, Missouri. They are going to add the severe thunderstorms down to the Arkansas state line. Those right now are they're east of Branson near Bolshows Lake, Gainesville, Bakersfield,
A new severe thunderstorm warning
West
has
Plains,
been issued.
Thayer, and Alton, Missouri. It's interesting how far they've warned these out in front. They've actually warned them like 3 counties out ahead. I'm wondering if they're thinking like we thought earlier that we'd have a little faster storm mode. And right now they're going at about 45. But as the line organizes, it should pick up in speed just a little bit. And I thought we might have some 60, 65 mile an hour storm modes today. So they might be kind of protecting themselves from that in case it starts to speed up. But right now, West Plains about an hour, and then Alton, Missouri about 84 minutes. It's going to take quite a bit of time at the 45 to 50 miles an hour for this line to get through these warning polygons. And same way for the areas here. Mountain View, about 47 minutes. Kabul, Missouri, about 22. And then up on the top part, the line kind of advances a little bit further east. So that one's going to get through that warning polygon a little bit quicker. But Salem, about 30 minutes. And Viburnum, about an hour. Watching this little cell near Squires, south of Ava. Has a little bit of a dog leg in it. Those can be indicating areas of inflow. It's not rotation yet. It hasn't really tightened anything, but just kind of watching if that can surge out a little bit on the southern flank. That can sometimes tighten up an area. So nothing imminently tornadic in here, but there is a little bit just to kind of something to watch. A little bit right in there near Squires. There still is a little bit also near that cell near Ava. So some of these are getting a little bit better organized. They may be getting out ahead of the cold front just a little bit. I see some separation here from the rear part of these storms. So these are probably back still, basically getting undercut from the cold front. These have maybe surged out just a little bit, just enough ahead to really access a little bit more of that warm, moist inflow. And then up towards St. Louis, let's take a look at St. Louis. Still non-severe storms back through Herman, Owensville, and then north of there towards Bowling Green and Louisiana, Missouri, and then across into Illinois. Haven't had much in Illinois yet. Check the snow. Oh wow, that's gotten worse. the snow side of things. It is snowing pretty good there. That one elevated overpass looks decent, but yeah, that's gone downhill in Minnesota. That's in southern Minnesota. I think I mentioned it, but that newest warning in Missouri was for Douglas, Howe, Oregon, Ozark, and Taney counties. Like this warning here, I believe that's Taney County. Yeah, still looking at those couple areas. Now, east of Ava, and that cell near Hartville has come down a bit. Back down into Arkansas, these storms are being undercut by the cold front as well. I can see the cold front actually kind of on the leading edge of this, kind of a little bit of a faint line, and it's not an outflow boundary because these storms are just starting to go up. But yeah, the cold front is kind of right along that leading edge of the storm. So that until these can get out in front of that cold front, that's going to really affect their ability to be stronger storms. But that can happen. The cold front can kind of stay moving at an even pace, and these can kind of surge out and cross that boundary. We also do have to watch these little blips that are going up out ahead of the cold front. Now, these are well out of the head of the cold front around Hot Springs. If those start to form into storms, then we do have to watch for a little bit of an all hazards threat. Yeah, kind of keeping an eye on some of those blips out here. Just some showers right now, but that's something to watch there too. Another little, not even rotation, but a little inflow notch, kind of right in there, trying to get going. That's near Case, Missouri, and Bridgeport, south of Warrenton. Yeah, not really rotation in the sense, but just something to watch. That's a really Spring River is really beautiful. It's like a turquoise. I've seen it in the summer, and it's like turquoise waters. It's really popular with like the kayakers and canoeing. You're probably going to be in that same kind of yeah, along this. Oh no, that's a different. Yeah, so that's that same kind of time frame as the Alton um, storm that we did earlier. Let's put it out. Yeah, about 70 to 80 minutes. still far away. That storm kind of tails back.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And right now, the Arkansas storms don't look quite as punchy. That one may have a little bit of small hail in it, but that one's still having some struggles too. If they stay too close to that cold front, they're gonna struggle for longer. All right, that little inflow notch near Bridgeport that did get worn now. Tornado possible tag, no hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds, which that's probably a good idea. A tornado possible tag like that on a severe thunderstorm warning just means basically what I was watching. It's not tornadic. It's not going to produce a tornado in the next couple minutes, but it's one to watch. Again, like we saw earlier, if that can really tighten, then it creates an area of rotation. Right now, it's not even really an area of rotation. We're seeing a little bit of a surge out and a little bit of a weakness where there's some inflow winds. So it's a little bit of shear, but it's not really tight rotation. And we get a scan every couple minutes. If we start to see this really start to surge, that can help focus the inflow in here. And that was for Franklin and Warren counties in Missouri. A little bit more in that storm. That's that cell south and east of Ava, Missouri, near Bushy Knob. That one is one to watch. And still seeing a little bit in here. That's west of Gainesville, Missouri. This one could be trying to localize a little bit here. How far is that? About 10 miles southeast of Gainesville, or of Ava, Missouri. That one's also showing a little bit more wind, too. So where we just looked at that storm near Warrenton, and I said it wasn't quite surging the wind, this one is starting to kind of push that wind out a little bit and start to really produce a little bit, one more localized area of damaging winds. But if it can start to tighten that area, this is starting to become more of an area of rotation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So we'll keep an eye on that one. That would be coming up towards Van Zant, Willow Springs. Yeah, Van Zant, Missouri, Topaz, about 16 minutes, and then Willow Springs, about a half hour. And that is, let's see, that's along the US 60.
A new severe thunderstorm warning
Basically
has been
almost
issued.
interstate up here. It's a 4-lane, like fully divided highway. So US 60, Willow Springs up to Kabul, Missouri. Keep an eye on that cell to your southwest. Nothing to panic about. Just watch it. Just know where your safe place is, your lowest level into your room. If a tornado warning happens, you got to take action pretty quickly. Yeah, that notch is probably the healthiest that we've seen yet. I'm checking this one. It's not. This notch is not as healthy. The one up near Warrenton and Wright City. Still watching it, but that one's telling me this storm is getting a little bit away from the cold front. And I think we can almost see that. These are pretty flat-faced storms kind of in here. And even down to the south a little bit. This one has a little bit more of a surge, just a little bit to the east. That Gainesville area storm might be trying to do the same thing. And we got severe warnings now for the areas in Oklahoma. This is Howard, Little River, severe counties in Arkansas. Howard, Little River, severe counties in Arkansas, and then McCurtain and Red River counties. Oh, it went into Texas too. A little bit of Texas, tiny little bit of Texas. I don't know if there's many storms right there in that warning in Red River County, Texas, but it's going to be more of an issue for McCurtain County in Oklahoma and then the counties in Arkansas, with a little bit of hail showing up north of Broken Bow. Still watching that storm. It's going to be just north of Highway 76 in Missouri. A little other feature near Veracruz, down on Highway 14 near Gentryville. Some of those other storms are looking a little feistier in northeast Missouri, approaching areas west of St. Louis around Troy, Hawk Point, up to Silex. See these purple colors indicates a little bit of stronger precip, maybe some small hail. And then we did get a special weather statement out for this storm near Bellefontaine, or Bellefonte,
New information. This special
and
marine
Western
warning has
Grove
been
in
updated.
Arkansas. Some gusty winds in that storm headed towards Yellville and Flippin. And keeping an eye on that one. This is a camera at Mountain Home looking towards those storms. So it is getting darker on the horizon there. We want to get down to our friends in Florida and see what's going on down here. They extended that severe thunderstorm warning across Brevard County, Rockledge, and Vera, Merritt Island, Cocoa Beach,
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
up
issued.
towards the Cape Canaveral area. That is Brevard and Volusia counties. Looks like that storm has come down in severity, though. It's lost the hail core that we saw earlier, and I don't see as strong of winds in there. But we may get a few other isolated severe storms out of Florida today. All right, and our newest warning, Polk County in Arkansas. Looks like they've been added to that cluster of storms that's approaching the Arkansas and Oklahoma state line around Broken Bow. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. These storms are still basically riding along the cold front, so they're going to struggle a little bit. Also watching this storm going up near Sulphur Springs, Texas, just west of Mount Vernon, Texas. That one actually looks like it has a little bit of a core already. We'll keep an eye on that one as it's headed generally towards that Mount Pleasant and Texarkana areas. When I pop back and check these storms, I try to look at trends, and like especially this little area of wind surge, kind of broad rotation. It trended up a while back when we kind of noted it. It really started to tighten up a couple minutes ago, but it's kind of re-broadened out. And that kind of tracks. If you back up the reflectivity, the hook or notch was a little more prominent, and it's kind of filled in a little bit in the last scan. So it's gotten out ahead of the cold front a little bit into a little better environment, but it's still really having trouble getting that inflow notch to really organize. Same with this one. Yeah, there's still a little bit in here near Macedonia, approaching Warrenton. But this storm looks to have a similar trend where it kind of maybe attempted to tighten up a little bit and surge that RFD, and then it just really didn't. So, yeah, and we'll keep an eye, but the trends, at least for the moment, look like the storms are struggling just a little bit. I was gonna say, I bet that one had some wind in it. I was trying to get a better look on the radar, and while we're doing that, they've added the severe warning for this storm. It's kind of in a bit of a radar hole in north central Arkansas, but it's got a little bit of a backward C shape to it. So that is going to accentuate the wind up towards Cassville, Gassville, Flippin, Yellville, and Mountain Home. For Searcy, Newton, Marion, Boone, and Baxter counties in north central Arkansas. And it's still basically with the rest of them moving at about 50 miles an hour. At 50 miles an hour, I took it from the leading edge. That'll make it to Yellville in about 13 minutes.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then Mountain Home, about 35. North Lake, about Norfolk Lake, about 45 minutes. And Flippin about 20. There's some decent population in this warning. That Yellville to Flippin to Mountain Home area. Those are some fairly substantial communities out here in north central Arkansas. So that's going to be a little bit of a higher populated area impacted by that. Again, right now, mostly gusty wind, severe thunderstorm.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Trimmed a little bit of that Warrenton area storm. Still seeing the 60-mile-an-hour winds, not much of a hail threat. And it's just still kind of watching a tornado possible tag for that little bit of shear around Macedonia and Lipstad, Missouri.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then there's a new warning down in Florida. That's for Orange and Osceola counties. Orange County is Orlando. So let's go take a look at that storm. Yeah, that's going to be the Disney World area. Another storm kind of moving to the north, but yeah, southern parts of Orange County, including both of the parks there, Disney and Universal, down towards Meadow Woods, Hunters Creek, Celebration, and then down towards Reedy Creek, Kissimmee. Another storm that has some gusty winds. I think they're kind of surging across the parks right now. This is I-4 cutting across your screen here. That's a heavily traveled area. That's actually getting some of the strongest winds are crossing I-4 now, moving towards the north. And a lot of lightning, so stay inside. No pool time right now across the resorts.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That pool time is sounding really good for the folks up here under the blizzard warnings. Taking a look at those road conditions. Oh, that's how it looked before. This is how it looks now. That's gone downhill. Yeah, there is probably moderate snow, I'd say, falling. And it looks like the road conditions have gotten worse. This camera has certainly got a glaze of ice on it. Ice and snow are sticking onto the camera here. Yeah, those Orlando resorts are looking pretty good if you're in Minnesota right now. Yeah, that camera is near Albert Lee, Minnesota, so I can see there's a pretty good band of snow in here, and that's moving through right about now. Yeah, some of the heaviest snow is in that corridor right now across southern Minnesota. Well, our activity has picked up a little bit. We have decent amount of severe thunderstorms. 9 severe thunderstorm warnings. One or two of them are in Florida. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across parts of the getting into the Mississippi Valley. We'll take those top to bottom and check our storms here. A little bit of notching still in this storm near Macedonia, south of Warrenton. Keeping an eye on that one. This is getting closer to the radar site too, out of the St. Louis area, so we can get a pretty good picture of this storm. Yeah, and they're watching that one for a tornado possible tag. Severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Maybe some small hail up here towards Troy, Missouri. And then a stronger punchy storm, not severe right now, near St. James, Missouri. Then we pick up kind of a broken cluster of storms. Honestly, not seeing that much on that northern part of this warning. There may be some gusty winds in here, but no hail, maybe some gusty winds. The southern part of this warning is a little bit more interesting to me. This is where we've had a little bit of a notching feature. And yeah, there's still kind of 2 notching features still showing near Mountain Grove, approaching Kabul and Sargent and Willow Springs. And then there's another one down here towards Gentryville. Maybe one in here towards Van Sant. But those 3 are kind of interesting to watch. This first one really started to try and surge out and actually develop a rotation, but then it failed. So even though they're a little bit more interesting for severe weather, they're still struggling a little bit.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then one of our newest warnings, this storm approaching Yellville, has some gusty winds and maybe some small hail, but mostly gusty winds. Yellville over towards Flippin and Mountain Home. And that's the look at Mountain Home, looking west. So we're looking toward that storm. That's US 62 at Mountain Home, which runs out towards Yellville, and then Harrison, and then over towards Eureka Springs and into northwest Arkansas. So that's looking towards those storms. A couple of feisty storms in west central Arkansas. Special weather statements
New
on those.
information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then we have storms with quarter-size hail and gusty winds, Wickens, Grannis down to DeQueen, and then back into areas like Idabel and Broken Bow, Oklahoma. We saw that storm going up near Sulphur Springs, Texas. That did get a warning now for ping pong ball size hail. It's going to be just north of Mount Pleasant in Texas. That's for
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's for Franklin, Red River, and Titus counties in Texas. One of our biggest hailstorms we've seen yet here. Haven't had any warning for ping pong ball size hail yet. This is interesting. Watching a cluster of storms developing out here, well ahead of the cold front and well ahead of the line. Yeah, so that is one to watch. See if the models picked up on that cluster of storms. Yes, so the latest HRRR run does show a pretty good idea of what's going on. The storms here into south central Missouri, north central Arkansas, but it does pick up on some storms developing a little heavier across southeast Missouri into far western Kentucky, in that general Paducah, Kentucky area. So that is an interesting development. We'll keep an eye on those storms. They're going to continue kind of moving to the north and northeast. Interestingly, that model does not pick up on those storms in Texas very good. You can see where the severe warnings are, the current severe warnings. And even up here towards Broken Bow and the DeQueen area. And it's not picking up on a ton of development yet across those areas. So that's an interesting deviation from the models compared to real life. This model had more prefrontals out here across southern Arkansas. Very interesting on these severe weather days to look and see how the models are reasoning things. So in real life, we actually have almost the opposite. We have more storms going up along the cold front and not a ton of storms going up out ahead. A couple hints of it. Watching those areas south of Hot Springs. Just keep an eye on those. But the model has a lot more vigorous storms in this area. Hail may be coming up a little bit in this cell. Oh, yeah. There's going to be some hail in here just to the east or west of Kabul near Dunn, Missouri. And that makes sense. This storm tried to organize an updraft. So with a stronger updraft, we have more support for large hail. And this could be one of those isolated pockets of some larger hail, potentially in that $50 to ping pong ball size range. I wouldn't be surprised if we get maybe a new warning out of this, just to highlight that area of potentially some larger hail. And then we'll get a good look at this Yellville storm as it approaches Mountain Home in a few more minutes. The storms right along the Missouri and Arkansas state line around Gainesville, Missouri are not looking particularly healthy at the moment. But a severe warning continues there across Bakersfield, West Plains, Thayer, and Alton, Missouri. And then, yeah, a little more interested in these two cells. The one near Kabul, that'll work its way up towards Summersville, Missouri, Eminence, Raymondville, and Houston. And then the cell south of there towards Willow Springs, Mountain View, Birch Tree, and Winona, Missouri. So keep an eye on those two cells. I'll just track out. That didn't work. Let's just track those out kind of one at a time. Raymondville about 20 minutes, and then out here towards Eminence about 50. And then those other storms about 17 to Willow Springs, 33 to Mountain View, and about an hour to Winona. That's all along US 60. Sky's starting to get a little angry there in the Mountain Home area. We've really lost that notch feature in this storm, and you can see it's kind of a flat frontal on this now. So those storms are still struggling a little bit up here in this area too. Those hold together about 9 minutes to Wentzville, and then 20 to O'Fallon, 34 to St. Charles, about 30 to 40 minutes to get into those suburbs north and west of St. Louis. And they are going to do what I thought they might do. They're going to rewarn
A new
that.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's a little bit confusing because there's going to be overlapping warnings, but they're rewarning that for $half size hail. Maybe a little bit larger than they could have warned, but definitely that cell here around Kabul has $half size hail. And still watching this notching. Yeah, I feel like that corridor kind of along 62 out there. And it's unfortunately in one of the more frustrating radar holes. It's really, we're looking pretty far up in those storms. Yeah. So in this area for the storms, we're looking up about 10,000 feet from the Little Rock radar and about 5,000 feet from the Springfield, Missouri radar. So it's really hard to get a really good low-level look at this storm. So even just looking for wind,
A new severe thunderstorm
we can see there's wind in
warning has
here,
been issued.
but we're looking at 5,000 feet up essentially. So maybe some rotation trying to form on this cell too near Ree Valley, Hand Valley, south of Flippin. But again, we won't know if it's really low level rotation. It could just be mid and upper level just because of how far we're up in that storm. We warned a new area here for tornado possible tag east of Troy, Missouri. Kind of the same thing. A little bit of shear in here near New Hope. That'll head over towards Ellsbury and Hardin.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That newest warning there, that's for Calhoun County and Lincoln County in Missouri and Illinois, north of St. Louis. All right, we are going to get a warning out for this tornado warning now.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
So we are going to get a new warning. This is that tornado warning. Douglas, Howell, and southeastern Texas counties in south central Missouri. It's a storm capable of producing tornadoes as well as extensive straight line wind damage. That's located near Kabul or 7 miles northwest of Willow Springs. And that includes Mountain View, Willow Springs, Kabul, Errol, and Clear Springs. It's interesting because the warning description kind of indicates it's more for that Kabul area storm that had that notch. That was actually one of the stronger notches. They've actually warned the southern storm, which does have a little bit more prominent of a notch at the moment. And again, kind of like we were talking about in Arkansas just a minute ago, this is getting a little further from the Springfield radar. So we're seeing these at a little bit more of an upper level look, which means there's less confidence we know exactly what's going on at the low levels. Like when those were closer to the Springfield radar. Yeah, those are about 3,500 feet and about 4,000 feet, those two storms.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So with a little less confidence of what's going on at the low levels.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning
has been It's probably a good idea to warn those just in case. And those have uptrended a little bit, especially that southern one. Still moving east at 45. So Willow Springs, time to get to your tornado safe space, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement or a storm shelter are your best options, or like a low level that's, sunken, like a split level home. Those are your best options if you can get kind of in that below ground space. But if not, just make sure you go to that low level into your room. And it's usually a bathroom or a hall closet, that sort of thing, on the lowest floor that you have. A
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
If you're in a manufactured home or a mobile home, or you're out here camping with a camping trailer, those are not good options. You want to go find a permanent, sturdy structure. A little bit of time there. Mountain View, about 26 minutes. Trask, Missouri, about 19. Hutton Valley, 14. And then Willow Springs, about 9 to 10 minutes. That's right where the highway up from West Plains meets US 60, so pretty well traveled, almost kind of interstate in here. A lot of truck traffic. And then watching this storm, definitely some gusty winds in here. Is a little bit of rotation, I think, in this area, south and east of Flippin, now south of Mountain Home. And let's pull this up and we might be able to see what's going on in this storm a little bit. I'll take this a little bit fuller. Pretty nasty looking storm. A little bit of a shelf cloud. Yeah, that's a nasty storm. It's getting dark because you can see the lights of the like the signage and stuff is all lit up, and you can really see those now compared to like a little bit ago. The one interesting note on this is the flag. The flag is actually blowing towards the camera. So even this storm may be undercut a little bit from the cold front or outflow dominant, because if this was an inflow dominant storm, the flag would be blowing the opposite direction towards the storm. That said, it's still a pretty strong looking storm. It's about to get pretty nasty, and we'll be able to get a better look at that storm on this camera. See if there's any small hail in there. There could be, and also see how gusty those winds are. So we got one tornado warning. That's Douglas County in southeast Missouri. Again, we're looking up a little bit further.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So it's getting a little bit harder to see what's going on in these storms out here towards Mountain View and Willow Springs, but there's some broad, I guess, rotation, but I still kind of think it's probably just shear and not actual rotation. There could be actual rotation up in this cell near the Gist Ranch Conservation Area. That's the cell that's north of Kabul that we were watching earlier. Personally, I think this is the stronger cell versus this one, but continue to take tornado safety precautions for if you're in this warning polygon. Even up here towards Eunice and Mid-Val, because you actually may get more impact from that storm there versus the storm down by Willow Springs. I think both of these cells are very similar, and that would make sense. They're in a similar environment.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Getting a little bit more active now. We have a quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds.
A new
Cuba, Bourbon, Sullivan, and St. Clair. There's the warning going across the bottom of your screen for that one. That's Crawford, Franklin, Gasconade, and Washington counties in Missouri. And yeah, if there is any pocket of hail in here, it's going to be right along the interstate I-44 coming up to Bourbon, Sullivan, and really those main areas along the interstate. Also moving at 50. It's been pretty convenient. I haven't had to make too many adjustments to the tracker since all these storms are moving at 45 or 50. So St. Clair about 23 minutes, Union 26. And then if that holds together, Eureka and Pacific on the west side of the St. Louis Metro about 42 to 50 minutes. We've also added the severe warning into the St. Louis area a little tighter. This is for Calhoun, Lincoln, and St. Charles counties, 60-mile-an-hour wind and a tornado possible tag. This is that same area that we've been following out here towards Macedonia. There still is a little bit of rotation in there. Although I think in general, that cell has come down a little bit in intensity. And we'll go back to our tornado warned storm in just a second. Here comes the rain into the mountain home area. 63-mile-an-hour wind report in McCurtain County with those severe warned storms.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They're going to warn that storm in between DeKalb, New Boston, and Texarkana. And then we are getting more storms now into areas like Mount Pleasant and into Texas around Quitman and Grand Saline. That's Upshur and Wood counties.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, so there's some pretty heavy wind coming in those storms.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's that area there in Mountain Home. Seems a pretty good burst of wind there in that Mountain Home area. And it looks like the core of the storm might be just in this area here where it's a little bit darker. I think that might be a little bit of a hail core and heavier rain back in this area.
A new flash flood warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new snow squall warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There may be some hail in this storm, looking at it, especially with the cold air filtering in. Does look like there's some small hail in that storm. And possibly a little bit of rotation, so we'll keep an eye on that one. We're getting a new tornado warning too. Still watching this area. It's north of Willow Springs.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And I figured they would. This is that cell that we've been following. Yeah. So this is that cell. This was the stronger of the circulations earlier. And it kind of backed off a little bit. Then it kind of re-intensified north and east of Cabul, south of Houston, Missouri. It's coming towards the Sunken Lands Conservation Area. Hartshorn, Eunice, Midvale. We called you guys earlier about taking shelter. And yeah, that is one to take shelter for. This storm that was the original tornado warning storm is not looking particularly organized right now. Although, again, we are in a bit of a radar hole, so I would caution people to continue to take your tornado safe spaces there. The newest warning is for east central Texas County and northwestern Shannon County in Missouri. Again, areas around Eunice and Hartshorn over towards the Sunken Lands Conservation Area and Acres. Pretty low populated area out there, but there are people that do live out there. Do want to look at some hail. There's probably some hail in both of those cells. I think we saw some hail on the camera here in Mountain Grove. And it appears like there's some wintry precip already filtering in. This is a mix of rain and graupel. And you can kind of see this speckled pattern in here. So it is already cooling way down back behind this front. Let's see.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah, it's already down into the 30s for western Missouri. Areas up towards Kansas City. So this is likely some mixed precipitation with some graupel and some small hail and some rain as well. Where it was close to 70 degrees in Branson earlier, it's now down to the mid-40s. So they've extended that severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be areas again over towards Salem, Horseshoe Bend, closing in on Ash Flat. The strongest part of that storm, with also probably the most damaging wind, is headed towards the Salem area. And then we have some new severe, marginally severe storms. That one probably will get a warning south of Danville pretty soon. And then quarter-size hail is pretty common on these storms near Texarkana. Some half-dollar size hail now showing. And we have severe storms all the way down into areas a little bit more humidity and moisture down here.
This severe thunderstorm warning.
But this is going to be around Quitman and Gilmer, Texas, and Lindale with ping pong ball size hail north of Tyler. And we do have our newest radar indicated tornado warning.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated. Warning, a new special
This is for
marine
that area
warning
around
has been-
Dierks, Arkansas. And it's going to be also for $half size hail. But this is going to be for Howard and Sevier counties in Arkansas. Yeah, we'll take a look at that storm in a second. Yeah, there's a little bit of hail in here and also a little bit of rotation. Where are we picking up radar from? Yeah. Rotation in here, southwest of Dierks, around Lebanon and Atwood and Bethany. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. Quarter size hail. Let's take a look. Gusty winds. If there's more concentrated hail, it's going to be in this area north of Norfolk Lake. It may ride just north of the Salem area up towards the Missouri border. Yeah. That heaviest hail core that came across Mountain Home is lifting up a little bit closer to the Missouri border. There could be still some hail in this band near Salem or pushing towards Salem, but you might be out of the heaviest part of that hail. Yes, Kelly, I think this line is going to continue to expand to the south. Yeah, we're eventually going to get a pretty much a solid line of severe storms, and that'll continue to push south and east, and most of the models have it reaching the Gulf Coast by somewhere in that 10 to midnight kind of range. We also to get a new warning. They are going to warn that cell tree down with power lines on the roadway there at Moscow Mills in Missouri. That is an interesting one. They did end up warning a tornado warning here for southeastern Calhoun County in Illinois, Jersey County in Illinois, and on also east central Lincoln counties. This is going to be well north of the St. Louis area, but some of those far southern or far northern suburbs are under this tornado warning. Oh, it tightened up very briefly as it was getting warned around Winfield, Missouri. It has since broadened around Batchtown, about to cross the Mississippi River, Rosedale, Otterville, McCluskey, Jerseyville, and East Newburgh. Continue to take that one. Yeah, tighten up briefly. For a lot of these storms that aren't that far out ahead of the cold front, I think that's going to be the issue, is they may be able to get some spin in them, but it's going to have trouble maintaining those areas of circulation. These two storms were those first two storms that we noted being out ahead of the cold front. They are going to get a continuation of their tornado warnings. This is for southeastern Texas County and west central Shannon County. Yeah, there's two, and we're getting really far from the radar, so we're also going to start to lose the a lot of the ability to see what's going on in these storms. But two areas of rotation in this area here. There's one north of Hartshorn approaching Acres, Missouri, and then the other one is near the Gist Ranch.
A new radar indicated tornado warning.
No, you're good. I didn't. I don't think you asked too many questions, right? I'm just we got a bunch of new tornado warnings, so I'm just kind of jumping around a little bit. So it's not you. I'm just kind of yeah, they all kind of came out at once here. These couple tornado warnings, but okay, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, let me pull this real quick here for you, Kelly.
A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Whoa. My chair just unlocked. Almost fell off the chair. All right, let's see. Here, we'll take a look here and see. We also have new tornado watches for parts of central Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, yeah, here's the latest HRRR model. Shows those line of storms from west central Illinois, all the way down through Missouri and into Arkansas. It's a little bit light. The model isn't really picking up on the storms down here yet, but it will. And even though it's not picking up on those storms quite yet, it does generally develop storms down into eastern Texas. And this is about 8 o'clock at night, kind of pushing through the Houston, Beaumont, Port Arthur area into northwest Louisiana. Mississippi, northern Mississippi is going to get into it on it in a little bit. And then, yeah, by about 10, 11, down into southern Mississippi, the Baton Rouge area, approaching kind of the western suburbs of New Orleans. So, yeah, it's going to be a long night. We're going to get severe weather all the way down to the Gulf Coast. And this is like 1 or 2 a.m. We could have some strong storms all the way from potentially the Ohio-Michigan border. Some very strong squall line storms from Tennessee and Kentucky all the way down. Definitely to the Gulf Coast by then. No, those definitely weren't stupid questions. Those were good questions. There's been little model differences and adjustments and stuff the last couple model runs, but they've mostly showed and been pretty consistent on showing this kind of setup. That's a pretty healthy squall line. And then we do have to watch, the models have been a little more inconsistent at looking at
new information.
Individual supercells that are kind of out in front of the line.
Updated.
But yeah, that's a quick look at the latest HRRR. All right, back here, we now have all of a sudden 5 tornado warnings. Most of those are in Missouri, and then we have the one in Arkansas, Howard County in Arkansas.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
This has also gone to a considerable threat for ping pong ball sized hail. So areas around Dierks, Arkansas, and then down towards Nashville, Arkansas, Washington, Blevins, Millwood Lake. Pretty much kind of take your tornado safety precautions, even if you're not in that warning polygon.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We're going to get eventually this whole line is going to be severe warned. So the severe warned storms, if you're in a severe warning, the chance of damaging winds is fairly high with this system. So, especially if you have trees on your property, you want to shelter. It's very similar to a tornado warning with the trees on the property. Yeah, the strongest part of this storm is riding just along the Missouri and Arkansas state line around Bakersfield. That's where the hail core would be with that storm. And there may be some larger hail in there too. $half size hail. And then it's mostly a damaging wind threat, Viola, coming towards Salem and Oxford and Horseshoe Bend. And then we now have a bunch of severe tornado warnings because I believe we're at the exchange. Nope, not quite yet. These are all by the Springfield office.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, it's right here. Somewhere down in here is the exchange between the Springfield office and the St. Louis office. They're just going to continue warning that that one area of circulation near sunken lands out ahead. So this is a new tornado warning for, let's get those county names for you. Dent and Shannon counties.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, this is an area that's one of the more annoying radar holes We're looking really
New
far from the
information.
radar.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Rotation still looks like it's in here near the sunken lands. So if you're in southern Salem County, south of the town of Salem, continue to take your tornado safety precautions. As well as that area around Summersville, and then over towards the Angeline Conservation Area, west of Eminence, Missouri. And then back into the St. Louis area, we have storms to the north and northwest. There is rotation in here near Rosedale. This one tightened up briefly, but then it's weakened since then. But still continue to take tornado safety precautions. Rosedale
New
up
information.
to areas
This
around
severe thunderstorm
Jerseyville.
warning has been updated.
Get a track on this one. This is a little bit more populated areas. And it's moving a little bit slower. It's one of the storms that's actually moving just a slight bit slower. Rosedale, 3 minutes or less, and then Jerseyville, 25
this
minutes.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Zooming in a little bit, Otterville, 17, and McCluskey, about 24.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
That storm is going to go north of the St. Louis Metro. Keep an eye on it if you're out here near Gillespie and Litchfield along I-55. But St. Louis down here, you guys are free of that tornado warning. Still watching strong to severe storms to your west, though. So you're not going to miss the storms. It's just that tornadic part of the storm is up here near Jerseyville and Rosedale. Okay, we've covered, I think, most of the tornado warnings pretty good. So I do want to look. We got new tornado watches, west central Illinois, east and southern and eastern Missouri. Yeah, they've extended up to Bloomington, Urbana, Danville, Springfield, Decatur, Charleston, Effingham, Olney, and Vincennes. And then parts of Indiana. Okay, yeah, tornado watch for central Illinois. That goes until 10 p.m. central. Couple of tornadoes, scattered damaging winds up to significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour. For that broken line of storms, that's going to pose a severe threat across eastern Missouri. And yeah, that includes Peoria, Bloomington, Springfield, Effingham, Charleston, Danville, Urbana, Olney, and Vincennes. Or well, Vincennes is actually just on the eastern side of the Wabash River. Westport is the small community just to the west of Vincennes. We have another tornado watch. And this is a large one. This covers southern Illinois, southwest Indiana, western Kentucky, southeast Missouri, eastern Arkansas, northern and central Mississippi, and western Tennessee. This goes until 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. A couple of tornadoes or several tornadoes are likely. A couple of intense tornadoes are possible. A little bit of higher end watch here. Widespread damaging winds and isolated significant winds up to 80 miles an hour are likely, and scattered large hail up to 2 inches in diameter are possible. And here is a look at that weather watch. That includes this whole area here. And that includes areas like Evansville, Paducah, Cape Girardeau, Missouri. Here, I'll just start to zoom in and we'll go through these. But Evansville, Marion, Mount Vernon, Harrisburg, Illinois, Paducah, Madisonville, Hopkinsville in Kentucky, Mayfield, Kentucky, and then Perryville, Cape Girardeau, Charleston, Missouri, Poplar
New
Bluff,
information. This severe considerable
Paragould,
destructive
Arkansas,
thunderstorm
Jonesboro,
warning has been
Blytheville,
updated.
the whole Memphis metro area, including the tri-state, Arkansas,
severe
Tennessee,
thunderstorm
and
warning
northern
has been
Mississippi,
issued.
and then all the way down to Starkville, just north of Columbus around West Point, and then down to Yazoo City, and also Bastrop to Lake Providence, Louisiana. So that's a big one.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, let's dive back in because we have number of snow squall warning now. That's crazy. I mean, that's pretty wild. Tornado warnings in south central Missouri, snow squall
New
warning north
information.
of St.
This
Joseph,
severe
Missouri, in the
thunderstorm
northwestern
warning
part of
has
the
been
state.
updated.
So, snow squall warnings can be very dangerous. They can be almost as dangerous as these severe thunderstorm warnings. Not quite maybe as dangerous as the tornado warnings, but snow squall warnings can very quickly, like a squall line of severe thunderstorms, quickly lower visibility. You get a big burst of wind and snow, causes all kinds of travel condition problems on the roadways, visibility conditions. It leads to a lot
New
of car
information.
accidents and
This severe
even like
thunderstorm warning has been
multi-vehicle
updated.
pileups and stuff, because you're driving along fine in clear weather, and then you hit the snow squall and it's just like a whiteout condition. And yeah, that's pretty interesting. Tornadoes and like 70 degrees in the southeast parts of the state, and snow squall warning in St. Joseph, or north of St. Joseph. All right, we'll hop around. We'll take these tornado warnings kind of top to bottom.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
Rosedale, continue to stay in your safe place, but Rosedale, that circulation doesn't look quite as punchy as it did earlier, coming up towards Jerseyville. It can always re-intensify, so keep an eye on that one. And then we have strong storms coming into the western parts of St. Louis. Not seeing any really distinct circulations in those. Tornado possible tag near Union. Looks like mostly south of Union would be that area to watch. We're in the central Missouri radar hole here in the south central part of the state. There is, looks like broad rotation near the Sunken Lands. That's in southern Salem County. And also near Summersville, Missouri. And then we'll skip down here, West Plains. Tornado possible tag around South Fork, coming up towards Brandsville. That's that area that's lifted up from Mountain Home. Tornado possible tag there. And then with that rotation up here, let's take a look. Yeah, there is rotation in here near approaching Brandsville. South side of that, that's going to be a little bit more of a gusty wind threat. Salem, Horseshoe Bend, coming towards Thayer and Hardy. And Angela, if you're in this, if you're still in here, let me know what you get. Don't go outside or look at anything, but let me know if you get some damaging winds out of this. There's a pretty good surge of wind in here. It looks like around Salem. So definitely stay interior room, away from windows on that lower level, especially if you have trees on your property. Perryville, Arkansas, golf ball size hail. And some pretty good winds in that cell. Considerable threat, golf ball size hail, potentially above 60 mile-an-hour winds coming towards Perryville, Arkansas. And then we pick up our considerable threat around Dierks, down to Mineral Springs, Washington. with ping pong ball size hail potentially. And then there's that area of rotation. It's now between Dierks and Murfreesboro, Arkansas. And then we have severe warning storms into northeast Texas, all the way down approaching Gilmer, Longview, and Tyler, Texas. And yeah, tornado watches go all the way down to Natchitoches, Rusk, Center, Texas, and areas around Shreveport, Louisiana. Here's a look at Texarkana looking back towards those storms. Yeah, those are definitely upscaled. Here's a look at those storms.
New information, this severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a good look at those Arkansas storms. Let's take a look. Let's go back here. Yeah, you might have a couple minutes there, Angela, but they're closing in pretty fast. What are they? They're still moving at about. Oh, they've actually increased the speed 60 miles an hour. Although I think the fastest part of that storm is probably on the Missouri side of things. They trail back a little bit, but they may be moving a little bit faster. Cherokee Village about 20 minutes. Horseshoe Bend 11, and then they do hold together. Ravenden Springs about 42. Pocahontas about an hour. I do think the strongest part of that storm, with the most tornadic potential, and it had the largest hail in here near West Plains and Brandsville. So Missouri, the St. Louis office is going to extend a tornado possible tag, quarter size hail, up through Potosi, Ironton, Centerville, and Viburnum. Those are for the storms that are tornado warned, but it's really just difficult. It's crazy hard to see what's going on in these. This is really rugged terrain. We're way far from all the radars. It's an area that has tornadoes, but it's just a very annoying area to do radar meteorology in because it's just so far up. We're looking, I think, about 8,000 feet. Yeah, those storms we're looking at about 8 to 9,000 feet up. in the storm. So it's really hard to know what's going on at the ground level for those, unless we get a spotter report. Back to our circulation here. It's now past Rosedale near Otterville. Might stay south of Jerseyville, but continue to stay in your safe place if you're in Jersey County, Illinois. Strong storms, gusty winds approaching the western suburbs of St. Louis. Couple broad areas of circulation, and they're weak right now, so just kind of keeping an eye on those. Here's also a look at Thayer. Yeah, that's at the state line there.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, they trimmed off the western portions of that. So areas around Salem, you guys are good. Going to be well south and east of Salem. So it's just parts of Dent and Shannon counties, extreme southeastern parts of Dent, and then northeast Shannon County.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We're going to get a tornado possible tag through the St. Louis area. That it's for that broad area, a couple rotations that I mentioned just a few minutes ago. That includes Wildwood, Baldwin, Town and Country, Clayton, and St. Louis, including the areas here in the city, basically along 44 and along 64.
A new severe thunderstorm
and then
warning
also
has been
most
issued.
of Jefferson County, Missouri, down to Hillsborough, Festus, Arnold, and Eureka.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, that's how quickly the snow is filling in. There's a new snow squall warning for Warrensburg, just east of the Kansas City metro, and then also back into areas around Falls City, Rockport, and Tarkio, Missouri.
New information, this snow squall warning has been updated. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I believe we got an upgraded PDS snowfall warning. What the graphic kind of showed. This is a dangerous snow squall that will be located along a line near Coyne or 8 miles south of Schubert, moving east at 35. Worst conditions are on Highway 29 or Interstate 29 between Watson and Corning. Oh, it's for the Atchison and Holt counties. Yeah, near zero visibility. So this is what we were saying just a minute ago.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has
Oh, it's a
been updated.
confirmed snow squall warning. They used webcams and radar. That's why they updated it. Okay. That's nuts. There are tornado warnings about 128 miles from the snow squall warnings. That's pretty crazy. All right, back to yeah, I don't know if I've seen that sharp of a divide. Jerseyville, this storm looks like it is still has some rotation, but that one I'm not as concerned about. Strong storms, though, coming into the western parts of St. Louis. There are a couple little areas of circulation. They're weak and broad at the moment, but still watching those. You can see it on this notching feature here. what we've seen before. This is going to be common here today. We're going to see a lot of these little QLCS notch features, and if they start to spin a little tighter, then they get tornado warned. So that makes sense there. This is the radar hole, but continue to take tornado safety precautions, especially south and west of Viburnum. And then also seeing strong storms coming through West Plains, approaching Thayer.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then across Ash Flats, Cherokee Village, Ravenden Springs. Are you getting pretty heavy storms now, Angela? Should be about on your doorstep there. These storms will probably get severe warned too, eventually around Clinton, Arkansas. Not quite severe yet, but hail and wind looks like there is coming up in those storms. Severe warn near Perryville. And then tornado possible tag near Hot Springs.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, we now have a really solid line of severe storms. About 645 miles, maybe a little longer because this is measured straight and these kind of arc a little bit, but we have a pretty solid line of severe storms from near Springfield, Illinois, all the way down to areas north and west of Lufkin, Texas, around Frankston, Texas. Yeah, it's gotten pretty warm out. There's a lot of juice out here for these storms to work with. And we are starting to see a little bit more shower, not quite thunderstorm activity, but some convection going up in central Arkansas. And this is an area that the models do kind of concern with maybe some prefrontal supercells. So we do have to watch that across central and eastern Arkansas.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
They've extended that tornado warning. Radar indicated still 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds outside of that tornado warned area. It's almost impossible to see what's in that. We're at about 10,000 feet up.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's in the 70s around Little Rock and close to 80 in southern Arkansas, but now behind those storms, Mena, Arkansas, it's about 54. And it's in the mid 40s now across northwest Arkansas. And it's in the 30s and low 40s across Missouri with some grapple and sleet and snow kind of starting to mix in. And then, yeah, snow squall warnings. It's below freezing in Kansas City. So, yeah, there is a big threat of a flash freeze, especially along the I-70 corridor, where it goes from 68 in St. Louis to 32 in Kansas City. And rightly so, they've dropped that tornado warning across Jerseyville. That storm is not looking tornadic right now. Still some gusty winds in these storms approaching Springfield, Illinois. It's around Jacksonville, Illinois. A little bit of rotation in here near Whitehall. Keep an eye on that one. And yeah, there's some strong winds showing up in this cell now through Chesterfield. Pretty close to the radar too, seeing some 65 plus mile an hour winds. That one I'm interested in. Let's see here. A little bit of rotation now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So we're almost too close to the St. Louis radar. So I was looking at it through the tower radar.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And it does show a little bit of rotation in here. The thing about the tower radars is they generally shoot very low to the ground too. So this is low level rotation, basically along I-64 in western St. Louis County. This would be around Shetler Road and 64, and then over towards, this is 141, Missouri Route 141, 270. Keep an eye on this cell just in the St. Louis suburbs. That one is in the severe thunderstorm warning for a tornado possible, but that one could be close to getting a little bit tighter and a little bit better organized. The other area of rotation is down here near Burns Mill, and actually there's a third one down here near Moore's Mill. So a couple areas on that line. The one that's in the more populated area on Chesterfield is interesting.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
definitely needs watching there. That's going to lift right along this edge of the warning polygon.
New information. This severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, we're back to the 45 mile an hour speed. So yeah, we'll keep it at the 50 just in case. Creve Coeur about 6 minutes, and then Clayton 11, University City 13, Jennings and Bellefontaine neighbors about 20 minutes. And if it goes a little bit more easterly, it's lifting a little bit northeast right now, but if it goes more straight east, downtown St. Louis will be about 20 minutes. Probably going to get a tornado warning pretty soon if it stays like that. Seeing a big burst of wind in there too.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, it's right here at 64 and 141, approaching 270.
New information. This snow squall warning has been updated.
So they confirmed the other dangerous snow squall through the Warrensburg Metro. We'll continue to keep an eye on those snow squalls. Yeah, I believe most of Arkansas has a freeze warning tonight, especially I think long and north of 40. Like this whole area in northern Arkansas has a big freeze warning.
Has been updated.
So it's going to get pretty cold there. Rotation now showing also in this cell near Bigelow, so keep an eye on that one. Up towards Conway, Bologna, Mayflower, Maumelle, basically the northern sides of the Little Rock Metro. A little bit of rotation, but also wind and hail showing with that one, quarter-size hail. Hot Springs Village also has a pretty beefy storm to your west with some embedded areas of hail and mostly gusty winds. These are mostly gusty winds. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's back through the Texarkana Metro. We can see that on the radar now, or on the camera. Solid line of storms. Considerable threat now across eastern parts of Texas, coming through the Longview area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Down here is a little interesting. There's a couple embedded areas of rotation too, near Tyler, and then one to the west of Longview. A new
considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, this is a considerable threat for golf ball size hail at 60-mile-an-hour winds. Now, a warning like this, it's a pretty big warning. Not everybody's going to see, probably not even the winds, but definitely not the golf ball size hail. There's a couple pockets in here.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's a couple little embedded kind of supercellular features in here. Those both have a little bit of rotation on them, but those are going to be the cores that have the golf ball size hail as well. So that one is they're generally headed towards the Longview area. The one is north and east of Tyler, Texas. But yeah, not everybody's going to see golf ball size hail in this warning polygon. So some good news there. It's not a super widespread golf ball size hailstorm that would be, millions and billions of dollars of damage. They are going to continue that wind threat out of the West Plains and Alton, Missouri areas. Still kind of in that radar hole, so it's really hard to see what's going on there. And then approaching Cherokee Village, Thayer. Also have cameras at. This is in the Thayer area. Right at Mammoth Spring in Arkansas. So that's the spring actually just off the corner of your screen. This is looking south. So those storms are about to blindside this camera from the right side of the camera. But looks like a beautiful area, right? But it's about to get real stormy there. They are going to warn that storm coming through the Mountain View area again, Fairfield Bay, over towards Batesville, Arkansas. So yeah, pretty solid line of storms. We've lost a few of those tornado warnings. We lost all those tornado warnings in the line of storms. We just got a new tornado warning, and I want to go to that one. It's in Seminole County in Florida. Wow, that one's popped up pretty quick. Nothing in there that's shows the correlation coefficient, but that has really ramped up just in the last couple minutes. Almost a summer-like atmosphere here in Florida today. There's a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and a number of boundaries here. There's the sea breeze boundary, there's old storms, and then it looks like there's a new surge of storms trying to kind of line out and push through this area to the northeast. So where those all kind of interact, the localized storm boundaries, probably a sea breeze, and then the new storm motion off away from this position. That's created a little localized area of rotation. Lake Mary and Flora Heights, Brentwood Grove, Country Club Manor. This is all on the northeast side of the Orlando metro. There's more storms coming towards the Orlando metro, so also watch out for flash flooding. But the severe storms are now north and east sides of Orlando. And yeah, this could put down a quick tornado if it does. It'd be in this area near Greenbrier, Lake Mary, and Brentwood Grove. It's not moving particularly fast. Moving east at 5 miles an hour. So it's almost stationary. Yeah, it'd be right in here near Lake Mary. Just east of the Lake Mary train station. I don't see anything that conclusively says tornado on the ground, but these can be kind of weak sea breeze frontal tornadoes. I did get a new tornado warning now for parts of Arkansas. Conway, Faulkner, Perry, and Pulaski counties. This was that other area of rotation that we were watching. Yeah, it's in here near New Dixie, approaching areas like Conway. And there's US 63 at the Spring River in Thayer. That is coming down now.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So this is a look out of that Conway area, and that's going to be an interesting one. This is looking to the northwest, so the darker skies onto the left of this camera is where that area of circulation is. It looks really humid on all these Conway cameras. I looked at just a couple of them, and it looks very, very humid. These can be hard to see. They're not super cellular, so it's going to be on the leading edge of this cloud structure. So we're not seeing like a big mesocyclone that's, rotating and doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The good news, Angela, it's not going to last crazy long. These are moving through at 50 or 60 miles an hour. Yeah, this circulation is probably going to be wrapped in the rain, just on the leading edge. So back in here where it's dark looking, that's where that circulation would be.
New information. This
not sure we're going to get a great look at it, but we'll see. All right, remember that storm I said was rotating near Missouri, near St. Louis? It now has a tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning central St. Louis County and St. Louis City. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located along. Oh, there's a couple circulations they're going to warn from Olivet down to Sunset City, moving east at 45. And yeah, there's kind of two circulations now I see in here. There's one near Creve Coeur, and then there's a southern one near Sunset Hills that's ramped up in intensity. Yeah, so they're both in here. One's near Creve Coeur and Frontenac, approaching Ladue, Clayton, University City, and downtown St. Louis. The other one is down southwest sides of town, approaching Kirkwood, Webster Groves, Maplewood, and St. Louis. Yeah, just make sure you're, if you got trees around, make sure you shelter pretty closely there in case trees start to come down. Take a look real quick at that. Just showing 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those storms have maybe diminished a little bit. They're not quite as punchy as they looked earlier. Yeah, they're stronger on the northern side, up towards Brandsville, wind damage at the West Plains racetrack. Video report of wind overturning a barn and taking down trees on a home security system near Howell, Missouri at Willow Springs. So yeah, they're a little bit feistier, I think, on the Missouri side of that cluster of storms. Let's go back to St. Louis, and yeah, still a couple areas of circulation in here.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to extend out that tornado warning for Seminole County, Florida.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Another 24 minutes down there for Seminole County, Florida. Yeah, we can see there's two little notch features in here. There's one at Creve Coeur and Clayton, and then there's another one here at near Kirkwood and Crestwood. Those are the two areas that are most likely to produce tornadoes. Those are also moving east at 45, so let's get that tracked out. And we'll track the leading edge of these storms. Really high populated area. Clayton, 5 minutes or less. St. Louis University, that's in the central west end part of St. Louis, about 10 minutes. And then 13 minutes to St. Louis on the riverfront. And this Crestwood one is one that I'm a little more concerned about for wrapping up. It has a pretty tight little area of circulation. Right here over Crestwood, Watson Road. This is I-44. Yeah, that's a pretty tight area of circulation right in there. The other one you can see is at Ladue and Clayton. That's at 141 and I-64. Or sorry, 170 and I-64. It's going to be very hard to detect these because they're both on the leading edge.
Tornado warning has been issued.
Newest tornado warning for Gregg, Harrison, and Upshaw counties in Texas. Back up to 5 tornado warnings after there wasn't a couple there. Let's quickly go to the
New
one in
information.
Florida.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still seeing broad rotation in here around Sanford and Country Club Manor. Looks like it's moved a little bit. Yeah, it's moved a little bit off to the north and east. It's actually moving a little quicker than it was. It's at 15 miles an hour. It might even be closer to 20. That's about to go over Lake Monroe. Could be a water spout if it gets over to that open lake water. That's a pretty big lake. But that is moving towards the northeast around Sanford, Florida. And then Longview, Texas. Tornado safety precautions, Longview, Texas. One of those embedded supercells that we mentioned earlier with the capability of golf ball size hail. Also has rotation in here. Yeah, it's near Gladewater, Texas, approaching Longview, Texas. And that is for Gregg, Harrison, and Upshur counties. That's going to go through the heart of Longview, so safety precautions there. And we'll keep an eye on a couple of those other kind of embedded supercells in this part of the line. Hope, Arkansas, now east of Texarkana. Seeing some gusty winds, embedded supercells. We'll keep an eye on those. Now watching some actual storms going up east of the line. This would be a little bit of an interest. But we do have to keep our eye on here. Some prefrontal convection. That's going to be basically south and east of Little Rock. We'll keep an eye on those storms.
New information. This severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We also have that area of circulation. It's essentially over the southwest sides of Conway, approaching Bell Corner, Central Arkansas University, Bruce Street, and basically downtown Conway. Ooh, do we see that? Hold on a second. I may see the lowering. Let's look at this again. It's a little leading edge lowering right in here. It's really hard to see what exactly that was, but there is a little bit of a lip right in there in the haze. Not saying it's a tornado, but there is a little bit of a lowering in there. That is interesting. That's probably going to get obscured from this camera view, so let's go a little closer. Let's see, right. Too close. Yeah, I don't know if we have a great shot of it. This might be the best shot. You can see the surge of wind coming across the screen there. That's moving real fast, too. That's going to be moving probably at 50 plus miles an hour. You can see this surge of wind coming in right at once. Look at this. So if there's a circulation, it'd be in that rain, just right back wrapped in that rain, which is why these are really dangerous QLCS tornadoes. You really can't see them hardly at all. If it was a little darker, you might be able to see if there's power flashes in there, but otherwise, there could be a tornadic circulation in that rain, but we're just not probably going to see much of it. It's right on the leading edge of that. And that camera is basically right here looking towards that, what's left of that circulation. It's broad and since around Brumley. And then here's the heavy rain now impacting the camera. That's some serious wind. It forced that truck to pull over.
New information. This severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
These are really
New
dangerous conditions
information.
for trucks,
This
too, because
severe
this
thunderstorm
wind
warning
basically
has been
broadsided
updated.
the truck.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Wow. All right, that's a good look at what that squall line has to offer on it. That was a pretty intense squall line. And yeah, that broadside, that truck forced him to pull over real quick. There are potentially some embedded spins in here, but yeah, right there near Conway, it would be impossible, basically, that we saw there with all the heavy wind and precip, unless the circulation went directly over the camera and we were able to see the change of wind direction. It would be impossible to see these little kind of QLCS leading vortices, except in the general there we saw some pretty big burst of wind. Hey Edward, how's it going? Cruise on the Mississippi. That's on my bucket list. Depending on, I mean, they're going to get storms. The whole Mississippi River from St. Louis down to New Orleans is likely going to get storms tonight, but I'd rather be on the river than be like in the ocean. Let's see. We have new warnings while we look at that Conway storm that they re-upped. Birch Tree, Winona, down to Alton and Thayer in Missouri. There's our Thayer camera. It's already clearing out a little bit there. So this area of circulation is the really frustrating radar hole. It appears to be in that area around Alton. Sorry, had something in my throat there. Yeah, it's actually being warned as a line capable of producing straight line wind and tornadoes, which is probably a good idea since we really can't see what's going on at the ground level. Before we lose this, because once you're through this line, pretty much your severe weather ends, except for if you want to count snow squalls as severe weather, within about 130 miles, we have tornado warnings over St. Louis, snow squalls over Sedalia, Missouri, which I kind of consider them to be severe because they do actually cause travel conditions to go downhill very fast. But probably won't get snow squalls down to Thayer. So I do want to show you. Look how beautiful that spring is now that we're behind the line of storms. You can see the turquoise waters of the Mammoth Spring. This is Mammoth Spring right here. This circular top pool, and then there's little waterfalls that extend down into the the lower lakes and stuff. But beautiful. If you get a chance to drive through there, that's US 63 at Mammoth Spring, and it's a beautiful state park. Arkansas has actually a really extensive network of state parks. All right. Two tornadic circulations we've been following around the St. Louis area. One is just north of town. This is on I-70 near the McKinley Bridge. And this could be producing a tornado. It's really hard to tell. We're on the leading edge of the circulation, or of the storm cluster. There's definitely damaging winds in here, but there are some CC lowerings that are interesting. This could be a tornadic CC lowering, but it could also be the damaging winds that are kicking up dust and debris, because it's not a super deep correlation coefficient drop like we would see with a stronger tornado, pretty close to the radar site, but there is CC lowering in here, so this could be a tornado in progress. It's just really hard to tell. There is definitely damaging winds in that cluster of storms. And then the other one is south of St. Louis on the southern side of the city, from Lemay up to Cahokia Hills. That one may make its way up to East St. Louis. Yeah, two little notch features in there, very prominently featured. St. Louis does not need more tornadoes. They got hit really hard in the spring of last season. There are cameras at the St. Louis Arch. I'm looking at those right now. They face east-west, though, and these two circulations are north and south. The Arch is literally downtown St. Louis. One camera faces this way, so you can see the squall line coming in, and one camera faces to the east, where you can't see much. Those tornadic circulations, if they're in here, one's there, and one's there. It's this one is a little bit more concerning. It's a little bit stronger right now. And yeah, it does have a little bit of a CC lowering with it. Yeah, it feeds the Spring River right there, right? Obviously they're going to extend that tornado warning through Edwardsville, Collinsville, Fairview Heights, O'Fallon, north of Bellevue or Belleville, and then Cahokia Heights, Granite City. Yeah, I can't really see anything from both of the St. Louis cameras as far as those two tornado warned, or the two sections of this tornado warned storm. They're both about to cross the Mississippi River. Yeah, this one could be producing. I still see a CC lowering with it, and there's a little bit of a thumb feature that sticks out. This one I don't see anything like that. So this one could be very close to producing if it's not currently near Granite City. That's going to be Pontoon Beach, about 9 minutes, Glen Carbon 15, Edwardsville 19, Marine 28, Highland,
New information.
Illinois
This severe
34.
considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then let me get the southern one a little bit closer. Especially if it takes more of an easterly jog. Collinsville, about 15 minutes. Washington Park, 7. Centerville, 4 minutes or less. Fairview Heights and O'Fallon, Illinois, about 15 minutes. Lebanon and Summerfield, about 25. They both could produce tornadoes. They both could produce tornadoes, but this northern one is the more concerning one I have right now. And yeah, Pontoon Beach, 5 minutes or less. Glen Carbon, 10. Troy, Missouri, or Troy, Illinois, 17. And if it holds together, Pocahontas, about 41.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to tell, at least on radar with these little QLCS circulations, if that's tornadic debris that we're seeing or if it's just wind debris. It's picking up something: dust, twigs, leaves.
This tornado warning
not
has
particularly
been
heavy, but not a heavy correlation coefficient drop, so it's likely not. If it is producing, it's not likely a strong tornado, but it could be producing a tornado. And those can intensify very quickly. Tree down, Washington, Missouri. Tree down, Union. Tree down in Sullivan. We'll see a lot of tree down reports, but another strong storm coming through Park Hills, Bonne Terre, Farmington, out towards St. Genevieve and St. Mary, Missouri. We have a considerable threat for damaging winds and embedded QLCS tornadoes. Van Buren down to Doniphan, Missouri. As this gets out onto the Mississippi River Delta, we'll be able to get a better look at this with the Paducah radar. So I'm kind of curious, like everybody else, what actually is going on in that storm. We just won't see that for quite a while. And still looks like pretty windy conditions here. Saw a line of storms now, Cherokee Flats, and now approaching Ravenden Springs and Imboden through Batesville, South Side, and then still have that tornado warning storm now east of Conway. There I'm seeing a couple circulations, but not seeing the correlation coefficient drop, so that likely is not producing right now.
New information, this snow squall warning has been updated.
Watching that storm north of Pine Bluff. That one is going up a little bit sheared. Yeah, this could be a problem right here. These couple cells are going up sheared. Particularly that one is one to watch. England, south of Little Rock. New warning there for Malvern. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We're probably not get to all the severe thunderstorm warnings just because we have tornado warnings ongoing. So if you're in a warning, just take your safety precautions, lowest level, into your room, away from windows.
New information.
Don't be on the phone or in a bathtub or doing stuff like that, and just hunker down for a few minutes, let the wind and lightning and thunder get by you. Yeah, that's a supercell there with some large hail and potential tornado around Longview, Texas. And then now new severe warnings down to Rusk and Natchitoches and Wells, Texas. And we'll probably see new storms even going up around Bryan.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This whole system is unzipping. And we still have new confirmed snow squall warnings: Sedalia, Warrensburg, Marshall, Keatsville, Carlton, Chillicothe, up towards about Kirksville, Missouri.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, you can tell there's some wintry precip in this because you can see all the speckly patterns. That's definitely a rain-snow mix in western Missouri. I just want to note that this looks very similar to how the model projections looked in a fairly similar time frame. Watching all these, we don't have any warnings yet, but we do have some prefrontal cells going up. Southern Illinois, western Kentucky, north and western Tennessee. We'll keep an eye on those ones for you too. And once again, if you're just joining us, we got a number of tornado warnings. The ones in the St. Louis area are obviously concerning because they have really high populations, but this one is particularly interesting. It has had a correlation coefficient with it for a couple minutes. It's not a deep correlation coefficient, but it may be producing a tornadic circulation or damaging winds as it's coming through Granite City, around Horseshoe Lake State Park, over towards Maryville, Illinois, Troy, Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, Marine, and Highland. We've lost a little bit of that circulation on this. Oh, there's a couple in here. Wow. Oh, no. That's a lot of circulations in here. There's one near Cahokia Heights. There's one now east of Oakville, Missouri. One or two there near Waterloo. They'll probably, if I would guess, based on what they've done in similar situations,
new information.
They'll probably just end up warning this whole line segment for tornado warning. And that's probably the right idea. You wouldn't want to have like this area could have like potentially like overlapping tornado warnings, and that would just get way too confusing. It's probably better just to warn this whole line segment. And I'm going to say if you're anywhere east of this, you want to get basically your tornado safe space, lowest level, into your room. Belleville, Swansea, O'Fallon, Fairview Heights, Mascoutah, Waterloo, Redbud, Illinois, Collinsville, Illinois. The strongest of the circulations is still this area between Granite City and Collinsville. That's the one that we just kind of explored. Could be producing a tornado, but any of these could produce at any minute. Yeah, there are probably in this little line segment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Indicated tornado warning has been issued.
5 potential tornadic circulations. Areas around Farmington Hill or Farmington and Park Hills. There's your circulation right in here, just east of Park Hills. It's going to be moving towards Bloomdale and St. Genevieve, Missouri. Newest warning there. And that is for St. Genevieve and St. Francois County in Illinois.
Warning has been issued.
Near Delage, moving east at 50. And that is one good thing. We have not had many storms that aren't moving east at like 45 or 50. Puts it into St. Genevieve in about 27 minutes, Bloomdale 18, and areas like Rocky Ridge Ranch about 14 minutes. And then I just want to go up again.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And just get this whole line segment put out here towards the east. Edwardsville, about 16 minutes. Collinsville, 7. Fairview Heights, 9. O'Fallon, Illinois, 13. Belleville, about 14 minutes. Mascoutah, 24. And then Breeze, 37. Pocahontas, 39. Again, if you're out in front of that line segment, just hunker like a tornado. Take your tornado safety precautions.
New information.
The good news is it's a one and done here. This won't last that long. And then you get potentially some grapple behind this. It's kind of like little tiny hail, but soft hail, less than pea sized. Potentially some grapple, and then you might get some snow showers. We've lost our Arkansas tornado warnings. So that's a good thing right now. I would guess we'll get some back in a couple minutes. Yeah, this cell is coming up around Whitehall and the Pine Bluff Arsenal. Still watching also our Minnesota area, blizzard conditions, Iowa, parts of Illinois, and then parts of Minnesota and Wisconsin.
Has been updated.
The wind is definitely shaking there. And then we haven't had to use it yet, but Tennessee, it looks like a really nice afternoon there, except for the gusty winds. But it's dry and warm out ahead of these storms. Starting to see those storms build back here towards Paducah and the Mississippi River. So we will be keeping an eye on Tennessee as the evening continues.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Yeah, they've trimmed some of that tornado warning off of the Ogden County area. Still seeing those tornado warnings ongoing for Van Buren down to Donovan, Missouri. Seeing if we got any new damage reports. They have now dropped the tornado watch. All of northwest Arkansas, Bentonville, Fayetteville over to Mountain Home, Fort Smith over to Russellville, and then down to the areas just north of Texarkana, basically west of Hot Springs. You guys are clear of that. And then also areas around Sulphur Springs, Pleasant, Mount Pleasant, Texas, and really Texarkana, east or west of Texarkana, out towards Paris, Texas, McCurtain County, Oklahoma. You guys are all clear of that severe weather. Again, though, if you're out here in the plains, there are some areas that have fire conditions and also gusty winds. There are 40, 50 mile an hour gusty winds and also some blowing snow across western parts of Missouri with several confirmed snow squalls. So please continue to stay safe, especially if you got to drive later tonight. We saw most of these were tree down reports. Let's go back to our areas that are more focused tornadically. See, I'm not seeing that correlation coefficient drop anymore, so that's interesting. That may have produced a brief tornado somewhere here in northern parts of St. Louis over towards Granite City. Wouldn't be surprised if it did, just based on the correlation coefficient. Seeing some hail in that storm too. But yeah, back here is when it was interesting. It was producing, it looks like maybe a brief tornado near North Venice. And then the CC got really messy, but Horseshoe Lake, like this area right in here, State Route 162. And that's kind of broadened back out. Oh, that was it near Pontoon Beach. Actually, it may be back. Ooh, that's close. That may be back to producing near Pontoon Beach. And then we have a number of other tornado warnings. They are now all east of downtown St. Louis. So St. Louis, you're free of the tornado warnings. That's all of St. Louis City and St. Louis County, as well as Jefferson County, like Hillsborough, Festus, Pacific. Those areas are all done. These are new tornado warnings for the eastern part of the metro area. So Valmeyer towards Waterloo, called you guys a few minutes ago, Freeburg, New Athens, and then out towards Lensburg.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, so they're not all producing, but those are the possible areas of circulation. One south of Edwardsville, between Edwardsville and Collinsville. One between St. Louis and Fairview Heights, Illinois. One west of Bellevue. And then a couple there around the Waterloo, Illinois area. North and west of Redbud. And then the other one there is between Park Hills and will head towards the St. Genevieve area in Missouri. Again, they're not all producing. They all have the potential for some tornadic circulations. These are the QLCS type circulations that can be, they can ramp up in a very quick notice. They can produce a quick, sometimes even strong tornado, and then they ramp down very quickly. And then new ones will kind of circulate and pop up. They're not the traditional supercellular tornadoes that we can track over miles and miles and miles. They tend to be fairly short-lived. But yeah, new ones will pop up in their place. It becomes a bit of a whack-a-mole type of game, and they can be very hard to detect on radar too, because sometimes they can spin up between radars, or between radar scans, and then other times they don't show a lot of correlation coefficient sometimes, and because they're on the leading edge of the storms, right where the clouds and the precip start. So unlike a supercellular tornado where there's sometimes a little bit more clear location of where it is, these can be really tricky to find. They also tend to be on the lower level side. They're not tend to be having like large mesocyclones that go up thousands and thousands of feet. So I haven't really ignored this area, but we just can't see these storms essentially here in south central parts of Missouri, Van Buren down to Doniphan. They're just too far from the radar site, which is probably why they're being warned right now too. We just don't know what's going on in these storms unless we get spotter reports. We know there's damaging winds. We know earlier there were circulations, but it's really hard to see those low-level QLCS style circulations. Severe warned storms through Ravenden Springs and Imboden towards Pocahontas and Maynard and Biggers. We see those strong storms through Cave City, approaching Concord. And then now near the Cersei area.
Tornado warning has been updated.
Those don't look quite as significantly. That one earlier,
New information.
We saw
this severe
was wrapped up decently tight near Conway. That one doesn't look as imminently tornadic. Watching a couple stronger cells here near Pine Bluff. This one is starting to rotate near the Pine Bluff Arsenal, north of Whitehall, so keep an eye on this one. Moving more easterly, so towards Humphrey, Stugart. That is a nasty cell. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a tornado warning soon.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then we have a really strong storm now to the south of Texarkana. That one does not look great. That is an embedded supercell that's trying to rotate. It'd be coming towards Oil City, Caddo Lake, and Mooringsport. Keep an eye on those storms. And then we lost our tornado warning. Some embedded supercells in here, Longview, down to Kilgore, and then all the way down through Crockett and Grapevine, or Grapeland. And we can see along the cold front here, all the way through Austin. Not storms yet, but there's the cold front right here. So these storms are all right along the cold front. Makes them a little bit harder to sustain mesocyclones, which is why right now in Texas, they're mostly damaging wind and large hail threats. Up here, there's a few more of these little embedded supercells. We do have to watch these. There's kind of like 3 of them in here. Those are more interesting. That storm that we just talked about is going to get a considerable threat tag for 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail, and we'll have to watch rotation in that cell too. It's not rotating quite yet, but that could be a dangerous cell. Blanchard, Mooringsport, and Oil City in Louisiana.
Destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
See, we're starting to lose the rotation on this northern edge. The stronger of the rotations just a few minutes ago is now significantly weaker than it was. I put it back in motion. You can see how it was a lot tighter and brighter near Glen Carbon. And then that was at 5:15, so about 10 minutes ago. It's quite a bit broader now, just in the areas near Troy and Coon Station. At the same time, this other one near Waterloo and Smithton has increased in intensity a little bit. So yeah, keeping an eye on a few areas of rotation in here. And I want to check our other one near St. Genevieve.
Severe, considerable destructive
that one has seemed to broaden out a little bit, and we're not seeing that notch feature in there. Continue to stay in your safe place, though, St. Genevieve County in Missouri. And then we're also getting some severe storms all the way up into Springfield, Illinois. This one has some broad rotation in it, but it does have a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. It's coming through Rochester, Edinburgh, Riverton, Mechanicsburg, and areas down towards Taylorville, Illinois. There's a little bit of a kind of a bookend vortex in here. It's an area of rotation, but it's more like a localized low pressure than a tornadic rotation.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
They can sometimes produce their own tornadoes, especially on the leading edge. So we may get a few additional QLCS tornadoes if those can tighten up here. And every once in a while, the little mesovortice thing can also produce. So keep an eye on that one. That also does accentuate the wind. That'll be north and east towards the Decatur area in a little while. And then storms, not severe warned, but some strong storms with gusty winds all the way up to Chicago.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We've lost our tornado warnings around the Orlando area. Yeah, those storms have significantly weakened. Still some stronger storms across parts of Florida. Looks like right now most of our tornado warnings here are east of St. Louis and south of St. Louis into parts of eastern Missouri and now southwestern parts of Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But yeah, not seeing quite as many tight circulations. We are a little bit, we will get progressively further from the radar, but I think some of this has weakened. You can see there's more of a line of wind change in direction versus a tight area of rotation. Still, there is a broad area near Edwardsville, and that was north of Troy, on the north side of Troy. And then this area down here near Waterloo also has a couple circulations. Although that and the last scan has also broadened some, so that's a good sign there. We're about to move into our newer area of tornado watch across southern and eastern parts of Illinois. And yeah, areas like Bloomington, Clinton, Decatur, Urbana, Charleston, Effingham, Marshall, Illinois, all under a tornado watch for another 4.5 hours. They're going to add the areas around Redbud and Sparta into a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Again, a couple areas of circulation. There's the tornado warned circulation, but there's a couple others in here near Fultz and Prairie du Rocher. Keep an eye on those coming up towards Redbud. Looks like that truck is finally moving on. That probably scared him quite a bit. That wind came up and rocked that truck pretty good. Areas around Doniphan, new tornado warning here. And yeah, as these get a little closer to the Paducah radar, we should be able to see a little bit more into them. But there is rotation showing up to the west and south of Doniphan and approaching areas around Naylor. In Missouri, this is southern Ripley County.
New information, this severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated. A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
It's going to put it into Doniphan in about 10 minutes, Naylor 23, and if it holds together, Neelyville in about 30 minutes. We'll keep an eye on those ones. A couple dangerous storms around the areas there in southeast Missouri. Quarter-size hail, and I'm surprised this doesn't have a tornado possible tag on it. There is broad rotation showing up in kind of a supercellish looking thing. I can see there's a little bit of a hook in here. It's a little bit elongated. It hasn't really localized yet. But that's definitely one to watch, as it's around the areas around Sherrill, Arkansas, and Humphrey, Stuttgart. Those areas might have a bit of a tornado threat coming up if that can intensify. There's also the Selda, it's south and west, also has some rotation in it. So keep an eye on a couple of these.
A new snow squall warning has been issued.
A new snow squall warning too. And then also looking back here, more of a gusty wind threat. Benton, Bryant, and Sheridan, Arkansas. $50 size hail to locally ping pong ball size hail is possible. This cell now being warned for lime size hail around Oil City. That is a nasty storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, let's take a look at some of these. This is down by that storm, basically at the state line at Arkansas, looking towards those storms. So looking towards Vivian and Oil City, Louisiana.
Has been issued.
Keep an eye on that one. Again, not really rotating yet, but it's definitely a supercell with some very large hail. And then I do want to also take a look here. Storms coming through Little Rock. They aren't severe warned, but there is some gusty winds in these. Most of that wind is through the east side of Little Rock. And here's a look at exit 165 on the east side of Little Rock, so we can see those storms coming up from that area. Probably move this camera in a few minutes. That is starting to localize a little bit near Sherrill, so we'll keep a very close eye on that storm. But yeah, there's a pretty good handful of storms across Arkansas that mean business. And there's that one look at the that storm around Oil City. Here's the one I wanted. This is at Lone Oak, looking to the southwest towards that area. That is interesting. Yeah, there's the Lone Oak area. So we'll keep an eye on that part of the state there in kind of east central Illinois, or in Arkansas. I do want to go up to Illinois here in a minute. Walnut Ridge, severe storm there with 70-mile-an-hour wind. A little bit of rotation on the southern side of that too, coming up your way.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Again, tornado warnings continue there for Ripley County in Missouri around Doniphan. Not seeing as much rotation in the storm north of Doniphan. I think they're going to let that expire in about 10 minutes and take it over with a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning for Piedmont, Greenville, Williamsville.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
New tornado warning here in Illinois. It's for those couple areas of circulation. One is just north of St. Genevieve. There's another near Redbud. That's for Monroe, Randolph, and St. Clair counties in Illinois. So again, if you're anywhere in this warning polygon, there's a couple different areas of circulation, and you need to take your tornado safety precautions. Low level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Sparta, Coulterville, Steelville, Lensburg, Marissa. Check our other tornado warned storms in the St. Louis area. Near Smithton and Freeburg, that's an interesting storm with a area of rotation there. Pretty tight.
This tornado warning has been updated.
And then it also looks like our area of circulation near Marine and Highland has also kind of retightened. It's wrapped up here in the rain, approaching areas around Pocahontas, Kaufman, Grant Fork. Not as tight as it was earlier, but keep an eye on that one. And then there are a couple other circulations to watch now near Mount Olive, Illinois, and south of Staunton, Illinois. Approaching areas around Litchfield. Those could potentially have some quick spin-up tornadoes. That is for Bond and Montgomery counties in south central Illinois. And then considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through the Springfield, Illinois metro. Those are going to ride along I-72 towards the Decatur metro. So keep an eye on that one. Springfield, Illinois here, Decatur over on the right. That is a pretty good surge of wind coming down I-72. We're also decently close to that radar, so getting a pretty good look at those storms. Strong, potentially marginally severe storms from basically Springfield north to Bloomington, and then strong storms, not quite as strong or severe across the Chicago metro. South of Bloomington and Peoria, Urbana, Champaign, and Danville, we have tornado watches that go to the Indiana state line.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
New severe thunderstorm warnings around Magnolia for ping pong ball-sized hail. A severe warning cell near Waldo. Good news is these are all south of the interstate there. We have this one, considerable lime-sized hail coming towards Oil City with also some damaging winds. Not quite rotating strongly enough to get a tornado warning, but keeping an eye on this nasty supercell embedded in the line. And then there are a bunch of supercells, potentially with localized ping pong ball-sized hail across eastern Texas. We can see that cold front extending down through the Austin metro. Here comes that cold front. It'll get all the way down into areas into South Texas around Houston later this evening. A couple already storm reports coming in. Collinsville 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Storm warning has been issued
by a TV meteorologist in their vehicle. So they may have a chase vehicle. 60-mile-an-hour winds in St. Francois County in Farmington. So it's a good 60 to 65-mile-an-hour wind producer. Unless you're around these tornadic circulations, then your winds are going to increase even more. And again, even if you don't get a tornado warning, on the very southern side, the little RFD surge on the southern side of these circulations can also produce localized damaging winds.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And again, if we're not getting to you, it's just because there's so much going on. There's a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings, especially if you're in areas with trees. You want to take those and basically treat them very similar to tornado warnings. We also have snow squall warnings we've been checking in on periodically. Carthage, Mount Vernon, Joplin, Monette, and just north of Neosho, Missouri, in southwest Missouri. Let's see here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, there is definitely some wintry precip in this precipitation field. We can also switch to our
new information
here. Not showing it great, but this is kind of mixed rain, snow, slop across the western parts of Missouri. And they have added a tornado possible tag for areas around Lincoln. This is really close to the radar site, so we can see really cleanly these little areas of circulation.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And Lincoln's Weather Service office is really busy. They just added a new tornado warning for this cell near Dawson, Illinois. Tornado warnings are coming hot and heavy here, so we're going to try and get to everybody. Haven't seen any confirmed tornado warnings yet, so that's a good sign. But like we said earlier, these QLCS circulations are really hard to confirm. And a lot of times by the time you do, it's already weakened. But yeah, that is a distinct area of circulation just east of Spalding, near Dawson, Illinois. That's going to be coming up towards Mount Pulaski. Logan and Sangamon counties. Yep, that's the warning for that. You'll see there on the bottom of your screen. Logan and Sangamon counties in Illinois.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's going to put it into Lake Fork in about 10 minutes, Mount Pulaski in 15, and Chestnut in 22 minutes. There is also another little circulation in here near Lake Fork, so keep an eye on both of those. Couple different circulations. There's a couple also near Atlanta, Illinois, along Highway 66 and I-55 between Lincoln and Bloomington, Illinois. For those parts of Illinois, it's not the same type of tornadoes you guys had a week ago. These are quick-hitting, very hard to track kind of tornadoes, the QLCS line-embedded tornadoes versus last week in Illinois. We had some really mature supercells producing long-track tornadoes.
This special marine warning has been updated.
Freeburg, New Athens, and Redbud continue to take tornado safety precautions there. This is a number of tornado warnings. Now, basically over and north of St. Genevieve. There's a little bit still in here, right on the Mississippi River. But Redbud, Sparta, Halterville, Steelville, and then up towards Mascoutah and Belleville, Illinois. Number of circulations there. I don't see anything distinct on the CC, but again, you could get a tornado within radar scans. It doesn't show that. And then Doniphan, Missouri, still a radar indicated tornado warning there. They're going to extend out a severe thunderstorm warning through Neelyville. This is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible. Ripley County and Butler County in southeast Missouri. And yeah, rotation broadly in here south of Doniphan, especially on the south side of Doniphan. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds coming towards the area around. I think I saw some pretty good lightning there off to the side of that Lone Oak camera. Around Walnut Springs, Hoxie, Black Rock, and that actually is now going to get a tornado warning. So there we go there. Yeah, there looks like a circulation developing in this storm. Ooh, that's not good at all. That's near Minturn and Lindsay. And we've actually seen a tornado on that camera, I think at Minturn. Here is that storm. That is looking at basically that tornadic circulation.
This tornado warning has been updated.
I want to blow that up too and see what we can see here. Definitely a shelf cloud. That is one thing. But there's your area of circulation. It's near Minturn, moving up towards Walnut Ridge, College City, Hoxie, and that is for Jackson, Lawrence, and Randolph counties in Arkansas. A storm capable of producing a tornado was located over Alicia, or 8 miles south of Lake Charles City State Park, moving northeast at 55.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And similar to our other cells that we've looked at, this would be on the leading edge.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Maybe just off our screen, but it'd be along this leading edge. We can see basically a shelf cloud and this arc of the bottom of the cloud here. Minturn is just off this screen, basically under the R dot logo. So keeping an eye on this cell that's coming up towards Hoxie, Walnut Ridge. Yeah, that is a nasty cell.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Just kind of checking everything else out. Let me check those supercells that were going up around Stuttgart. I do want to check those real quick. And then we'll get back to the tornado warnings. Still has some rotation in it, but it has not really tightened up. Those are two supercells, though. And this whole area has some shear in it. We can see those sickle cell shapes. But particularly these two, the one near Whitehall and then the one near Stuttgart, Arkansas, are both storms that I've been kind of watching the last few minutes. They both have some broad rotation, but not imminently tornadic on those. They're now pushing the severe warning through BB and down towards Lone Oak.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You can see those storms closing in. We saw some pretty good lightning on that camera just a few minutes ago. That'll go through Brinkley and DeVal's Bluff, Hazen, Arkansas.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then let's go back to our cell near Mount Pleasant, Illinois. A couple different circulations in here. And also one to the north near Atlanta, Illinois. That's interesting.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Those are capable of producing some 60-mile-an-hour winds as they head towards Decatur, and losing a
new
little bit of
severe
the punch
thunderstorm
now
warning has
across
been issued.
west central Illinois, Litchfield, down to Greenville. A couple circulations in there, but no longer tornado warned. Tornado possible tag. And then same for that area to the areas around Highland, some broad circulation there. New Athens and this area down near Lensburg are
New
interesting.
information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Really hard to see exactly what's going on in those. I don't see anything on the ground right there, but that one is an interesting one. Okay, they've confirmed and observed this one.
A new observed tornado warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
The camera's getting rocked pretty good there. Observed tornado, this is confirmed over Minturn or near Hoxie, moving northeast at 55. We may be on the outer edge of that. I don't know. Might be just off our camera. Let's see. Continue to stay in your safe place there. Hoxie, Walnut Ridge. I think it's basically over our camera. It's going to be on the leading edge of this storm. Maybe right in here. See these little wispies? This may be a bowl-shaped funnel right in here.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It is potentially right over our camera's positions here. And it's rocking pretty good. This is a tornado on the ground. I don't have a great confirmation of it, but it's a little bit of a gust. It could be right in here. Again, it's not a supercellular tornado, so it's really hard to see like a defined mesocyclone. There is dust getting kicked up right in here.
This tornado warning has been updated.
So I wouldn't be surprised if that's it. And this camera that's underneath that is rocking and rolling
tornado warning has been issued
really strongly the last couple minutes. There's potentially another circulation south of here. There's a kind of a line of a couple different circulations. There's one potentially just south of there. Not seeing anything really clear on the debris signature.
This tornado warning has been updated.
But that would also check out if it's just more of a dusty, wispy thing. And yeah, this may be it, kind of right in here, this little bowl shape. That is interesting. That is real interesting. Watching the, I think we have two circulations in here. There's one.
Has been issued.
Let me zoom this over a little bit. There's one in here near Hoxie. That's the one that's on our camera. And then there is another circulation to the south that's also strengthening near Sedgwick, Fontaine, Walnut Corner, Light, Walcott. Everybody down there needs to keep in your tornado safe space. But yeah, that may have been the wispy, dusty thing on our camera there.
New information. This severe, considerable, destructive thunderstorm.
Yeah, the one underneath that is rocking and rolling. And these Arkansas DOT cameras are generally really stable.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Here comes the wind and rain on both of these. That is extended out through Paragould, Arkansas, Marmaduke, Rector, and Zenith. Again, observed tornado there. That is for Greene, Craighead, Clay, and Dunklin counties.
New information. this severe
We're
thunderstorm
going to lose the
warning has
shot
been
of that.
updated.
Confirm the tornado was over Minturn or near Hoxie. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. That was probably it. It's really hard for us to see, but that was likely it. Let me see if we have any storm chasers in that area.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
That may have been it. Area's getting rocking and rolling pretty hard now. But yeah, if
New
it's in here, it's just north of
severe
Walnut Ridge,
thunderstorm warning has
near
been
College
updated.
City, and then, yeah, watching that other circulation down near Sedgwick.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Seeing reports of a snow squall in the Joplin area. And despite it being like 60 something degrees in Joplin a few hours ago, looks like snow is sticking to at least the grassy surfaces there. So that shows you how crazy of a temperature drop behind this line of storms. Yeah, Joplin is under a snow squall warning. Again, snow squall warning, treat it very similar to, at least when you're driving, similar to a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to get a big burst of snow and wind, and that's going to reduce your visibility driving. This is along 44 from the state line at Joplin and Seneca to areas around Mount Vernon. So I would hold off and just let the snow squall move through. Very similar how you would kind of let a severe thunderstorm move through before you keep driving.
New information, this severe thunderstorm...
They're going to extend out these tornado warnings for Oakaville, Nashville, Irvington, Coulterville, Pinckneyville, and Tamora. You can see the areas of circulation in here. Let's see. Really hard to see what exactly is going in and on those, but continue to stay in your safe places there. That's for areas in southwest parts of Illinois. That's Clinton and Washington counties in Illinois. Let me put this back in the box. There it goes. Not going to see much, I don't think, from there. That's wind and rain, but here we go into Illinois, Clinton and Washington counties. Yeah, that's the big county there with Nashville, Carlisle, and Central City.
This tornado warning has been updated.
And then we also have Perry County in south central Illinois. Take a look up here. This area of circulation is north of Mount Pulaski. It's going to be in that area just to the east of Lincoln.
New information. This severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They've dropped those tornado warnings near Doniphan and Poplar Bluff. So strong storms coming in. Tornado possible with any of those. Corning, Arkansas to the areas just south and west of Poplar Bluff. And then still our observed tornado warning for the areas around Paragold. Oh, again, if we saw it there as a weak tornado and not seeing anything really standing out on the correlation coefficient, so that's a good sign. Yeah, if it's in here, it's going to be just to the east of Walnut Ridge around Light and Whiskerville, approaching Beech Grove, Paragold. And then there's another circulation also near Sedgwick, which is a little bit closer into the areas like Bono. Let me see if we have, I think we do have a camera, but it points, both point southbound. Our closest look towards the Bono area. It's probably a little too far away to see, but we'll keep an eye on that one. Still stay in your safe place if you're in the Walnut Ridge area. A few more minutes, and then you'll be good to go after that one. Severe thunderstorm warning for southern parts of Missouri: Marble Hill, Jackson, and Bloomfield. Not seeing as much circulation in here. What I do see is this is starting to bow out pretty good. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions, but this could be some 60+ mile an hour winds,
A new severe
potentially
thunderstorm
70
warning
mile an
has
hour
been
winds.
issued.
That would be from Carlisle down to Nashville and then Pinckneyville in Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New severe warnings going out Bollinger, Butler, Cape Girardeau, Scott, and Stoddard counties in Missouri. And then also new severe thunderstorm warning for Bossier, Claiborne, and Webster parishes in Louisiana.
New information: this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's for that supercell,
A
a
new severe
lime-sized hail
thunderstorm
potentially
warning
coming
has
into the
been
north
issued.
sides of Shreveport. That one has weakened a little bit, just looking at it on radar. Also seeing some strong storms coming through Carthage, Texas. Some of these are embedded supercells. We do have to watch for rotation. Natchitoches, Texas, down through Lufkin, Trinity, Texas, and then south of Bryan,
A new
Texas.
radar indicated tornado warning
Storms
has
filling
been
in to the
issued.
north and west of Houston. So keep an eye on Houston earlier or later.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They are going to add that new tornado warning back for that cell near Lincoln and the Decatur area. And there's a couple circulations still in here near Bakerville. These are both tucked up in the rain, so please don't try and go see these. Near Bakerville or near Chestnut, moving
New
east-northeast,
information: this tornado
Turnbridge,
warning
Weldon,
has been updated.
Maroa, Forsyth, Warrensburg, and Argenta. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Just updating a couple of settings, that way we don't go too crazy here.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still seeing some circulation here near Oakaville in Illinois, but that area is more of a damaging wind threat at the moment. From Carlisle, Nashville, Pinckneyville, down to areas just north of Chester in Illinois.
New information, this tornado warning
We
has
are
been
also
updated.
seeing a new tornado warning here for areas around Fredericktown and Sedgwickville. This is in parts of
A new
Missouri,
severe thunderstorm
in
warning has been
Bollinger
issued.
County, Missouri. That's in southeast Missouri. Patton and Alliance are going to be in that warning polygon, as well as Sedgwickville. A little bit of still far away from the radar site to see exactly what's in this storm. But this storm coming out of the area around Marquand has an area of rotation to it.
This severe thunderstorm
And then
warning has
looking
been
down here,
updated.
Marble Hill to Bloomfield, severe storms. We may have seen a tornado on this storm as it crossed
this
near
severe
Hoxie.
considerable destructive thunderstorm
It still
warning
has
been
an area of
updated.
circulation actually that's intensified. Still not seeing a correlation coefficient with it, but it's coming towards Beech Grove, Stonewall, Marmaduke, Rector, and Boydsville in Arkansas. Continue to take your tornado safety precautions there.
New information.
That
This
is
severe
an observed
considerable
tornado again
destructive
for
thunderstorm
Craighead,
warning has been updated.
Clay, and Dunklin counties. That's a really dangerous storm. So also there's some broad
New
rotation
information.
in that
This
southern
severe
edge of the storm near
thunderstorm warning has
Bono.
been updated.
This camera looks towards the Bono area, and it's hard to see. We're a little further away, but there's kind of the leading edge of that shelf, and that would be where the circulation would be hiding. These aren't like tucked up in like traditional supercells. They're on the leading edge of the
New information. This
of the
severe
tornadic
thunderstorm
circulations
warning has been updated.
on the leading edge of these storms. Solid storms coming through the Jonesboro area, tornado possible
A
tag.
new severe thunderstorm
Keeping
warning has
an
been
eye on
issued.
this area near Cache that is picked up. This is actually just near our camera. Yeah, we'll
A
stay
new
with that camera.
considerable destructive
But that
thunderstorm
area
warning
is
has been
picking up
issued.
in rotation a little bit, just west of the Jonesboro area, so we'll keep an eye on you guys pretty tightly here. And then, yeah, thanks. It's, yeah, you're good, Angela. If you're up there in northern Arkansas, right, Salem, Cherokee Village, you guys are done with the severe weather. Just watch out for slippery sidewalks and stuff later, because that flash freeze is a real thing. We got a new tornado warning also for that cell near Stuttgart and also the cell near Altheimer. These are north of the Pine Bluff Metro. Again, there's two kind of little supercells. They're kind of tag teamed along here in central parts of Arkansas. They both have circulations. They're not super tight right now, but south of Stuttgart, please take your tornado warnings. And a bunch of other cells are going up near Monticello. Some areas of rotation there. Areas around Camden, those are mostly just damaging winds approaching El Dorado. And then we also have our Shreveport storm. It's a little bit weaker right now. It looks like the cold front has undercut that. You can see out in front of it. So that's going to lower the hail chances as well as the chance for a tornado coming into the Shreveport metro. Still being warned for lime-sized hail, but I believe that hail is coming down. So that's a good sign. A little worried about this area around Natchitoches, Texas. That area is picking up. Not seeing a ton of rotation, but that is a nasty supercell. Likely some embedded ping pong ball sized hail with that cell. And then also watching cells all the way down into Texas. Let's go back up to our northernmost tornado warning. This is that area around Decatur and just north of Decatur. Seeing some rotation still in here around Kenny. Looks like that second area has backed off some. And there also is a circulation near Waynesville, Illinois. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a warning soon. That's coming up towards Hayworth, Illinois.
Has been updated.
And yeah, that's a pretty nasty cell there.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Here, they backed that down to radar indicated for the cell around Paragould. But still seeing a pretty strong storm coming into the Jonesboro metro. This camera's about to get rocking and rolling some pretty heavy winds.
Has been updated.
Let me see here. Let me check on something.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, let me see if that works. That might quiet it down a little bit. Just there's a lot of warnings going on, so we can quiet down the warning alerts a little bit. That'd be good. New severe thunderstorm warning: Augusta des Arcs down to Deval's Bluff.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then yeah, still watching that area of rotation near Stuttgart, and also
A new severe
Altheimer.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, a couple areas of circulation in those two cells. A couple cells also going up here. These are all rotating. These kind of 4 cells around Pine Bluff. So keep an eye on all these right in there. Those are all ahead of the line and ahead of the cold front, essentially. Let's go back and we'll take a look at our tornado warnings. We do have those radar indicated tornado warnings that continuing into Illinois. Again, those are not as punchy as they were earlier. They look to be more of a damaging wind threat coming towards Nashville and Carlisle, but still stay in your safe place there. We have that newest tornado warning near Sedgwickville in Missouri. There's the line coming into the Jonesboro metro.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's the Jonesboro with the heavy wind and rain, and we'll see if we get any hail in that shot. But rotation is north of Paragould. I still don't see anything that says it's back on the ground or anything, but still stay in your safe place. Marmaduke and
A
Rector,
new
as well as
severe thunderstorm
Paragould.
warning has been issued.
Yeah, it's mostly kind of broadened out. We are seeing damaging winds coming into the Jonesboro metro.
New information: this severe considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A little bit of rotation also showing on Jonesboro. And I think what we'll do is we'll move that. Oh, that's a great shot. There we go. That's a great shot of the Jonesboro storm. You can see how dark it is out ahead of this. And a little bit elevated of a perspective there. So considerable threat. They've upped it to 70-mile-an-hour winds coming through Jonesboro. We can see those winds. They're basically coming straight down the highway towards this camera too. So that our camera is like now it's right here looking off to the west-northwest towards Jonesboro. That's going to be a damaging wind threat across the entire Jonesboro metro.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Continue to take your tornado safety precautions now here. This is going to be for a radar indicated tornado warning for Christiana, Macon, Moultrie, and Shelby counties in Illinois. You can see that rotation near Pana, Illinois. And it's not crazy velocity, but it's still decent enough, and it may have tightened up. Let's look at it here just a second ago. Yeah, it's a little bit tighter just when they were probably issuing the warning, but near Rosamond and approaching Pana, it's going to head out towards Sullivan and Mount Zion. Decatur, storms are kind of surrounding you, but mostly a damaging wind threat in the Decatur metro. Couple tornadoes are possible there, but they look a little less punchy than they did earlier. We also have a new severe thunderstorm watch. It covers, again, areas that are also under winter weather advisories, especially across the north here. These are going to go get really cold here across the northern parts of the country and the Great Lakes. Here's those winds coming into the Jonesboro area. See, rocking and rolling on this camera pretty good, and these cameras in Arkansas are pretty reliable and sturdy. Newest warning for that El Dorado, Arkansas area: ping pong ball sized hail. Yeah, that's a nasty supercell down here near El Dorado. And then still watching that broad rotation around Natchitoches with some likely ping pong ball size hail as well. Little Rock, we actually made it through. We made it through Little Rock actually pretty good. You guys are going to be clear.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's Columbia, Union. I believe that's that cell around El Dorado that's getting warned. Columbia, Arkansas, Union, Arkansas, and then Claiborne and Union parishes in Louisiana. Yeah, ping pong ball size hail. But Arkansas and Little Rock, you guys have made it through pretty good. You're going to be on the backside of this line of storms and the cold front, and that'll clear things out pretty quickly. That's the one good thing, is it's advancing very quickly off to the north and the east across most of Arkansas. I think we said around 5 or 6 we'd start to get a severe threat towards Mississippi, and not quite seeing it yet, but there are some storms that are severe warned west of the Mississippi River. We will watch storms start to work towards the Memphis area here into the evening. Yeah, storms going up around about Helena West, and then down towards Dumas.
New information. This tornado warning has been
Arkansas
updated.
City. Okay, I think those updates I just made are working, so that's good. Quiets things down just a little bit, but still gives us warnings and updates. They've basically filled in tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings for Marktree, Harrisburg, Winnie, down to Forest City, Arkansas. Again, we have a couple of prefrontal cells, but also the line of storms approaching from the west. We'll continue to keep an eye on those. We have new severe thunderstorm warnings going up into areas around Bloomington, Leroy, Farmer City, and Monticello, Illinois. In north central Illinois, there is a couple areas of rotation there.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Around Bloomington and just south of Bloomington, as well as a couple areas along this line that could produce tornadoes. A couple of them are tornado warned, but any of those could produce some quick spin-up tornadoes. We considerable threat through areas like Carlisle, Central City, Sandoval. Next up in that line, yeah, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And that's what I was saying earlier. It was going from more of a tornado look with QLCS tornadoes to more of a damaging wind threat. And then still a tornado warning there for 8 more minutes around Pinckneyville.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We are getting a new tornado warning for that cell around Sedgwickville. It's going to be out for Old Appleton, Altenburg, Grand Tower, Oak Ridge, and Pocahontas in Missouri. That is for Perry and Cape Girardeau counties. If you got kids at school there at Cape Girardeau, well, they could be on spring break, but that's going to be northern Cape Girardeau County. It's going towards Grand Tower and away from the town of Cape Girardeau.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That one's moving pretty good. It's going to get to Grand Tower in about 23 minutes, moving at 60 miles an hour. That's also going to cross I-55 there, south of Perryville, north of Jackson. There's I-55. So keep an eye on that cell if you're traveling. That's a dangerous cell. And then we have a new radar indicated tornado warning for that area south of Paragould and now east of Jonesboro. That's the area that we were looking at a while back, too. Brooklyn, Leechville, up towards Hornersville, Steele, Gosnell, and Blytheville, Arkansas, are in that warning. You can see that's tightening up there. It's also a destructive severe thunderstorm.
Destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
This is kind of in that warning polygon. We're not really going to see too much there, but ooh, is there... Oh no, that's the wires in front. I thought there was something on the road, but it's the power line wires that are above the highway. But you can see that one's moving pretty... The camera's rocking and rolling too there. The strongest part of this is going to be near Brooklyn, just east of Jonesboro. Potentially some 70 to 80 mile an hour winds in here near Rogers Chapel. And yeah, that could have a tornado threat as well. So that's coming up into southern Missouri, Kennett, Senath, Cardwell, over towards Hornersville and Steele, Missouri, and then also just north of Blytheville.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
That's a really dangerous part of the storm. Pretty solid line of severe storms now from Texas all the way up into central Illinois.
A new snow squall warning has been issued.
And a new snow squall warning. Christian, Dade, Dallas, Greene, Laclede. A lot of counties. And Polk counties in southwest Missouri. That's that area coming out of the Joplin metro, now into the Springfield area.
A new radar indicated tornado
and another area that had
issued.
60, 65 degree temperatures just a couple hours ago. Wow. New severe thunderstorm warning for DeWitt and McLean counties in Illinois. New radar indicated tornado warning for Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties. Okay, they're going to add in now Cape Girardeau. We just talked about, you guys. But back here, yeah, there's another cell near Marble Hill that is also rotating. I would assume it's going to be a similar speed. About, it's a little bit slower, about 40. I'll track it out at 50, though, just in case. 45, 50 has been the primary storm speed today, but we have had some couple cells that have been a little bit slower and a couple that have been a little faster. This is going to be to Cape Girardeau in about 30 minutes. Jackson, Missouri, about 22 minutes. Whitewater, 13, and Marble Hill, it's right now. So continue to take your tornado safety precautions there. Again, that is areas in east parts of Missouri, Bollinger and Cape Girardeau counties, as well as the cell to its north, also tornado warned in Cape Girardeau County. So not a great moment there, but once you get out behind this storm, you do have the flash freeze and the snow squalls, but they're going to chop off a bunch of tornado watch areas, West Plains, Salem, and then also the St. Louis area on the western side of the Mississippi River, as well as looks like Jersey County, I think that is up there, into Illinois. So very quickly, actually just about all of Illinois, it's going to be west of I-55. You're going to be good to go, except for the winter weather, especially west of I-55. Mostly in Illinois, all the tornadoes and severe thunderstorm warnings are going to be east of I-55. Seeing that area of rotation there, approaching Sullivan, Illinois, and then north of Decatur. A couple areas of circulation around Clinton and north of Decatur around Forsyth. Pretty solid line of severe storms. They are going to let that tornado warning expire around Carlisle, pick it up with a considerable threat. I agree with that. I think that's a better option. Hey, Kelly. Truthfully, I don't think it's going to weaken much. It's actually probably going to strengthen more and solidify. There's the southern part of this is a little bit broken up right now. but according to the models, it does show a pretty good solid line will move through. And we're going to get a new tornado warning here. This part of the line is a little bit more concerning because there's embedded supercells in it. The one thing that's been holding some of these back is it's right along the cold front. But if this part of the line can get out ahead of the cold front, it has a better chance to sustain an all hazards threat. And we may be seeing one of those. Far from the radar, so it's going to be nearly impossible looking through hail. Yeah, there's a big hail spike from that Shreveport radar.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Not going to see it great. We're looking through another supercell to get to the from the Shreveport radar, but there is a area of rotation in here.
Radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
This is for Natchitoches and San Augustine counties in Texas. And again, ping pong ball size hail is a potential here. It's going towards Terreno, Turkey Hill, Bannister, all those areas south and east of Natchitoches. A little bit of a low populated area. It looks like it might go just south of San Augustine, but you guys may be in more line for that hail. And then popping all the way up, we're getting also some new warnings. 70-mile-an-hour winds in Okaville, that checks out. Extreme northeast Arkansas getting a new tornado warning here around Campbell and Holcomb.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be for Clay County in Arkansas and Dunklin and Pemiscot counties in Missouri, down in the Missouri boot heel. Yeah, there is some circulation. This was that tornado warning storm earlier. We may have seen a tornado briefly on. I'll have to go back and check the footage from that one.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But that was an interesting, certainly an interesting cell. Let's see. We may have cameras out here.
Warning has been issued.
All right, this is at Blytheville, so that's actually a decent spot. We can see these storms coming in from the west and the north. There is circulation in here near Monette, Arkansas. Ooh. It looks like it's clear air. I thought it was a tornado, but I think, hold on, it might be updating. That's a tornado signature there. Waiting on the latest radar scan. Upper Poplar Ridge, approaching Monette, Arkansas. That is a likely tornado on the ground. That's going to be towards Leachville, Monette. Everybody on this track needs to stay in your tornado safe place. Manila, Gosnell, and maybe Blytheville. Let's go back and just double check that. Yeah, I believe that's a tornado in progress right here as it came across the river there. It looks like it started to get some debris. And yeah, lifting near Upper Poplar Ridge. It's in that little hook feature. It's an area that was hit really hard by tornadoes last year. And I'm just going to take out this particular circulation here, get some timing on it. Leachville, about 13 minutes. Monette now, but you also have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So even if you're not in the tornado track, if you're in this tornado warning, take this seriously because you have 80-mile-an-hour winds headed your way. And it's also going at 60 miles an hour, so it's highway speed. You're not going to outrun this. Yeah, Monette, 5 minutes or less. Leachville, 11 minutes. And Gosnell, just north of Blytheville, about 26. That's going to make it through this warning polygon fairly quickly. And yeah, there's your tornado just near Craighead County, County Road 510. Craighead County Road 510. Coming up towards Monette and also towards Poplar Corner, Clearwater, Big Lake Wilderness. Destructive severe thunderstorm with 80-mile-an-hour winds. Severe storms, basically Bloomington, Illinois, almost consistently down to areas around Conroe, Texas. That is a pretty massive amount of severe warnings. We have lost a little bit of the edge of the tornado warnings, especially around Central City and Sedalia. And then Sullivan, Illinois, there is a circulation in here. Approaching areas like Bethany, Dalton City. There's your area of circulation right in here. And Lovington. Yeah, the Decatur metro is getting kind of sandwiched with tornado warnings. They are generally a little bit on the weakening trend across north central Illinois. They approach Farmer City. There is, again, a couple circulations in here, but they don't look as strong as they did earlier back when they were towards the Springfield, Illinois metro. But we do have a couple, looks like 70-mile-an-hour wind reports. Yeah, 70 mile an hour by Train Spotter, 70 by the weather team in Oakville. And then we also do have a strong, let's see if it shows up. Yeah, it is showing up as snow too. A strong surge of snow. This is a snow squall. Treat that if you're driving similar to a severe thunderstorm warning. From Lebanon down to basically Mount Vernon across the Springfield metro. Let this blast through before you continue on your journey if you're on I-44. 6:35, get some dinner in the Springfield metro, and then stay on your way. Looks like that has weakened some, at least on correlation coefficient. It still is a pretty punchy signature here, just around the Monette, Arkansas metro, or the small town of Monette. Manila, Leechville, Gosnell up next. And potentially some destructive winds. There's a couple other circulations also, like north of Leechville. So that line could produce some QLCS spin-ups as well. And then not seeing the circulation in here near Marble Hill as much. The circulation near Old Appleton is still ongoing. Again, not seeing a super tight circulation, so probably not on the ground. It's radar indicator right now. But in both of those locations, stay in your safe place. Yeah, see how this is backed off? It was much tighter near Marble Hill. And has basically went away. Now this one is still staying pretty strong. It's around Old Appleton, Shawneetown, New Wells, Hines Landing. Has just crossed I-55.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, that's going to stay basically on track there for Grand Tower, Illinois. We'll watch that as it heads towards Carbondale as well. And this was moving at like 60 miles an hour. Yeah. That one holds together. Grand Tower, about 11 minutes. Carbondale, Illinois, pretty good-sized college town, about a half hour. And Marion, Illinois, along I-57, that's about 42 minutes. This area is not a stranger to tornadoes. I feel like we've covered a few in this area, and then there's also been more in other years. Yeah, not seeing that correlation coefficient near Monette as much, so that's a good sign. That may have weakened. It still shows pretty punchy, as well as an area near Childress, County Highway 534. So you definitely want to stay in your safe place here. There's a couple different circulations from Monette, Leechville, Gosnell, up into Missouri, Steele, Holland, and Zenith up to Kennett, Missouri. And then we also have the tornado warning near Pidgeot, and about to move into areas around Campbell, Missouri. Otherwise, southern parts of Arkansas, just a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Hail, small hail, gusty winds, tornado possible tags. Yeah, especially that area east of Pine Bluff now has a few different storms that are interesting looking. We have outflow dominant storms, or they're behind the cold front. You can see this line right here arcing out. This, I think, is the cold front, actually. Or it could be a little bit of both, but basically the cold front has undercut this storm. Luckily, as it was coming into the Shreveport area with lime-sized hail, and that has definitely weakened. We have our other tornadic supercell now east of Natchitoches. That looks like it's also weakened. It may be getting undercut by the cold front as well. And that has stopped some of these storms from going a little nuts across parts of East Texas today. The cold front actually trails all the way back. We saw it on the Austin. Yeah, the cold front trails all the way back. We saw it coming through the Austin area. It now comes through the San Antonio area. This is the cold front right here. They are going to warn one of those tornado possible tags. This is near McGahee and Arkansas City.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Probably not going to see much out of this. This is at Dumas, and I believe we're looking the opposite direction. But there is rotation in here near Tiller, Reed, and McGahee. That'll make it over into the delta here around Deuce, Keslow, and Wargo Landing. It's a dangerous cell. That is a radar-indicated tornado in, let's find that one. That is in bunch of different ones. Desha, Drew, and Lincoln counties in Arkansas. They are cutting off a bunch of tornado watch, and you'll probably see that updates down here. Those are basically everything: Hot Springs, Conway, Little Rock, what we were saying earlier. Areas around Batesville, Searcy, West Plains, Salem, Missouri, Farmington, St. Louis, and now the eastern suburbs of St. Louis, up through Carlinville. They'll likely just trim more of this off in a little bit up towards Jacksonville, Springfield. Basically, again, if you're west of I-55 in Illinois, you're good to go. Not quite so in Missouri and Arkansas yet. In fact, in Arkansas, these tornado warning storms are approaching I-55. This is the weirdest looking severe thunderstorm warning I've seen in a while. It's cut out like a little chunk here, but then it's got a little, I don't know what's going on with that warning, but basically they're warning essentially the whole thing: considerable threat as it closes in on the Mississippi River. Again, there's line-embedded tornadoes potentially in here as well around Leachville and Senate in Missouri, approaching Steele and Blytheville. And we'll keep an eye on that area there around the Blytheville area. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get anything there out of the Dumas storm. Okay, this is looking northwest at I-55 and Terrell. This is usually a good camera position. Yeah, it's right here, looking off towards those severe warned storms, so we can get a pretty good picture of those.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Considerable threat coming towards the Memphis metro. take a look here, and yeah, they're going to continue that cell around Grand Tower. That's a pretty nasty cell. Grand Tower, Illinois, Carbondale, we talked about you guys earlier, and Marion, Illinois. And let me grab, that is Union, Williamson, Jackson counties, moving east at 55. Track that out. And it's now down to 20 minutes to Carbondale, 35 to Marion. That's the newest tornado warning in southern Illinois. Hey, Ben, how's it going tonight? Main concern for Cincinnati. I assume Cincinnati, Ohio. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but let's see. Nothing yet. You're good if you got dinner plans. You're good there. Let's actually, I do want to actually pull up. Let me pull up the latest model run, and I like to check it every now and then anyway. So that's a good reminder. The main concern, I think, is you could get some line embedded tornadoes, but I think the main concern across that part of Ohio is going to be the damaging wind threat.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, let's pull this up. Getting a new tornado warning too, so we'll cover that in just a second. But let me get that Cincinnati area. Yeah, 12 a.m. and 3 probably. That sounds about right. Let's grab. All right. Let's grab this and I'll take it back here. This is what we have ongoing at 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. A pretty good line of severe storms from eastern Illinois, southern Illinois, eastern Missouri, down into the Mississippi River Valley, and trailing back into Texas. So that actually shows pretty good. Storms are going to continue across the Ohio Valley.
A new radar indicated tornado warning.
This is by about 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. in the Eastern time zone. Looks like they start to weaken as they get into Cincinnati. They could be as early as about 1 a.m. But that. Yeah, it depends on how fast they make it through the Ohio Valley, but essentially 1 or 2 a.m. It's mostly going to be a damaging wind threat. Could be some line embedded tornadoes, but we don't see any like super cells up here out ahead of the line, so it's mostly going to be that wind threat, and then that'll be through by about, well, definitely by 4 or 5 a.m., 6 a.m. It'll be through, and then you'll be cold, and then we really have to watch the East Coast then later.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's a good question. Probably not one I'm going to answer yet, but let's see. They have bumped that tornado parameter a little bit further to the east. There is a chance of some line embedded tornadoes out towards Cincinnati. You guys are in the 2% hatched. I mean, some of those could be a little strong. They did also bump the slight risk through Cincinnati too, so very well could be. Across the northern part of this, though, they did kind of a similar risk area as Cincinnati. They did add the severe thunderstorm watch across parts of northern Indiana, northern Ohio, into southwest Michigan. You'll probably get a watch. I don't know if it'll be a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, but this will likely fill in before you guys go to bed in Cincinnati. And even if it's a severe thunderstorm watch, you do want to pay attention that it still could have tornadoes. Yeah, even this watch here has main threat is wind, some hail, but still a tornado or two are possible. But yeah, in fact, they'll probably be filling in that area soon. Let's see. They're gonna. They may extend this watch down towards the Gulf Coast.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Watch is ongoing here. Yeah, they haven't talked about it yet, but I would guess this will fill in at some point here in the next couple hours.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But by tomorrow morning, you guys will be good in Cincinnati. Still just checking still the marginal risk tomorrow. Tomorrow's crazy too on the East Coast. All right, this is a really solid line of storms. Five 60, probably about 800 miles straight of warnings. Several are tornado, a bunch are radar tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings. So if you do get a warning, make sure you, even if we haven't covered your city, make sure you do take your safety precautions there. I do want to start at the top, and we'll cover the tornado warnings right now. Tornado warning continues there. That is south and east of Decatur, north of Sullivan in Illinois. This is for Moultrie, Piatt, Champaign, and Douglas counties. The south and west of Champaign-Urbana. There is a continued circulation still showing in this cell.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Could be producing. I'd have to check it in a few minutes, so we'll maybe check back on that one. A little bit of broad rotation near Sullivan, but that is surging out. That's a wind threat across parts of eastern Illinois. Sullivan over to Charleston and Mattoon, Illinois. And then we pick up severe warnings all the way down through here. We just went over our tornado warning was extended out for Carbondale. Ooh. Nothing on correlation coefficient, but that's a pretty strong circulation headed towards Carbondale and Marion, Illinois. And then this cell has weakened near Cape Girardeau. Still could get a quick spin up. I don't see anything crazy in that cell. And then further south, we have the new tornado warning. This is for New Madrid County, Lilburn in Missouri. For those tornado warned storms coming out of the areas around Malden and Campbell. That makes sense. They've extended that one. Considerable threat for these storms, up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. Caruthersville, Haiti, Blytheville. And that Blytheville area, we're seeing a couple circulations. One near Manila, Arkansas, and then another just south of Zenith, Missouri. I don't see any correlation coefficient in those, but those are both decently tight circulations. We pick up ping pong ball size hail threat now in this prefrontal cell south of Memphis. That's going to ride into the Memphis area. And then we have a broken line of strong to severe storms. Not everybody's going to get the strongest weather, but there's cores in here that are decently strong near Marktree and down towards Forest City. Gets a little broken. The line gets a little bit broken up here into eastern Arkansas, which is enabling some supercells. One with golf ball size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds in here near Raydell, and that also has some broad rotation. That could get a tornado warning soon. Another one towards St. Charles, Arkansas. Less rotation, but that still is a punchy cell. And then some quarter-size hail south of Pine Bluff. We also have our tornado warned storm near McGahee and Tiller, Arkansas. Rotation in here about east of Reed. We'll see if that gets over to the Mississippi River. Some other cells in Arkansas, ping pong ball size hail. And then we pick up the line, basically a broken line, a lot of was supercells, but this is weakened a little bit across northwest parts of Louisiana. And then we do have St. Augustine areas. Yeah, that is weakened a little bit too. That is a broadened area of rotation. If these weren't so right along the cold front has undercut these cells, I believe, across northern parts of Louisiana. They could always switch back. They could always get back to being out ahead of the line, so that's something to keep your eye on. Looks like they've also extended the tornado watch. I believe they've extended the tornado watch into southern parts. Let me grab the information on that for you guys. Severe risk is going to increase across northern parts of Mississippi, western parts of Tennessee. they're noting. Yeah, new tornado watch number 57.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Couple of tornadoes possible, scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts to 75, scattered large hail, and isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and it's for that broken band of severe storms that will continue progressing east, and this goes until midnight Central Time.
A new severe thunderstorm
This
warning
includes
has been
those areas
issued.
around and south of Lufkin, Jasper, just into the Beaumont, Port Arthur area, Lake Charles, Jennings, and Alexandria, Louisiana, and then up to areas around Winnsboro, near Vicksburg, just across the river from Vicksburg, Monroe, Louisiana, and doesn't quite get into Baton Rouge.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
They've added the radar indicated tornado warning for this area on Blytheville. And also a new radar indicated Coles, Douglas, and Moultrie counties in Illinois. And then this is Mississippi County, Arkansas, Pemiscot County, Missouri, Dyer and Lauderdale counties in Tennessee. This crosses the river, goes out towards Dyersburg, Halls, and Findlay on the Tennessee side of things. It's a pretty dangerous cell here. And I just want to see. Capable of producing a tornado near Dell or near Manila, moving east at 55. So it's this little area of rotation that's actually gone south. Yeah, it was riding along the southern edge of the other warning. So they've reissued it as its own warning. We still do have some rotation in that original tornado warning too. So 2 areas of circulation in here, basically west of Blytheville. And not seeing it on cameras yet, but we'll keep an eye on this one. I may adjust this one. Let's see. It's going to be south of Blytheville. All right, we'll take a look at this. This is south of Blytheville, so this area of circulation will cross this camera path. It might be a little bit hazy to see, but either way, you need to take this seriously. This is coming towards the Blytheville area in the next couple minutes. Let's get a track on this one, and we'll track out kind of this whole line segment, but Blytheville, about 10 minutes, and then areas into Tennessee, Dyersburg, about 40 minutes.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Couple other cells. This is a beefy cell here. The one near Tiller and Reed, with some large hail, but also potentially a tornado in here. Ooh. We're a little further from the radar. It's hard to see what's going on in there, but there is some correlation coefficient drop. Wouldn't be shocked if there's a tornado on the ground in there.
A new severe thunderstorm
that's for Lee and Phillips counties. Oh no, that's this is for Desha County in Arkansas. The other county in Arkansas that just got warned is the area just to the north. This is Lee and Phillips County, Helena West. This includes you guys, Marvell in Arkansas, eastern Arkansas.
Indicated tornado warning has
radar
been
indicated tornado warning there. Rondo and LaGrange are also in that one. Tornado warnings are coming out fast and heavy here in the last couple minutes. So another round of more potent severe weather. We also got new warnings into Illinois. This is in that area. Champaign, DeWitt, McLean, and Piatt counties. A couple areas of circulation up here. And yeah, there's 2 areas of circulation. The one near Arthur is going to be moving up towards Tuscola and Villa Grove. The other one here should stay south of Urbana towards the Pilo area. Yeah, Pilo, Villa Grove, Tuscola, and Arcola. You guys all need to be in your tornado safe spaces there. lowest level into your room away from those doors and windows. The nasty line segment coming up into eastern parts of the state of Illinois. A couple other areas of rotation, Farmer City and Rantoul. That'll head up towards Paxton and Moment. And then, yes, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that covers those areas in northern parts of Indiana and northeast parts of Illinois. That came out a little bit ago when we were working on those other tornado warnings, but that goes until 2 a.m. Eastern. So 2 a.m. Eastern, those storms are expected to basically be towards the end of this watch area around the I-75 corridor. So, Ben, if you're still in here too, that probably checks out like we were seeing on the model run earlier. This whole I-75 corridor between about 2 to 3 a.m. in the central or in the eastern time zone.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then we still have snow squall warning back into areas around Springfield, Lebanon, Bolivar. Oh, they just canceled it. All right, no problem there anymore.
Warning has been issued.
Take a look at Carbondale. Pretty nasty circulation coming towards Carbondale. And I just want to check and make sure it wasn't on the ground a few minutes ago. It may have been briefly as it crossed near Grand Tower. Yeah, it's probably a good idea that's a great idea. If you're not in a tornado watch or anything yet, especially Indiana and Ohio, I would put some stuff away if you can. It's a really good idea because, yeah, this whole line, regardless of the tornadoes, has 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in a lot of spots. It's being warned for quite a bit of it as considerable threat. Let's take a look at the Memphis area. We had the hailstorm just south of Memphis coming through the areas around West Memphis. Potentially some ping pong ball sized hail. And then still seeing those, that cell is weakened a little bit, at least the rotation apart as it's coming into Blytheville. Still seeing another area down here near Victoria. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's also windy behind this too. There are still some areas here back into the Midwest and the plains that have 40 or 50 mile an hour wind gusts behind all the line of weather. Rotation is picked up in this cell around Marvel and Helena West. And we may be able to get the camera that way. Let me look at this. Yeah, here's Helena West. This is looking back towards that tornado warned storm at the Mississippi River. So that's a good shot there. We'll see if this holds. This camera's a little bit funny sometimes. It's right along the Mississippi River, though, so that's a great look. Basically coming straight down that highway. Tornado warned storm, Marvell and Helena West. This storm was also looking pretty menacing down here near Arkansas City a little bit ago. Still tornado warned near MacArthur, Arkansas, and Luca Landing. Potentially there's some random ping pong, at least $half size hail in a lot of those cells. And then this is a pretty nasty supercell down here, still near San Augustine in Texas. It looks more of a wind threat at the moment, but also, yeah, it's being warned for ping pong ball sized hail as well. Could have some ping pongs also down here toward Woodville, Texas. And keep an eye on the Houston Metro. The tail end of this front is not back built enough, but there may be a quick shower and small hail in some of these, especially up towards Livingston. Really nasty cell there. Wow. Look at all this. 60 mile an hour winds, Eldridge. I always like to do this because it's good to see what the storm was producing just a few minutes ago. Windows blew open on a steel door, 70 mile an hour winds at DePere. We've had some 70 mile an hour wind gusts in Illinois. So yeah, this, as it gets through the Ohio Valley, wouldn't be surprised if this corridor has some decent 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still seeing some circulation in here. It's north and east of Farmer City. It's tucked up in the rain, so that one's hard to see. Another little bit near Mansfield. And then south of Urbana, coming up towards Sartoris. I think that's how you say it. Another area of circulation there. This is broadened a little bit as it's come up towards Tuscola, but a damaging wind threat extends down through Effingham, Louisville, in Illinois, all the way down through Mount Vernon. That's not a fun ride on 57. And then they're going to warn a new tornado warning for a circulation in Illinois. Let's get a new read on this one. For that area around Alto Pass in Illinois. This is Union County in southern Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has
That's
been
moving
issued.
east at 60. It looks like the circulation is through Carbondale. I don't see anything on the ground there, but that's going to be approaching Johnston City and Marion in Illinois. And then still strong storms, some embedded circulations near New Madrid, Missouri. Considerable threat near Steele, with the wind especially there. And considerable threat with also a tornado possible around the Blytheville area.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, here's a look at the Blytheville area. That has gotten a lot darker here. That storm is about to roll into Blytheville right about now. And if there is a tornadic circulation, it's basically over the Blytheville area, Dogwood, basically at this camera.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, now we got it pointed two directions here. Yeah, this circulation would be basically right near our camera, so we'll see if we can get anything on the footage that shows how nasty that storm is. Other severe storms going up in the Memphis area, quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, Horn Lake, South Haven, Olive Branch, Hernando. A little bit of rotation in that southern cell in there. We still have our radar indicated tornado warning around Helena West. We'll get back to that camera in a few minutes too, because that one actually has a decent view of that storm. And then, ooh, that's a tighter circulation down near Roar and Luca Landing. Wouldn't be surprised if this storm produced. It's just kind of a little bit in a radar hole. And there comes the wind into, ooh, that is shaking pretty good. Again, regardless of a tornado threat, this is also a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm across the Blytheville area. And some new severe thunderstorm warnings coming out.
A considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Bolivar and Sunflower County, Mississippi, now in a destructive thunderstorm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, our circulation, we should be seeing a wind shift because we're getting winds blowing from the south to the north. Right on the back side of this, we should be getting winds that blow from the north to the south. So this circulation is basically traveling across this camera perspective right about now. It's gotten a lot darker there too. Still seeing inbound winds. We're right at this circulation, this camera perspective. Should be seeing those winds switch around in just a minute. I don't see it on the ground, but continue to take your tornado safety measures if you're anywhere from the Blytheville area up to Dyersburg in Tennessee. Douglas County, let's see, Illinois. Get up to our Illinois area. Let's take a look. Yeah, new warning near Paxton. It's for that cell near Gibson City. And that's for Ford County in central Illinois. Still a strong cell coming up on the south side of Champaign-Urbana. And then embedded circulations in here near Tolano and Tuscola coming up towards Villa Grove. Strong storms all the way down through Effingham, Charleston,
A new radar indicated tornado
and Mount Vernon,
warning has been
Illinois.
issued.
There's the Ford. Yeah, that's the Ford County storm in Illinois being warned. Let's see some new power poles down at Highway 61 and CC. Multiple trees down. We're going to see, I think, a lot of tree reports. A couple trees down. If you live near trees, if you live in a wooded area ahead of these storms, you do want to take safety precautions similar to a tornado, regardless of a tornado warning. Still seeing that circulation near Cambria, approaching Johnson City. And circulation near New Madrid. And then there's that area of rotation around Blytheville. I think we've had the wind shift already in Blytheville. Another area of rotation looks like a little bit here. Weak rotation near Luxora, right on the Mississippi River. And watching a couple of these cells in northern Mississippi that are interesting too. Here's our rotation around Helena West. Let's see if we have... There's our area of interest there around Helena West.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, getting that camera set up. That's a good one. A bunch of new warnings now across basically the Mississippi River Valley. considerable threat coming into Memphis area. Again, this one, not everybody's going to see the super significant weather. A little bit of a broken line. A little bit of rotation there near Terrell. Keep an eye on that one. A little broken area of circulation near Terrell. That's going to be just along the Mississippi River, approaching areas like Drummond's, pretty close to the radar site there in the Memphis area. Yeah, it's a little bit messy in this part of the Mississippi River now, east of Arkansas, right along the Mississippi state line. There's kind of embedded supercells. It's a really mixed area and some arcing line segments. It's not quite as organized as a lot of the models showed. And then we do have this little cluster of damaging winds. I think likely probably 70-mile-an-hour damaging winds in this arc here. Yeah, we're seeing a pretty good QLCS in here with just this arcing segment and a little bit of broad rotation in some of these. Yeah, still seeing rotation. This one's the tightest near Gibson City and Elliott, Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to get a new watch out for parts of Indiana here in a little bit. And then in this Carbondale area, still seeing a couple areas of circulation. One here and then one near Herin. Here's a look at the Mississippi River. This is just into West Memphis, Arkansas, but already raining there.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Franklin and Williamson counties. These are going to be, yeah, it's an extension of that cell near Herin, Thompsonville, Pittsburgh, West Frankfort, and Johnson City. I like that idea. I think it's still worthy of a tornado warning, so they're going to continue that one. Good news is we've lost our tornado warning around Blytheville and also
A new
Caruthersville.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that's a good sign there, at least briefly. And then this Memphis area is just a mess. We do have some prefrontal cells that have gone up. They're not super crazy supercells like some of the models showed. The one near Hernando is rotating a little bit, so we do have to keep our eye on that one. But then it's just kind of a mess around the Memphis area. You can see there on the cameras with the heavier line just to the west. That'll push through the Memphis area in the next couple hours, about an hour, hour and a half.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Starting to see warnings go up in western Kentucky now. That's going to be for the areas west of Paducah. Considerable threat that extends out into eastern Missouri around Sikeston, Charleston, down towards New Madrid. And we are getting a new tornado warning there for that Charleston, Wycliffe, Cairo area. Extreme southern Illinois, western Kentucky around La Center, and then areas in Missouri around Sikeston, especially just east of Sikeston. Blodgett, I think that's how you say that. Wow, moving east at 65 miles an hour. This one's going to really work through this warning polygon very quickly. I'm going to extend this out just to see the areas around Paducah that are going to be under the gun for this one. Charleston, 8 minutes or less. Cairo, Illinois, 17 minutes. Wickliffe, Kentucky, 21. And then areas around Paducah, Kentucky, 46 minutes. Keep an eye on this one west of Paducah.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
And it looks like Paducah has seen enough. They're going to rewarn this whole line. There are a couple other line-embedded circulations, one here, one near Matthews, Missouri. The strongest one is that one that they warned just a couple minutes ago. Don't see anything crazy in those, but yeah, they're going to continue to warn these lines. And they're moving at 55, 60 miles an hour.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning
There's all your counties
issued.
down below. Carlisle, Fulton, Hickman, Mississippi, and New Madrid. Considerable threat for golf ball sized hail around Rosedale, Cleveland, and Ruleville, Mississippi. And then also considerable threat for golf ball sized hail around Arcadia, Ruston, Louisiana. And down towards Hemphill, Texas. Again, these cells I think would be doing a little bit better if they weren't right on the cold front. They are immediate on the cold front, so they're kind of undercut a little bit. Otherwise, I think they'd be able to mature a little bit more updrafts, and we'd have a little bit bigger of a all hazards threat down here. We'll see, though. This area is under a tornado watch across kind of western and definitely southwestern Louisiana. So these may get into a bit more favorable environment. They're going to warn this whole area in northern Mississippi, Tunica, Jonestown, Clarksdale, Lambert, Marks, all the way up to the Mississippi and Arkansas and Tennessee border for tornado possible. So new storms kind of lining up out towards Holly Springs. We'll keep an eye on those.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
This is a pretty strong storm or line of storms. Murray, Kentucky, up to Benton, land between the lakes, up to Eddyville.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Newest tornado warning, Clay, Effingham, and Jasper counties in Illinois. That's this polygon here. It's another line embedded circulation. Not seeing anything on correlation coefficient, but again, it could be dropping any second there. Bible Grove, Louisville, Newton, and Dietrich. Areas that had tornadoes a couple weeks ago we covered on the channel. The nasty line of storms.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Wow, things are starting to rock and roll in that Memphis camera. That's again at the Mississippi River. Seeing the wind pick up, and also the lightning has also picked up with this camera. Also, the lightning with a bit of a shelf cloud has picked up across Helena West. This is that area that is under the tornado warning for another 20 minutes. So this is looking towards that tornado warning storm. I don't see as much circulation in here anymore. So it appears to be it's more of a wind threat. And yeah, that kind of shows here. It's kind of bulging out across Helena West. There's a lowering back there, but I don't think it's rotating. I think it's just kind of the leading edge of that shelf cloud. There is some rotation in this cell near Hernando up towards Olive Branch, so keep an eye on that one.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then here's the question that we had earlier about weather watches. They are going to issue a new tornado watch from south, basically central Indiana through southern Indiana and across central Kentucky. This includes Lafayette, Kokomo, Noblesville, the whole Indianapolis metro, Terre Haute, Bloomington, Columbus, Franklin, down to Vincennes and Jasper, and then across the entire Louisville metro, also into Kentucky, Frankfort, Elizabethtown, Bowling Green, Glasgow, down to the Tennessee state line. So this is going to be a new tornado watch that covers parts of Kentucky and Indiana. And let's get those informations for you. It's going to be a new tornado watch, and it's likely going to go into the Eastern time zone. I don't have the information from it yet. Looks like they're going to issue it. I don't know why it's populating before it gets issued, but new tornado watch is likely there. Main threats are wind, but also, again, line embedded supercells and tornadoes are going to be possible, kind of like what we're seeing in Illinois right now, with considerable threat here across Illinois, eastern Illinois, with these line embedded circulations. Haven't seen any that have shown CC, but Melville, Elliott, Paxton, and down towards Rantoul, the Urbana area, especially up towards St. Joseph. Really powerful winds. Looks like coming towards the Danville area. That's probably 70-mile-an-hour winds coming towards Dansville.
Has been issued.
And then still seeing some circulations in here south of Charleston and Mattoon, and then over towards the Effingham County near Bible Grove. Still not seeing a tornado signature in those, though. And then looking here, there's those circulations near Marion and West Frankfort, and approaching the Paducah area. Although this is more of a damaging wind threat at the moment, it looks like it could wrap up, though, around Mound City and Cairo. Yeah, keeping a very close eye on those storms.
A new severe thunderstorm.
Couple circulations in here. New Madrid, East Prairie, Missouri, coming towards Fancy Farm. And then new considerable threat tag goes across Tennessee, Union City, Dyersburg, down towards Humboldt and Trenton. Yeah, just a big massive storms around the Memphis area. Although that's gonna, none of them are fully taking over, so it's gonna be a mess of wind and rain and some small hail. But the good news is we're not seeing like a big Boeing feature work through the Memphis area, or any of the smaller cells out in front really producing large hail. So Memphis, you actually may get through fairly clean from this. And then we have severe warned cells all the way down into western and northwestern parts of Louisiana. They've already cleared the areas around Shreveport, and pretty soon most of Arkansas is going to be clear of severe weather. But down towards Woodville, considerable threat there. Livingston, Texas, Hemp Hill, Texas, and into areas north of the Houston area around Conroe and Roman Forest. These are going to approach the areas around Alexandria in the next hour or so. Yeah, that area around Paducah, west of Paducah, is getting hammered pretty good, right along the Mississippi River. And let's go back up here. There's the new tornado watch. New radar indicated tornado warning: Alexander, Pulaski, Ballard, and Carlisle and McCracken counties in Kentucky. The newest tornado watch covers until 3 a.m.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
3 a.m. for parts of central and southern Indiana, central and northern Kentucky, till 3 a.m. Eastern, so that's 2 a.m. Central. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Widespread damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 80. And still strong storms across northeast parts of Illinois. If it was a little warmer, we'd probably get more of a QLCS threat up here too. There are a couple circulations near Kankakee and Crown Point. But the stronger storms are going to be across, I think, the I-70 corridor, and just kind of like this tornado watch shows, from Lafayette and Kokomo down south, Marion, Indiana. We've lost some of our tornado warnings across the southern part of this, but it's going to get a little messy later tonight, I think. That bridge camera there at Helena West is rocking and rolling pretty good. Yeah, Greensburg. Let's see. Greensburg is at the edge of that tornado watch.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
off
issued.
At Greensburg and Batesville. And yeah, that goes until 3 a.m. So it's gonna be a late night there. Greensburg had a tornado recently. It was brief and weak, I believe, though. It was a fairly weak tornado. Here's a look at downtown Memphis, thanks to T-Dot Smartway, and a little bit lighter of a camera since it's in the city, but you can see the wind is blowing across the highway there. Rain is coming down. But yeah, Memphis, you might squeak out of this without too bad of an issue. The storms are now severe warning coming through Helena West. Strongest part of that, though, is right along the Mississippi River. And yeah, these storms are a little bit on the downtrend as they get up into some cooler air across northern parts of Illinois and also northern Indiana. If you're out ahead of this, you don't have to stay up until 3 a.m. either. Just make sure you have ways to get warnings. Have that NOAA weather radio, make sure the batteries and everything's charged on it, and then also make sure that your settings are turned on for weather alerts on your phone. If you live in a mobile home or a temporary structure or manufactured home, something like that, best idea is to go before going to sleep and go to a sturdy structure, maybe a friend's house or a family member's. So you don't have to stay necessarily up until 3 or 4 a.m., but just make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's interesting. This looks a little feistier on the reflectivity than it does on the velocity scan. We'll see if velocity kind of matches it in a minute, but it's kind of broad right now on the velocity scan. But this is for Union, Pulaski, and Johnson counties in southern Illinois.
Has been issued.
I'm probably going to be up for at least, well, it's hard to say, but probably somewhere in this area, because these storms are looking like they're going to be pretty feisty for a long time. We also do have like an overnight threat across the south. So I'm trying to balance today's weather with also tomorrow's. If I can get a couple hours of sleep, that'd be really nice before we get into tomorrow's activity. But some of this is probably going to go. It's going to go all night. It's just if it reduces in intensity, say as it gets over the I-75 corridor, I'll probably get a little bit of sleep in. That's the tentative plan anyway. This cell means business coming up towards Vienna, Illinois. Kind of waiting for that one to tighten back up. And then still seeing tight rotation in here near Mounds. These are lifting a little bit more northerly now. They were on more of an easterly track. So the worst of these right now, these two storms are going to probably pass to the north of Paducah. But heads up towards Metropolis and Belknap and Vienna. Yeah, and they're going to reissue that tornado warning just as we're talking about it. Likely some of the same counties.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Pulaski, Passaic, Johnson, Alexander in southern Illinois, and then Ballard and McCracken counties in western Kentucky. This is right along the Ohio River. You can see that white line is the Ohio River. So this storm is in Illinois now. It may track into Kentucky, and then it may cross back into Illinois with that tornado section of the storm. Yeah. It's one of the tighter rotations that we've seen on radar today, along with those ones around St. Louis and I believe the confirmed tornado that we saw earlier west of Jonesboro. So that one is a tighter circulation. Turner Landing, Monkey's Eyebrow, that's an interesting name. Needmore, and then New Grand and Mermet are in that path. Some small communities, but north sides of Paducah. Still seeing some considerable winds in that storm coming towards Clinton, Bardwell, and Fulton in western Kentucky. And yeah, this area in Tennessee is just a mess, but I think that is holding the temperature down on some of these storms. Considerable threat across northern Memphis. But yeah, Memphis itself, these storms are a little bit sloppy. Yeah, that's a good practice. Some people don't. And I mean, the good news is you can turn off some alerts on your phone if you don't want them, but I always recommend the weather alerts. We are losing a few of those tornado warnings across Illinois. Yeah, these storms look a little bit weaker. This part is still pretty punchy. Danville towards Covington, Indiana. Keep an eye on those storms. Let me check on some cameras, see if we have anything that is notable on some of these cameras.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
Still looks pretty snowy. The roads have definitely gotten worse on this camera. Let me pull it up. It's going to be lit because yeah, it's at night, but we're starting to see a lot more snow piling up on some of those elevated surfaces. And also see there's some blowing snow. This camera is kind of shaking just a little bit. So these blizzard conditions across the upper Midwest are going to increase over the night. And yeah, some areas that looked pretty okay to travel earlier, now that it's getting darker, would not advise traveling across these areas. This is at 94 and 35. Looks like there's a plow trying to get through there. That's an exit that's completely like snow covered. So yeah, it's getting rough across these areas in the Midwest. So let's see, 7:41 in the Central Time, and we have one tornado warning now in Illinois. That's in Effingham County. That is also broadened. It's this area north and east of Bible Grove, coming up towards Newton. Continue to stay in your safe place there, but that one looks a little bit better. Sorry, we do have more in Illinois. Sometimes I forget this is part of Illinois down here. Vienna and Belknap. That storm looks better on reflectivity than it does on velocity, but there is some rotation in here between Vienna and Cypress, coming up towards New Burnside. And then this is that area that is particularly punchy, crossing back into Kentucky right now in Ballard County. And then it'll make its way back across towards Metropolis. But yeah, that's a dangerous storm. West of Paducah, there is another area of rotation near Wycliffe. Keep your eye on that one. And then still pretty nasty storms, broad rotation showing up near Clinton with a lot of wind in there. Bardwell, Clinton, and Fulton, Kentucky. We did get a new warning on the cells that are now east of the main line around Corinth in Mississippi. Some of these are rotating just a little bit in here. You have to watch those Middleton, Falker, and Ripley. And just as I said that, we got new warnings out of Johnson County in Illinois.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So that may have been a weird glitch on there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, this is turning into a wind threat across parts of northern Illinois into northern Indiana. We see those warnings continue north of Lafayette. And a pretty significant damaging wind threat across Danville. Paducah, they can continue that 70-mile-an-hour considerable threat.
A new considerable destructive
Number of
thunderstorm
circulations in
warning has
here.
been
Let's
issued.
see. This one looks a little bit tighter now. It's about to cross the Mississippi River around Halewell, Waynes Corner, and Columbus, Kentucky. I feel like Memphis, we've been talking about Memphis for quite a while. These storms are just kind of sitting over the Memphis area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a dangerous cell. Approaching the Danville and Covington, Indiana areas. Couple severe storms into Arkansas still in the extreme southeast corner of Arkansas. Otherwise, they are going to trim some new parts of that tornado watch out. Camden, Pine Bluff, Little Rock, Searcy, Batesville, basically Jonesboro. Basically in Arkansas, if you're west of I-55, you're good to go. And now fully into Missouri. If you're west of Missouri, is going to get trimmed from the tornado watch too. It's quickly becoming a Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Mississippi event across the Midwest. And then down here, we still have those trailing severe storms across northern and central parts of Louisiana. Ruston, pretty good storm there. And then in north or southeast parts of Texas, approaching the Beaumont, Port Arthur area in a little while. I'm kind of waiting for that area to get going. Quite a bit of tornado warning still ongoing across the Paducah area, especially north sides of Paducah. The good news is a couple of those circulations have really broadened out. The one riding right along the Ohio River and then the one north of Vienna. Those have also kind of broadened a little bit. Still a little bit of a circulation near Wickliffe, Kentucky, and then over here towards Columbus, Kentucky. I didn't know Columbus. I didn't know there was a Columbus, Kentucky, so it must be a pretty small community. All right, getting a couple new cameras set up as this line advances to the east and south. Let's see here. 2 seconds here. Let's get this cropped, and then we'll be in good shape. All right, that's going to let us welcome these storms into Louisiana a little better. And this is at Lake Charles, Louisiana. I like this view because it looks to the northwest across the big bridge. And it's a pretty good panoramic shot, too. All right, that's a good shot. Get that set up, and we're good to go. Hey, University, how's it going? Lexington, Virginia. Tomorrow is going to be a busy one in Virginia tomorrow. A lot of Virginia. Okay, you guys are on the western side of the state. You're going to be in line for the damaging wind threat with a line embedded tornado threat. Basically, this whole line will continue to work through to the east and get into the areas in Virginia by morning, I guess. To the east of Lexington, that's where we have the enhanced risk. It's pretty interesting for parts of basically the I-95 corridor. Let me look a little bit closer for Lexington. Yeah, you guys are going to be right on the edge of that more significant severe weather as the line kind of gets reinvigorated tomorrow after the sun comes back up. But pretty good tornado threat from Lexington and points east. The wind threat is really high for a lot of central Virginia. And the one good news is the largest hail is likely going to be confined to the southeast. So it's mostly a wind and tornado risk across Virginia with some hail.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, tomorrow will be interesting in Lexington because this is on the edge of our model run. But could have some storms still ongoing from this line.
A new radar indicated
kind of get going again
has been issued.
And then there's a potential of another wind threat developing along the cold front, while parts of eastern and central Virginia are more in line for some of these prefrontal supercells. So there could be a couple rounds of storms across Virginia, which would be interesting. And this is also in the morning into the afternoon. Okay, we did get some new tornado warnings. Let's go take a look at these. This is that line approaching the Terre Haute areas. Casey and Marshall in eastern Illinois. Rotation there near Hazeldale, basically along I-70. And that'll head towards the Marshall area as well as areas west of Terre Haute. Keep an eye on that storm. That is for Clark and Cumberland counties. Let me double check. Yeah, Clark and Cumberland counties in eastern Illinois. We have significant winds coming into the areas around Danville and Covington, Indiana, right at the Indiana-Illinois border. And then still a couple tornado warnings back there towards Newton. Oh, probably, I don't know, probably at least like 2 a.m. Central, I would guess, unless it really starts to wind down. I was expecting to be on probably till like 2 a.m. at least. This storm still looks better on reflectivity than it does on velocity, which is interesting. But still a tornado warning there. Some of these cells have come down a little bit.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And a big surge of wind coming through Bardwell towards Fancy Farm. Yeah, when did we go live? I don't know how long it's been. This is moving so fast. It's there hasn't been a lot of downtime recently, so started a little slow, but then it's gotten going as kind of expected. I'd rather have a little less activity though, so I can kind of focus in a little bit and track the storm a little tighter. Here, I just feel like we're kind of going up and down the line and really just getting a kind of a rough estimate of things. But though there hasn't been any long track circulations either, so that's been the other kind of half of it.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Yeah. Hopefully not, but definitely make sure if you're going to bed, you make sure you have your phone alerts on and the weather radio on, because it could get rocking and rolling later tonight. Still interesting, the prefrontal cells have not developed like the models kind of showed. There's some shower activity across central Louisiana. And there are some prefrontals now that are severe across northeast Mississippi, but they're yeah, they have wind in them more than rotation. They're kind of embedded supercells, but they're mostly a wind threat at the moment. Well, yeah, let's see, this area here has snow in Missouri. Yeah, most of this area has snow ongoing right now in Missouri, and there were tornado warnings earlier just in the same state. I think Arkansas is in a freeze warning. Let me look at temperatures real quick too. And they haven't dropped off yet in Arkansas, but our first tornado warning for the prefrontal cells that have gone up. Those ones that we were just talking about around the Corinth, Mississippi area. Topaya, Alcorn, and McNairy County. Let's see. 2 in Mississippi, and then McNairy is in West Tennessee. Still doesn't look crazy tight, but it's in here near Walnut Creek and Silver Springs coming through Corinth.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's better. It's always nice to kind of know where your family is. Corinth about 20 minutes. A little bit slower. 27 minutes, about a half hour to Corinth. Especially at night, that's a nice thing to have the family tucked in for the night, and at least you know where everybody is.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
Pretty good
issued.
surge of wind coming towards Coldwater, Mississippi. And then our other new tornado warning, they did extend, even though those storms aren't looking too feisty right now, a little bit still in here near Portland Road at Jopa in Illinois. They did extend the tornado warning through Paducah, which is probably a good idea. Yeah, they're warning it for producing tornadoes, but also excessive straight line winds. Oh, that's good too. Yeah, that's always, I think it's better to do that than everybody kind of scattered around. New tornado warning here for Olney and Noble in Illinois. This is west of Vincennes, Indiana. Richland and Clay counties.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Not quite, Ben. Let's see. There's some storms, but the severe storms are still back just west of Terre Haute into Illinois, and then also up towards Covington, Indiana. Let's get a time frame on these. They're moving, I think, at about 50 to 60, 50 miles an hour. So yeah, Indianapolis, you're going to get storms before the severe storms, but generally about 90 minutes to the Indianapolis metro. A little bit sooner on the west side of town and a little bit later on the eastern side. That's if they keep going at 50. Oh boy. The southern side is a little trickier because we do have a little bit more individual cells. But let me take this cell. I think they're still roughly moving at, they're moving a little slower. At 35, let's see. This one's moving at 50. Probably a little bit slower, but let me just split the difference and I'll say 40. At 40 minutes, that puts it roughly, this could change a little bit, but roughly across like coastal Mississippi in that 2 to 3 o'clock hour. And it would put it kind of across the Hattiesburg area around 1 o'clock.
A new severe thunderstorm warning
and
has been
southeast
issued.
Louisiana, southern Mississippi in that kind of midnight time frame. But that's at 50. It could or that, oh sorry, that was at 40. So it could speed up, could slow down. We could get some new storms that develop out here that would put you guys a little bit sooner. And the models picked up on this the other day. There are some storms off in the Gulf that could get ashore into the Florida Panhandle later today, and that's why there is a risk down that way. Southwest Georgia, southeast Alabama, and the Florida Panhandle could have some late night supercells coming ashore. I don't see anything crazy in these. Even for QLCS tornado warnings, I don't see anything that's like super crazy right now. This is mostly a wind risk. So is this one around Fancy Farm in Mayfield. And they're extending it as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. I would agree with that. Go back to our newest, one of our newer warnings, the Corinth, Mississippi warning. Yeah, there's still broad rotation in here near Faulkner and Walnut Creek. Silver Spring coming up towards Corinth. But even that one's not crazy tight. Jonesboro had a 75-mile-an-hour wind gust earlier. That's like real close to that camera position that we had. Those storms that were the 70-mile-an-hour wind producers in Jonesboro are the ones that are basically in this area now, approaching Mayfield, Union City area, Martin, and down towards Trenton. Back towards Columbia, Missouri, there's snow mixing in. Up towards Burlington, Iowa. Looks like some pretty heavy snow in Wisconsin. Strong storms across the northwest parts of Indiana, but those are sub-severe at the moment. All right, I'm gonna grab a quick water refill while things are like not even calm, but oh, never mind. No, that's the same update to the Tapia. Yeah, they're just extending it. Corinth, still stay in your safe place there. That's actually wrapped up a little bit tighter. Some hail also in that storm. Could have more than quarters in that storm. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab a quick drink. Well, we only have a couple tornado warnings because I think we're gonna get more in a little bit.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They're also looking at adding a new watch for wind, hail, and tornadoes across northern Alabama and central Middle Tennessee.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Lots of storms. Terre Haute new severe warning there. That's for those storms to your west. About to come into the Terre Haute metro. And let me get this before I grab that water. New tornado warning. That is going to be for areas south of Mayfield, Kentucky. Yeah, it's right on the state line near Fulton. It's with that surge of wind. Bell City, Sedalia, Farmington, Priorsburg, Wingo, and Water Valley. That's going to be a new tornado warning for southeastern Hickman and southern Graves counties in Kentucky.
A new radar indicated
There's
tornado
that warning.
has
We've been
issued.
here before on a couple live streams. Yeah, I feel like we've had several live streams covering that same county and that same area. Yeah, so they're going to probably in the next hour or so fill in a tornado watch that would be in this area. Across parts of Nashville and then probably down to the Birmingham metro. Oh, wow. You guys got that much damage the other day? I saw Bassfield. They confirmed like six or so tornadoes around the Bassfield area the other night. I'll pull that up in a few minutes if we get some downtime. But yeah, they confirmed, I think they were all EF1s, but they were basically surrounded the town of Bassfield with 5 or 6 tornadoes. That was a busy night. All right, yeah, I'm gonna get this water before all of a sudden there's gonna be 5 new tornado warnings.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. 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 Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe 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 thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, sorry about that. I took a little, instead of a snack, I grabbed dinner. Things were staying relatively calm, so I actually dropped a few of the tornado warnings. So, just while that was going on, I just decided to take a little longer break. But things are actually still continuing here. around the Murray, Kentucky area. Still tornado warning continues south of Mayfield. Looks like storms are going to work generally out of that tornado warning, though. Extended out as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning through Murray, Kentucky. I am seeing more storms going up around Hopkinsville. Some prefrontal storms, just in a little bit better environment. So, yeah, there is some rotation around this cell near Era. So keep an eye on that one. A little bit also around Hopkinsville. So new lines of storms. You could get a couple rounds of storms across Kentucky. We have continued severe thunderstorm warnings around Fort Branch. This is another area that has a little bit of a prefrontal line too. So this may push the severe weather a little bit closer to some of those areas we talked about earlier, like Louisville, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, especially if that first line of storms continues to upscale. The stronger line is still on the backside of this, though, right at the Illinois and Indiana border, pretty much. So Mount Carmel up to Vincennes, Robinson, and then into the Terre Haute metro. Yeah, severe storms right here, knocking on the doorstep of Terre Haute. A little bit of circulation south of Marshall. Keep your eye on that one. Basically, the whole line has tornado possible tags. So that's covered pretty good by the National Weather Service offices. Yeah, getting to the state line there around Terre Haute, and then arcing a little bit forward. This is that surge line earlier that probably had 70-mile-an-hour winds in it. That's surged ahead and is approaching areas around Lafayette, Indiana right now. And things are a little bit weaker north of there. Still could get an isolated severe warning across areas here, closer to the US 30 corridor from Valparaiso, Plymouth, down to Fort Wayne, but it seems to be a little bit diminished there of a threat. Although this is going to continue to kind of lift a little bit more towards the north and east, so wouldn't be surprised if areas like Fort Wayne, Huntington, and even areas in that severe thunderstorm watch in northern parts of Ohio get into some severe. It'll be interesting to see if anything happens in the northernmost part. So we'll see if that does kind of occur. Otherwise, going south from there, we got strong storms now through Paducah. I think you guys did okay, kind of dodging some of those tornado warnings in the Paducah area.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Strong storms now through Paris, Tennessee, considerable threat. McKenzie, Huntington, Camden. Yeah, there's some pretty strong winds in here. And then now considerable threat, $half size hail coming up from the areas around Corinth with that tornado warning there. Looks like the rotation has come through the Corinth area. Not seeing anything crazy tight there. Yeah, it's kind of weakened since then. It's crossed the Tennessee state line and has since weakened. A little bit new rotation, though, on the cell to the south of Corinth. See that increasing in intensity around Jumpertown, Mississippi. Yeah, there are some storms that are starting to go up east of the main line of storms. So we'll keep an eye on those. Pontotoc, Tupelo, up to Baldwin, and Boonville, Mississippi. Otherwise, severe storms coming through now, really clearing the Memphis area, just except for the eastern areas like Olive Branch and Holly Springs.
A new special marine warning has been issued.
Severe cells now through Clarksdale, Mississippi, approaching Greenwood, Mississippi, and Winona. This is solidified a little bit into a more organized line here in north central Mississippi and now into northern parts of Louisiana. Metcalfe, Mississippi reported a 52-mile-an-hour wind gust a little bit ago. Greenville, Mississippi, pretty much storms are on the south side of you guys. They're re-upping a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning from Batesville, Oxford, Water Valley, Coffeyville. Wow. Storms are approaching Vicksburg from the west out towards Rayville and Monroe in Louisiana. And yeah, the southern part of the line is not
warning has been issued.
Has not been quite as focused as the northern part right now. Winfield, north of Alexandria. Some of these are embedded supercells right on the Texas-Louisiana state line, DeRidder to Newton, and then areas like Kirbyville, Texas. Severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag around Lumberton, Texas, Bevel Oaks, north of Beaumont. And strong storms coming through the Houston metro, but non-severe. Most of that is to the east of downtown Houston, and mostly just a windy, gusty line of showers. So that's interesting. And still some storms offshore now, pushing off of Jacksonville. And then, yeah, we have to watch some of those showers off the
A
Gulf.
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So they're going to warn this whole line or cluster of storms around the Tupelo area in northeast Mississippi for quarter-size hail and some gusty winds. And there are some kind of line-embedded supercells in this little segment. So we do have to watch little rotation near Sherman, south of Blue Springs, and also just to the east of Pontotoc, Mississippi. And then here is our newest watch that I mentioned earlier before I took that little dinner break. We do have a new tornado watch. Covers Middle Tennessee, Northern Alabama, and extreme Northeast Georgia. Interestingly, it doesn't go as far as I thought it might. It doesn't go into the Birmingham metro, at least according to this. Okay, this is a new tornado watch for Northern Alabama, far northwest Georgia, middle and eastern Tennessee, effective Sunday night to Monday morning until 3 a.m. Central Time. It'll be 4 a.m. Eastern for parts of the eastern part of this. A few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes are possible. Widespread damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 80 miles an hour are likely, and isolated large hail up to a half-inch in diameter. So hail is not a primary threat of that. And for our Mississippi folks, where is this? There it goes. For our Mississippi folks, they are issuing a mesoscale discussion for a possible tornado watch that would cover a risk of damaging winds and tornado threat increasing across southern Mississippi, southwest Alabama, and southeast Louisiana. So that'll likely be issued in a little while. There's a little bit more of an urgency to issue the watch up here because those storms are kind of knocking on the door of that new watch area. They do trail back across central Louisiana, so it'll be a little bit of time till they work into this area. But this would include Jackson, Meridian, Laurel, Brookhaven, Columbia, Hattiesburg, likely Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and over towards Mobile. So we'll see about that. Let's see what they said here. Yeah, a watch will be needed soon to cover that threat. So watch coming out for the southern parts of the Gulf Coast in a little bit.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Like I saw a video of a possible tornado around Stuttgart, Arkansas earlier. Kind of a little, pretty much like a classic funnel-shaped funnel, like a skinny funnel. May have touched down, but Hard to say for sure. All right, for the moment, we've actually lost our tornado warnings. Let me just update this, and sometimes that can force some new weather. Yeah, here's a bunch of the new updates. Let's see, 60-mile-an-hour winds at Louisville, Illinois. 65 at Cambria. Multiple reports of 60 to 65. Roof damage to structure 60 plus. Yeah, so we are getting a few different new storm reports and a cluster of storm reports out of that area in the Texarkana metro. Trying to close out these mesoscale discussions.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm
But
warning
okay,
has been issued.
we'll continue. There they go. Okay. Just a little delayed. They've canceled that warning out of the out of the Corinth area, but it's going to be replaced with a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. There is broad rotation in there around Walnut Grove. Keep an eye on that one. The other area that's getting a considerable threat is, I clicked it so many times it's going to keep popping up, around Clarksville in Tennessee. Those are going to be pretty strong storms coming towards the Tennessee area there, north of Nashville. Here is that Clarksville, Tennessee area. Just saw some lightning on the horizon. This camera is also moving quite a bit, so it must be pretty windy out here too already. That's pretty much right at the state line at like Tylertown Road.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
They're going to re-up that tornado warning for that cell that's coming out of the Corinth area. This is for central Hardin County in western Kentucky, or western Tennessee. Capable of producing a tornado over Pickwick Dam or the Pickwick Landing State Park, moving east at 45. That'll put it around the Waynesboro, Tennessee area in about 35 minutes. And then, let's see, closer in, Clifton Junction, about 23 there at the end of the warning polygon, as well as Big Ivy, about 12 minutes or so. Hey, Mason, how's it going tonight? Gulf Coast, yeah, it looks likely that there is going to be a threat for severe weather across the Gulf Coast tonight. Let's take a look. Latest Storm Prediction Center. They've trimmed a little bit. That is interesting. They have trimmed a little bit of the enhanced risk. So this is the newest update. They've trimmed the enhanced risk to the Jackson area and then down into the Florida Panhandle. There's a little bit higher of a threat of some storms coming off the Gulf across southern parts of Alabama. But they are looking like it's going to issue tornado watch for damaging winds and some line embedded tornadoes. Probably in the next hour or so across this area. And then the storms aren't really supposed to hit till about midnight around the I-55 corridor, about 1 a.m. towards Hattiesburg, and I think we saw earlier about 2 or 3 o'clock to clear the Mississippi Gulf Coast. So just have a way to get warnings tonight. We'll probably be on here, I think, continuing to cover this late into the evening and overnight hours. But yeah, that is a new update there by the Storm Prediction Center.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
The storms to your west across the Gulf Coast have not been quite as feisty as some of the models showed. So I think that's why they've kind of reduced this area just a little bit with the severe chances. Still, a slight risk is pretty good, though. And we had a slight risk the other day, and there were all those tornado warnings and stuff across the Gulf Coast. So slight risk is nothing to ignore, that's for sure. I'm just double checking to make sure they didn't change anything tomorrow. No, nothing new tomorrow. Tomorrow is a big hazard across the I-95 corridor.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Here's a look out of the Tupelo area. The storms are definitely picking up in intensity. See a lot of lightning on this camera since I just kind of reset it. Did they trim the hatch area too? Oh yeah, they trimmed the whole 5%. So that was they're keeping the 10% though in the southeast parts of Alabama. So yeah, it looks like right now this area has maybe just a slightly lower chance of severe weather, but I think you're still going to get some severe storms down in this part of Mississippi. Oh, they've trimmed a little bit back too across the northern part. Yeah, that Cincinnati area, they've trimmed the hatch away from Cincinnati. The hatch goes up to about Bloomington, Indiana now. And still down here, though, if you're south of Cincinnati, Madison, Frankfort, towards Lexington. Yeah, some interesting later developments there. Still a hatch wind risk, though, across much of Ohio, especially the western two halves or half of Ohio. And still a bit of a hail risk down across Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana. And it looks like they've also trimmed some risk out on the Carolinas for today, not for tomorrow. This was always a little bit of a conditional risk out here across the Carolinas. So that's not super surprising. Nice eye there, Ben. Thanks a lot for that. Right now, we have all this mess, and we only have the one tornado warning. So that's actually a positive right now. Let's go take a little bit closer look at some of these other storms. This is a pretty strong segment of the line that's working through Lafayette area, Crawfordsville. That'll head over towards Marion, Kokomo, Logansport, maybe Noblesville and Lebanon, kind of skirt the northern parts of the Indianapolis metro. The other line segment that's a little stronger is now crossing into Indiana from Terre Haute, Sullivan down to Vincennes. That'll take a little bit longer to get towards the more populated areas in Indianapolis and also Bloomington. And then severe warning storms still here around Princeton, Mount Carmel, extending into Kentucky. Yeah, technically still on the table, just not quite as robust as the previous forecast. But anytime you're in a risk area, there's a chance of a tornado. But It's a 2% risk within basically 25 miles of your location. That cell near Hopkinsville that I called out earlier did get warned. Has a little interesting hook feature on it and some broad rotation, but nothing super tight right now. Coming up towards Rosewood, Clifty, and Sharon Grove in Kentucky. And then still looking at all these cameras. Wow, that's a big surge of wind coming into the land between the lakes, just east of Murray, Kentucky. And that's going to ride the Tennessee-Kentucky border, so we'll keep an eye on that storm. Here's the Clarksville camera at the Kentucky state line, and you can already see there's lightning there on the horizon, but that's going to get even windier. Decent amount of Sunday night traffic on I-24, I think. Damaging winds coming through Paris in Tennessee down to Huntington. And then we pick up our tornado warning storm. Considerable threat there for Waynesboro. And they have extended that warning through the Waynesboro area with the tornado warning back just to the west. Let's take a little closer look. Yeah, there's rotation in here around Big Ivy. Yeah, generally head up towards Waynesboro. Some weak broad rotation around Saltillo. Coming up towards Baldwin. That's the storm that we're watching at the Tupelo camera. That's also right here. So that's the storm that's causing all the lightning across that camera. This area is surging out pretty good around Greenwood, Mississippi. I wouldn't be surprised to get some higher wind reports out of that area. Greenwood, Carlton, and Winona, Mississippi.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And severe warning storms are through to the areas north of Alexandria now, getting a severe warning. Colfax, Winfield, and Jena, Louisiana. And these storms are losing their punch a little bit as they get to the Gulf Coast around the Houston metro. And not even as much lightning showing up there. Yeah, they're going to re-up that warning for the
A new
Terre Haute
severe
storm.
thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And they're going to warn that northern edge of that line segment coming up towards Rochester and Logansport, Indiana. Winnemac. Yeah, that area is still surging out pretty good around Logansport. That could be a pretty good, powerful punch of wind there. Hmm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is a supercell here in Kentucky, just north of Hopkins Grove and Honey Grove. You can see the forward flank kind of fanning out. Oh, I drew that arrow weird. Sometimes the draw tool has a mind of its own. But you can see the forward flank fanning out, and then it hooks back around in here. Then there's a little bit of a RFD surge. Not super punchy, but and then a little bit of a hail core, but it's not super tight rotation or anything. But it is a nicely structured little supercell, kind of out on its own. So that is one to watch. It's yeah, it's well out ahead of the line segment.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
Go back to that tornado warn storm, and we might be able to catch it from the other radar. Ooh. It's not quite into the radar range of that other radar at Lawrenceburg. So it's a little bit far from the radar site, but it does show rotation in here. It's also showing some really heavy wind. It may be transitioning to a wind threat. Now that it does appear to be a backwards C-shaped kind of bow echo feature. That storm also has a ton of lightning with it. And then here's a look at that severe warning storm near Tupelo. Quarter-size hail up towards Saltillo and Guntown. Keep an eye on that one looking to the north from the Tupelo metro. And Tupelo, you're not done yet, even though those storms kind of missed you. Big line of storms coming back into the region here from the west.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Solid line of storms across northern or western parts of Indiana. This is another area that could have watch out for a little bit of rotation in here, but also south of there, this bowing feature is going to accentuate some wind up generally towards Odin, Washington, Bloomfield, and Guthrie areas in southwest parts of Indiana. Curious to see what this storm looks like once it gets a little bit closer to this radar site out of Lawrenceburg. Looks like rotation has picked back up a little bit. Yeah, still about 25 minutes from Waynesboro and about 20 minutes to Collinwood, Tennessee. And that's kind of from the leading edge, but also from that area of rotation. Well, yeah, that's from the leading edge of the stronger core of the storm. There's some other messy storms out ahead of it. So you're going to get rain and wind and lightning in Waynesboro ahead of that stronger storm.
Warning has been issued.
Yeah, and they're going to warn this whole line from Lexington, Tennessee, down through Henderson and Selmer.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, they've also extended that severe warning through Kokomo, Tipton, Greentown, and Frankfort, Indiana. Line isn't looking quite as tornadic up here, but it's definitely a punchy line with some very heavy wind. So one tornado warning still out of all this. And that's for central Hardin County in western Kentucky. Your area of rotation there, approaching Waynesboro and Collinwood. It holds together Lawrenceburg is also generally in the track of that storm. Memphis, you guys are going to be clear of the severe weather. All this is basically from Holly Springs to the south and east and down towards Batesville. Yeah, really this 69 corridor, Union City, Dyersburg, Covington, Tennessee, into Memphis is all clear the severe weather. And areas like Paducah, you guys are clearing out now. Some showers and gusty winds around, but the severe threat is pushed off to the east of Paducah. It also looks like this severe weather is basically done for Illinois. Yeah, the severe storms have all pushed to the east of the Illinois and Indiana state line. Blizzard conditions, though, across the northern parts of the state. Davenport and the Quad Cities up to Rockford, and then down towards Galesburg. Yeah, it's not going to be a fun night and morning across northern parts of Illinois. Those blizzard warnings cover almost all the state of Iowa. And now I think they've extended them south, so I think they cover basically most of Wisconsin now, too, including Milwaukee, Madison, Janesville, Kenosha, some really populated areas under blizzard warnings. There they go. They're officially trimming some of those counties in Illinois and around the Paducah area. Some of this is progressing a little bit faster than earlier, and the models kind of indicated. So potentially this could get over towards that Cincinnati area on 1 a.m. Central, or 1 a.m. Eastern. And that's what the new model is also showing. So That's interesting. This is the latest HRRR run, and it shows 9:04 in the Central Time Zone. So it basically has it where it should be. Just entering western parts of Indiana, western parts of Tennessee, and then down across northern Mississippi and trailing into Louisiana.
A new severe
So
thunderstorm
I like how
warning
it's
has been
starting this
issued.
run. Still brings some pretty strong storms across areas like Louisville, Indianapolis, Nashville, and then into areas like Tupelo and into northwest parts of Alabama. A little bit more reduced down here, that is adjusting to that update. And then approaches Cincinnati around 12 a.m. Central, which would be about 1 a.m. Eastern, as well as through Louisville, down through the eastern suburbs of Nashville, and then in towards the Huntsville area by about 1 a.m. 1 a.m. Eastern, about midnight Central. You do have to watch a few of these little prefrontal cells down in southern parts of Mississippi, but it's backed off some of the solution of
warning has been issued.
About 1 a.m. Central. It does put a little bit more convection into the prefrontal warm sector zone, so we do have to watch that, I think, still. And yeah, by about 3 a.m., you're starting to clear in Cincinnati on the backside of everything. Still putting a pretty good squall line through parts of eastern Kentucky and eastern Tennessee. Yeah, I think she's still going to get a few storms down that way. Oh, they got tons of storms down there the other night. They do not need more storms around like Hattiesburg. And this potentially shows a few different rounds of storms. These could be supercells here near Jackson and Grove Hill in southwest parts of Alabama. At 1 a.m., that's really dangerous. And it looks like that line kind of clears the New Orleans area around about 2:30, especially by 3 o'clock. Those storms should be south and east of New Orleans. I'm surprised right now we only have the one tornado warning, but yeah, that local radar still doesn't see that storm very good. You need to get really close to that Lawrenceburg area to see a good picture of it, but still some rotation, Collinswood and west of Waynesboro. Just keeping an eye on those. They did up this cell to a tornado possible tag north of Baldwin. That's the cell we were watching from the Tupelo Metro with a decent amount of lightning. It didn't get into Tupelo, so we've been watching it from afar. But Tupelo, you guys are going to get storms. It's just going to be with this main line and some embedded gusts of wind in there. Pretty good gust of wind. Nashville quiet for now, but it's going to go downhill quick too.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And this picture is going downhill quite a bit. I see blowing snow on the highways. It looks pretty slippery now. The highway may be closed too. I don't see really any traffic.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And this camera's rocking a little bit too. So these are closing in on
a new severe
those blizzard
issued.
conditions. across southern Minnesota. That's at I-90 eastbound and I-35 northbound. I believe that looks north, so that's looking towards the Twin Cities. But yeah, you can see there's blowing snow on the camera, and sometimes you can see the wispiness of it on the highway.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
Starting to see more
issued.
lightning on that Clarksville, Tennessee camera. Yeah, we do have storms pushing into that camera position. Actually, it looks a little bit more towards the northwest along I-24. And there's pretty good wind in here coming towards Hopkinsville. We're really close to the radar too, so we can see a pretty good look at this. Hopkinsville, you're going to probably get some 60-mile-an-hour gusts out of that storm. They have let that tornado warning expire across parts of southern Tennessee around the Waynesboro area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still some broad rotation, but it doesn't look quite as organized as it was a little bit ago. Oh boy, for Georgia, it's going to be like 3 or 4 a.m. Let's see. Yeah, the model here, it runs until 3 a.m. And you potentially have some storms just kind of getting into Georgia, and then the main line into areas like Dalton. Question mark on if any storms get going across like northeast Georgia, but yeah, it'd be after the main threat would be after 3 a.m. unless anything pops out
A
up
new
out
severe
ahead of
thunderstorm
everything.
warning has been issued.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just have a way to get those weather warnings overnight, because it's going to be a late night, early morning threat for Georgia. Yeah, this puts storms into the Atlanta metro about 4 a.m.
A new
and doesn't
severe
even clear
thunderstorm
the full
warning has
Atlanta
been
metro
issued.
until about 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. Okay, there were some storm chasers in Arkansas today. They did capture the Stuttgart, Arkansas tornado. That's where we thought there might have been a tornado on the ground. It was very, very skinny. I'll repost it on our X. But it was a long, very, very skinny funnel, and probably didn't see it much on the correlation coefficient because it looks like it was mostly out in a field. Some snow showers in Oklahoma. It's like late afternoon. Wow. And we saw earlier Oklahoma had fires. So yeah, fires, 50-mile-an-hour wind, and then snow showers in parts of Oklahoma. I've not seen a ton of tornado reports, but I don't know if there's as many chasers out there. One, I think there's some chasers that are headed to Virginia tomorrow, but also this is a hard setup to chase because when storms are moving so fast, you don't really get a lot of time to really kind of make your get set up and make your kind of track that longer track area of rotation, and it's a difficult chase environment. Some of these storms have been moving closer to highway speed, so once you kind of get through the storm, it's hard to catch back up to it versus a storm that's moving at like 25 or 30 miles an hour. A little bit of rotation in here near Lugety and Shoals, Indiana. Keeping an eye on that area. Down there towards Bedford. And yeah, that's probably where that Stuttgart, Arkansas, it's kind of like right, oh no, Stuttgart's down here. That's probably an area that it's a little better chasing down there. It's flat, not as many trees in Arkansas as like eastern Arkansas, and it's on the Mississippi Delta, so it's pretty flat. There's big lightning out of that Clarksville camera. Yeah, there's a lot of lightning right on the Tennessee side of the border around Oak Grove, Fort Campbell, up towards Howell and Herndon, and then that'll approach areas around Pembroke with a lot of wind in here. Still seeing that surge of wind also coming towards Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Tornado possible, but a considerable threat for the storms coming through the areas east of Oxford, approaching Pontotoc, and eventually Tupelo. That's coming right down the highway from Oxford into Tupelo there. Some pretty significant gusts. And then the storm that passed north of Tupelo is now a considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and ping-pong ball-sized hail. And some rotation. Does have a tornado possible tag. It's going to work up towards Tishomingo, Paden, Bay Springs Lake, and Belmont. Evansville, Indiana reported a 64-mile-an-hour wind gust a little bit ago. Yeah, here's that little area rotation. You can kind of see it in here even on the reflectivity. That's where we have our inflow notch, and then there's a little bit of a surge of the outflow. And yeah, that shows up in the velocity as well as the reflectivity. That's one to watch coming up towards Huntingtonburg, St. Anthony, Ferdinand, Jonesburg, and Holland. Wouldn't be surprised if that got a tornado warning if it tightens up any further. Basically south of Jasper, Indiana. That's probably a good idea. That's in Georgia. That's probably a good idea. I mean, yeah, because you don't want to have kids at the school bus stop if there's, a big line of severe thunderstorms moving through at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. I wish more schools did that, although
A new severe
typically you don't get
thunderstorm
as much
warning
severe
has been
weather early in
issued.
the morning like that, but that's a good idea. Otherwise, you could do maybe like a delayed opening like they do for sometimes like for cleaning up after snow, and you go into school at like 11 o'clock in the morning, but then you have already kind of wasted most of your day, so that's probably a good idea. Just do it online. Still punchy storms up here in northern Indiana, but they are weakening a little bit towards Knox and Plymouth, over towards South Bend, sub-severe storms. Basically, most of this area in Michigan, I don't think is going to see much severe weather tonight. Maybe an isolated gust or two. And yeah, even the model really weakens any storms that get up into Michigan by about midnight Eastern. Couple areas of circulation in here. None are very tight, but they're going to warn a tornado possible for areas around Madisonville, Nortonville, Burlington, up towards Seabury, Calhoun, Livermore, and south of Owensboro. A big warning block.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I believe that's going to be for that big warning that just came out. South Central Clay, Southwestern Owen, Martin County, Central Green, and Eastern Davies in parts of Indiana. Yeah, there it is. That's for that area that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. Little rotation near Bloomfield. And then there's this one to the south. Parts of that same county, but Jasper and Huntingtonburg. Keep an eye on that cell. A little bit of a prefrontal supercell here. It's approaching Morgantown in Kentucky. You can see it's fanning out. It's got a forward flank, and then it wraps around. That's a nasty cell. Keep an eye on that one. That one's closing in on Morgantown with tightening area of rotation around Ennis. That one could be one to watch. Just a general severe thunderstorm warning from Columbia, Centerville, down towards Waynesboro. Yeah, the one warning expires, so they're going to wrap it up with a different severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Lawrenceburg as well. That storm has come down a notch as well.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still watching this cell. It's kind of all alone now around Tishomingo, Mississippi, and northeast Mississippi. Also has some broad rotation on it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A lot of lightning on that Clarksville camera. Oh, they're going to warn that Tishomingo County storm. Probably the right, or I don't know what county that is. Yeah, it is Tishomingo County. Yeah, it's this area just to the east of New Site, approaching up Tishomingo and
A
Carter
new
Branch.
radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
About 11 minutes to Tishomingo, and if it holds together, Cherokee, about 35 minutes. That's in Alabama. Some new warnings filling in, basically between the prefrontal storms and the frontal storms. Now that will be interesting to see what happens if these can catch up to the prefrontals. Sometimes that can add a little extra spin briefly. 70-mile-an-hour wind gust just about 10 minutes ago in Pembroke, Kentucky. That's that area of the
A
strong
new
surging
severe
winds
thunderstorm warning has been
that
issued.
that we highlighted a few minutes ago, coming through the Hopkinsville area. That's headed towards Elkton, Russellville,
A new severe
Auburn,
thunderstorm
Lewisburg, and
warning has
eventually
been
towards Bowling
issued.
Green, Kentucky. That's our fastest storm motion today. That's moving east at 70 miles an hour. Puts it into Bowling Green, Kentucky in about 45 minutes. And that's also where we're getting a lot of the lightning from. Yeah, the storms west of Clarksville are severe, but not quite as severe as the storms to the north, and that's the one that we're looking at on this camera. So that's looking towards those storms, basically off to the north. All the lightning, that's looking towards Hopkinsville, Kentucky.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, they're going to continue warning those out ahead of this Clarksville area that we're just looking at. A couple areas of circulation, but this is a destructive thunderstorm. And then the other one now east of Hopkinsville. A couple areas of rotation here too that we have to watch. There's one here just to the west of Clarksville, and there's also one that's now north and east of Hopkinsville. Not showing a lot right now, but
a new radar indicated tornado warning.
That one's an interesting one. They're also going to rewarn that tornado warning that we're also tracking near Tishomingo and Bay Springs Lake. There is a pretty good area of circulation in here. This is well north and east of Tupelo, but they're going to continue warning this out for... This is out of the Huntsville office for Lauderdale and Colbert counties in northwest Alabama. And yeah, that's a storm capable of producing a tornado over Tishomingo, moving northeast at 45. I think we tracked it out a little bit ago, but let's track it out even a little more. This includes areas around Florence and Muscle Shoals. It's a pretty compact little storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Hey, how's it going tonight? Hope all is well. Reedsville? Yeah, we'll check that in a second. That's that's north of Atlanta, right? No, I did have it right. Yeah. Oh, that's way down there. Probably like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Because we had it going through the Atlanta area. On the latest models, they showed clearing the Atlanta area around like 5 a.m. So you're going to be more of a daytime threat for Reedsville.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, you're going to be in a morning threat, probably a couple different rounds of storms down there. You may get some storms overnight tonight. There's a couple storms. Let's see. Yeah, they're not severe, but there's some storms lifting up from the Jacksonville area. Those may kind of swing into the eastern part of the state.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So yeah, about 47 minutes to Florence and Muscle Shoals from that tornado-warned storm near Tishomingo. Yeah, a little rotation right over Fort Campbell. The other little supercell that's interesting is this one near Hurricane Mills. There's a little bit of rotation on it. Yeah, let's check. I'll take a look here. See what they've done here for this. Okay. I'll pull this up because it's actually pretty interesting. So there's a chance that some of these storms getting out of Florida and the Gulf, you may get a round of storms overnight. Lifting up kind of 4 or 5 a.m., but it's going to be that line that is back here that gets you probably towards like mid-morning. 9, 10, 11 kind of time frame. But yeah, you may have to watch out for some cells earlier than that in the morning. So maybe 2 rounds of storms before things kind of clear out a little bit. Maybe a third if it redevelops along the cold front too. Yeah, it could be a couple rounds of storms for that part of southeast Georgia. Tomorrow's kind of an interesting setup. All right, they are going to warn this Clarksville storm. Yeah, there is a rotation picking up on this cell just to the south of Fort Campbell. And we're pretty close to the radar site too. Still seeing a little bit of that rotation out there. Yeah, towards that other cell. And these cells in southern Kentucky and Tennessee are getting a little feistier now, with the 70-mile-an-hour winds reported through Pembroke just a few minutes ago. Let me see if this camera's okay. The camera's okay, but I want to see if there's another better camera position, because it's a little bit low, and it looks like it's actually blocked by some trees.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's a good idea, because it's riding the state line. They're going to issue another warning just to make sure they got all that covered. Now, the other Clarksville camera is not working. So this is our best camera, but it might be a little too close. This is approaching the Fort Campbell area, Tiny Town Road.
A new severe
I feel like we've had tornadoes across the same area before. Yeah, there's the inflow notch. Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee, and then this extends now into Christian and Todd counties in central Kentucky.
Tornado warning has been issued.
No, someone was joking about it earlier. You don't have any storms yet down there. Let's see. Oh, wow, it's moving real fast. 60 miles an hour. So if you're in this warning polygon, you need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. It's going to get through most of this warning in about 30 minutes or less, including around Fort Campbell right now. Barker's Mill, about 9 or 10 minutes. And then the radar site south of Pembroke, about 15 minutes from now. And Daysville, Allensville, about 24 minutes. Yeah, there's a decent area of rotation in there, just near Fort Campbell. Not seeing anything on the correlation coefficient, though. A new
considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Also got a tornado warning in Illinois, or in Indiana. Same thing. There's rotation near Claypool. And that's moving up towards Winona Lake, Wooster, Princeton, and Barbie. That's also significantly increased in rotation. Yeah, some of the severe chances look like they lowered a little bit, so that's a good trend.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
New warnings here across south central parts of Indiana, Cloverdale down to Bloomington. And then all the way down into south central parts of Indiana. That's a solidly worn line now.
A new special marine warning has been issued.
But this area is concerning. It's real close to the radar too, so we're seeing a good look at that as it's approaching areas around Fort Campbell up towards basically the state line. Tylertown Road, Hammocksville, Barker's Mill. Another little supercell with some rotation west of Dixon in Tennessee. And then watching this cell south of Florence, that has decent rotation too. It's about to cross the state line with Alabama. It's now east of Tishomingo. Oh wow, that's really heavy rain. This is that tornado warned storm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So you're going to get the rain and wind first, and then that tornadic part of the storm is tucked back behind kind of the leading edge of this heavier rain. That camera's like right here. It's rocking and rolling pretty good. But on this track, this circulation could pass right over this area. That radar is a little slow, too.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Let me just reload to see if we can force it to update. Those winds might be affecting that radar. Yeah, that's a better look. Those winds are just at the camera, but the rotation would be just north of there. So we're probably not going to see much. It's pretty much rain wrapped from this perspective. I don't know if we're going to see much on that camera. I think the rotation is past to the north. It's up towards Trenton. Doesn't look quite as vigorous as it did just a few minutes ago. But we also are somehow not getting data from that that radar site right now. So I got to look at it from the Nashville radar. Yeah. Still seeing rotation in here too. It has broadened back out. It's south of Warsaw towards Winona Lake, Wooster, Highlands Park, and Barbie, Indiana. Northern and I don't know, north central Indiana. Strong storms are severe warned and marginally severe from Crawfordsville down to Greencastle, and then severe through Bloomington and down towards the Ohio River. A ton of severe storms in west central Kentucky right now, including a couple supercells. This one is probably close to getting a tornado warning as well. It is a pretty well-defined supercell near Cromwell and Morgantown, Kentucky, up towards Welsh Creek. And then pretty powerful storms are sweeping in from behind with some pockets of really damaging winds. And then that's our tornado warned storm now near the Hopkinsville radar. Cut those ones. Tupelo, Saltillo, Fulton, Verona, down through Houston, Oklahoma, Aberdeen in northern and northeastern Mississippi. New severe thunderstorm warnings for all of those locations. And the shelf cloud is pretty incredible. Even at night, we're seeing a really pronounced shelf cloud with the city lights of Tupelo.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's not much rotation in there, so that is all just shelf cloud action. That camera is basically right here on the north side of Tupelo looking out towards those storms. That is impressive. So those are going to be into Tupelo in the next couple minutes. Actually, that's so impressive. I'll keep it kind of blown up a little bit. That shelf cloud is pretty impressive.
A
Coming
new
to the
severe
Tupelo area,
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
especially with the lightning. That's the Tupelo area. They've continued a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning around that area around Florence, Muscle Shoals. Still seeing a pretty good area circulation. This has had, I think, one of the more self-sustaining circulations in a while. But there is a supercell in here. Buzzard's Roost, Cherokee, Smithsonia, and then over towards Florence and Muscle Shoals.
A new
Definitely keeping an
severe
eye on that one.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Back up to Kentucky. Yeah, we've lost that radar or something. Something's not working there. But the Nashville radar is working, and it shows still broad circulation near Elkton. Still seeing some circulation in this cell near Welsh's Creek as well. It's starting to get caught by the line of storms. And our northernmost tornado warning still rotating in here near Bayfield, approaching Lakeview Springs. Still kind of broad rotation in here. It's not super tight. We'll see what they want to do. They might extend it out. They do towards Washington Center, Wolf Lake area. And for folks in Fort Wayne, that's going to go well north of Fort Wayne. That's up towards, keeps on that track towards Kendallville. And yeah, there's that supercell we've been following for a while. This is that one around Morgantown. They are going to get a warning out for that. Leachfield, Big Clifty, White's Mills, up to about Elizabethtown. Yeah, that is just an impressive shelf cloud approaching the Tupelo Metro.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Hart, Butler.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been
all
issued.
in central Kentucky. Hart, Butler, Grayson, Hardin, Ohio, and Edmonson counties. Yeah, Hart, Butler, Grayson, Edmonson counties, and Ohio counties.
Has been issued.
They did extend out that tornado warning. I thought they might. There's still rotation in here. It's also really close to the radar site, so it's fairly low-level rotation around Lakeview Springs. And that is going towards Washington Center up to Kimmel, Cromwell, and the west sides of Albion, Indiana.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
This cell definitely means business too. Let me see the warning on this one. Yeah, it's extended out so far because it's moving at 75 miles an hour. They're warning the part of the line segment where it's kind of ingesting the supercell. Some of these storms in Kentucky are moving really fast. Morgantown, 5 minutes or less, and then out towards Elizabethtown at the end of the warning polygon, about 45 minutes. Leachfield, about 20, 25, split the difference there. Still seeing some rotation with that lead supercell too. I think both of those are ones to watch, and that would shorten the lead time. So let me just drag it from this front edge too. Potentially 14 minutes to Leachfield, 37 to Elizabethtown from that first area of rotation. Then there's a bit of rotation back closer to Morgantown. Here's that area in Clarksville. This is looking a little bit better after those storms have moved through. Storms are closing in on Nashville pretty good, and we've had looks like a hailstorm near Dickinson. This is one of those embedded supercells, 2-inch diameter hail. That's the largest hail I've seen yet. Also, the Department of Highways has 2-inch diameter hail, and that's coming in with this supercell near Dickinson. That's a dangerous cell. It doesn't look like it's rotating too much. We still also have some rotation on this cell near Mount Pleasant. This was the tornado warned cell back near Waynesboro earlier. And then checking on this cell, this has been one of the more interesting ones lately. Coming up towards Cherokee, Florence, and Muscle Shoals. Radar indicated tornado warning continues there. That's for Lauderdale and western Colbert counties. That cell seems like it's slowed down a little bit. It may get caught by the line of storms too, in which case that can sometimes do some weird stuff. Right as the supercell is getting ingested into the line of storms, it can sometimes produce a tornado before the line of storms really kind of collapses the mesocyclone. Also have a line of really strong winds coming towards the Tupelo metro. This is a little bit south of the shelf cloud that we saw. The shelf cloud that we saw is up here. But this is another kind of line segment arcing towards Tupelo and especially south sides of Verona. Which I may switch the camera to in a few minutes here. Okay, we have a new tornado watch. You can see it filling in. There's your new tornado watch. It covers basically north central to southwest Alabama, and then southeast Louisiana and central and southern Mississippi until 4 a.m. A couple of tornadoes are possible. Scattered damaging winds, isolated significant gusts up to 75 miles an hour are likely, and an isolated large hail up to 1 inch in diameter. That's Birmingham, Columbus, down towards Philadelphia, Mississippi, Meridian, Tuscaloosa, the Birmingham metro, Gadsden in northeast Alabama, and then down basically kind of west of I-65 through areas like Selma. I said Meridian, I think already. Not into Mobile, which is interesting. Thought they may have wanted to include Mobile, but it doesn't. It goes to the state line, though. Pensacola, Gulfport, Biloxi, and then across the North Shore, Slidell, Covington, Mandeville, Baton Rouge, and then also up into areas along the Mississippi River, southeast or southwest Mississippi, up to the Jackson metro. And again, that goes until 4 a.m., although I would expect these northern and western parts to get trimmed off fairly early. Got a new tornado warning. This is a very similar one to the other cell. So it also includes parts of those same counties: Logan, Hart, Butler, Grayson, Warren, and Edmonson counties. And it also is for 75 mile an hour forward speed. So these storms are both progressing at very, very fast speeds. There's a couple line embedded supercells. Actually, kind of 3 of them. There's one here. There's one that's getting ingested by the line right now, and there's one that's out ahead. But all those cells are dangerous. And what I want to do is just track this out. Yeah, 75 miles on its own. Bowling Green in Kentucky. You guys are on the southern edge of this warning. I would also take my safe place if I was in Bowling Green, Kentucky. Smith's Grove, Brownsville, Mammoth Cave.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And then we're also getting a new tornado warning for parts of Indiana here. It's going to be for Clark, Orange, and Washington counties in Indiana. There's that area of rotation on Youngs Creek, moving up through Salem and New Boston. A little bit more normal of a pace. That's going at 50 miles an hour. Hardensburg, about 13 minutes. Salem, 28. And New Pekin, about 30 minutes. If it holds together towards the I-65 corridor, Scottsburg in Indiana, about 50 minutes. Here's another look at that shelf cloud and those storms moving through the Tupelo metro. Kind of illuminated the clouds there by the Tupelo city lights. And there's some lightning just under the MDOT traffic logo is the shelf cloud. So nothing tornadic right now in the Tupelo area, but really cool shots. This area is starting to rotate a little bit. This supercell near Dixon and Charlotte in Tennessee. Approaching areas around White Bluff. This one definitely has some hail in it. Some really big hail. And we have reports of 2-inch diameter hail from the Dixon area. So this is approaching a more populated area on the northwest sides of Nashville. So I would start to get to, not my tornado safe space, but at least an interior room off the roof floor, off the second floor, and away from windows, because wind-driven hail can do a lot of damage. And then be ready to take your tornado safety measures if you're in this area from basically Dixon, Charlotte, over to the area's northwest sides of Nashville. They're going to up another warning there for Bonaqua Junction and Fairfield, or Fairview. Storms are losing a little bit of their punch across northern Indiana. We had that tornado warning that's been allowed to drop. Yeah, that has broadened out quite significantly as it's pushed into some cooler air. As it gets to the Fort Wayne area, some of this isn't looking as punchy. And even the Indianapolis area, strong storms, but they're not severe. If there is any severe chance, yeah, it's going to be the southern edge. There are a couple pockets of stronger winds in here, but north and west side of Indianapolis, the winds do not look very strong. Indianapolis and south is kind of the severe risk right now, it seems. Four tornado warnings. They're all radar indicated. The Colbert and Lauderdale County storm expires in 9 minutes. And we have Hart, Butler, Grayson, Hardin, and Ohio counties, and Edmonson counties in Indiana, or in Kentucky. That's the one south of Elizabethtown.
A new severe thunderstorm
Logan County in
been
central
issued.
Kentucky, and then west central Clark and south central Indiana County. That's
A
the
new severe thunderstorm
areas around
warning has been
Paoli
issued.
and Salem. I would guess, just by the look of it, they'll probably re-up this and extend it out, but it's hard to say. It's a little bit further from the radar site, but it appears to be rotating still around that Florence and Muscle Shoals area. It has weakened it a little bit. There is influence from this line of storms that's working up pretty quickly, and it will overtake this storm. Considerable threat through Tupelo, and then also through areas like Houston, Okolona, Walthall, and approaching areas north and west of the Starkville area. Some of these storms are outflow dominant or undercut by the cold front. There's a pretty good line of, that's probably the cold front, just because I don't see a lot of surge in it. It's probably the cold front. Either way, outflow dominant or cold front, essentially the cool air is rushing ahead of this storm complex, and that will basically cut off any of the tornado threat. Still could get an isolated damaging wind and isolated hail, but as long as those storms stay behind this boundary, that will really limit their severe risk, especially for tornadoes. Considerable threat for golf ball size hail. Jonesville and Harrisonburg in Louisiana. That's approaching areas around Faraday and the Mississippi River. And then storm around Oakdale. A little bit of rotation in that cell. Oakdale and Pine Prairie, Louisiana. And then those storms do extend all the way down to the Gulf, but they're not that strong down here. Mostly gusty showers. I'm keeping an eye on the Lake Charles area, and I haven't seen a ton of lightning on it on the camera there. So yeah, those storms, not quite as strong. Actually, the whole line extends all the way into the Gulf, out past Galveston, Texas. Texas got through, especially the Houston area, pretty quiet. They're going to extend the wind warning across the Jackson area, but limited tornado threat right now unless those storms can catch up to that boundary. And there's a hail threat around the Charlotte area. We've seen a couple more hail reports. Dickinson, inch and a half. So this storm definitely means business
thunderstorm warning
on the west side of Nashville. Yeah, it's going to depend if it does.
A new severe thunderstorm warning.
These storms have not been that vigorous right now, so I don't know. We'll see. The models still have storms maturing in this kind of area, so we'll see in the next hour or so if anything really ramps up across that part of southeast Louisiana and southwest Mississippi. But yeah, if these storms can stay behind the boundary, they're not going to have as big of a chance at severe weather. Just some wind. Are some new storms that are starting to fire. Take a look at these. Now, they're not really storms yet. There are some showers, some convection that's going up. So we do have to watch like these areas. I wouldn't say out of the woods yet. And you do have a tornado watch now until 4 a.m. But that'll get trimmed back. They'll trim it as the line progresses through. Oh geez, just when I said something about Lake Charles. Oh, there's a little circulation in here. It's a good catch. There's not a lot of lightning, and it's a fairly weak storm. But there is rotation right in here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's going to be for Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Wow, that actually is a pretty decent storm. That camera in is right at that circulation. And we could be getting some 60 plus to 70 plus mile an hour winds, because that camera is bouncing all over the place. Yeah, rotation near Lockmore. That's going to come across the Lake Charles area.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's how quickly that developed. There wasn't much there. That's probably when we looked at it. There wasn't much there. And then it tightened up real quick, real fast. It's broadened just a little bit in the last scan. And this camera is basically at that rotation. I'm trying to look for power flashes. I don't see any. But that's a nasty storm. Oh boy. And now we have a re-upped tornado warning for that cell coming out of the, it was down by Lawrenceburg and Waynesville earlier. Now a tornado warning for Columbia, Spring Hill, Thompson Station, and Franklin. These are the southern suburbs of Nashville, and those are populated areas. We still have those tornado warnings in central
A new
parts of
severe thunderstorm
Kentucky,
warning has
too.
been issued.
Wow, those are some really strong winds in Louisiana. Still potentially in here near Westlake.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I don't see any correlation coefficient drop with it. We're behind those now. Probably head back. Yeah, we'll take a look at this shot. This is at the Lake Charles, essentially. Might be going just east of there. Okay, this is a good shot. If there's any tornado, it's going to be back in this top corner, basically beside the text and the logo. That looks off to the west. And there still could be. It's loosened up a little bit, but look for power flashes. So still tornado warning storms in central Kentucky, around the Leachfield area, and then down towards Windyville. It's a interesting name. They do look a little less punchy, so they may extend this warning out without the tornado warnings. But I also want to go to this cell that's re-up the intensity there around Columbia. Yeah, there's rotation in here just near Columbia. It's lifting up towards Spring Hill
A new severe
and
thunderstorm warning
Thompson
has been
Station.
issued.
That's also at 50 miles an hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Spring Hill about 9 minutes, Thompson Station 12, Paytonsville 20, and Nolansville, Tennessee 33, Franklin 22. That's a dangerous cell. They have pushed that severe warning through the Jackson
A new
Metro.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then considerable threat coming out of the areas around Jonesville and Faraday in Louisiana through Fayette. That'll approach the Brookhaven area
thunderstorm warning
eventually, and Meadville. Considerable threat for 70 miles an hour. No hail. That's a good sign there. Still watching that area kind of straight ahead for power flashes. It's basically at Lake Charles and Shell Beach Drive. And then Nashville, there's still a few areas of circulation in here. The hail has come down a little bit on that cell near White Bluff, but still have a potential rain-wrapped tornado coming up towards Spring Hill, Tennessee. I don't see anything that really stands out in there. There is some hail also in there. All right, starting to get the rain on this camera. So the circulation is about to this camera. Yeah, and here comes the wind. You can see the camera rocking back and forth. Yeah, they've strengthened a little bit, those Brookhaven storms. They've definitely trended up a little bit in the last few minutes. Yeah, that camera's getting rocked pretty good. I don't see any, I didn't see any power flashes or anything. Interesting. Here is one of our cameras, that's Tennessee Dot Smartway. This is at I-840 and I-65, which is in the Spring Hill area. It's up here. So already some rain and storms and wind on that camera. And we'll kind of pay attention because the heavier wind and rain is down here, approaching the downtown Spring Hill area, now lifting through Columbia.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's where the rain-wrapped possible tornado would be. This is still rocking and rolling, this camera in Lake Charles. Go back to the Lake Charles storm real quick. Yeah, it's basically over this camera now, just south of it. And it's not too strong of a storm, but that little area of rotation is a punchy one.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We've lost the tornado tag, or the tornado warning around the Florence area. Still some rotation, still possibly some small hail. A lot of lightning around Florence and Muscle Shoals. The bigger wind threat is pushing in from the west with that line of storms.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And then a new line of storms, Hudson and Hardin Springs up to Vine Grove, Radcliffe, Lebanon Junction, Fort Knox, Hide the Gold, and then up towards Louisville. Not quite into Louisville, but just especially south sides of Louisville, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington. Keep an eye on this storm complex riding up through Kentucky. Yeah, it's another one of these little embedded supercells. You can see how it kind of curls around here, just kind of like the other one, which is not quite as robust as it was a few minutes ago. There's another cell in here that could do the same along the Ohio River near Dexter. And then this is also another one that near Salem that's tornado warned. That has broadened out a little bit, but continue to stay in your safe place. Salem, New Philadelphia, South Boston, Indiana. Severe warned storms are working through Indianapolis right now. They are severe warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds, tornado possible tag. There could potentially be a little bit higher winds in here too. There's some 60-plus mile-an-hour winds. That's working now through the basically center of the Indianapolis metro. And then out towards Shelbyville, we'll keep an eye on a couple areas of rotation. Franklin, down towards that Columbus, Indiana area. As storms are going to push towards Shelbyville and Greensburg. I feel like they are working a little bit east of the where the model's kind of indicated. And we do have a new warning up in parts of now Michigan, Sturgis, Michigan, Bronson, Fawn River, and Newada. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. There's a tornado possible tag on it. Not super tight rotation, but
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Little bit of rotation in here near Sturgis. It's not even much of a thunderstorm. There's hardly any lightning with that one, so it's mostly a line of gusty showers with some rotation embedded in it. And then the Nashville metro area, you guys are getting in on it now. Some rotation there near Ashland City. We'll keep an eye on that one for you as it gets into the west side of Nashville. Another little pocket north of Springfield, Tennessee.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then we have a big area of new considerable threat severe thunderstorm, basically all southern middle Tennessee. And then we do have that area around Spring Hill. There's the area of circulation right in here. It's come down a little bit in intensity just on the last couple scans. But yeah, there it is in here near Neapolis, or the south side of Spring Hill, Saturn Parkway. It's from Murray and Williamson County at 50 miles an hour. Paytonsville, about 14 minutes. Nolensville, 27. And Laverne, about 35 minutes. going to skirt the southern suburbs of the Nashville metro. Still a ton of lightning with that Florence storm. Yeah, that's an interesting storm, too. We've seen more warnings starting to fill in across western parts of Alabama, Russellville, Red Bay, Hamilton, Haley'sville, down to Vernon. And then severe warning storms pushing through now east of Tupelo, Fulton, down towards Okolona, Aberdeen, West Point, getting towards the Starkville area. And Jackson still seeing severe storms, but they are, the cold front is right along those storms. So they're still basically outflow dominant coming into the Jackson metro. 57-mile-an-hour winds at Jonesville and Catahoula Parish. And these storms have uptrended a little bit. There is some rotation also in this cell near Oberlin, Louisiana. New warning for Pine Prairie, Ville Platte, Opelousas, Church Point, and Eunice, Louisiana. You can see that embedded supercell in here. Forward flank fans out. It wraps around, has a little bit of a knuckle, and that's where its inflow region is, and the rear flank. So we'll keep an eye on that one. That's especially towards Eunice and Church Point. And our Lake Charles storm, that tornado warning expires in just a couple minutes. Still a little bit of rotation in here on the east side of Lake Charles. Not seeing anything that screams tornado on the correlation coefficient, but yeah, there is some rotation in here still. And actually, we're so close to the radar, you can kind of see there's a little bit of a notch there too. That checks out. It's an interesting little cell. Yeah, strong storms coming towards that Spring Hill, Tennessee area, Duplex, Paytonsville.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A lot of lightning now starting to show up on those Tennessee dot cameras. They're kind of dark because there actually isn't that much. That 840 corridor isn't as urbanized as some parts of Nashville, so it's a little bit dark. And luckily, I don't see a lot of traffic, but the lightning is really starting to illuminate this intersection. Basically now 840 and
Warning,
Lewisburg
a new
Parkway.
special marine warning has been issued.
This continues through the Franklin and Nolensville area. A lot of lightning in that storm. I don't blame you. Let's take a look. We'll take a look at those Mississippi storms. Right now, the Mississippi, all of Mississippi right now, those storms generally seem to be wind-driven. Not a ton of rotation. This area is a little hard to see, but at least right now, those are more wind-driven storms. And these are all outflow dominant storms across from basically Starkville all the way down through the Jackson area. So these aren't really going to be tornadic unless they catch up to that outflow boundary cold front. are some new storms starting to go up in southern Mississippi. We do have to watch these. This one already has a little bit of shear on it near Wortham. It's north of Gulfport. Keep an eye on that cell. Yeah, a little bit of shear in those storms. Nothing rotating really yet, but just they're in a decent environment down there.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
It'd be interesting if we can see anything on these TDOT cameras besides the lightning, but this camera is positioned over by Peyton. Yeah, Peytonsville. Just right there at the center of your screen, and that is basically where this rotation is tracking. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The Huntsville office for the National Weather Service is going to re-up that tornado warning around the Florence area. I'd agree with that. There is rotation in here. Doesn't look quite as punchy as it did earlier, but yeah, it's still rotating decently. Bailey Springs up to Upper Green Hill, Sweet Gum, Parkertown, Sombrero Acres, and then over towards Lexington in Lauderdale County, Alabama. I want to watch this area. This is one of those interesting areas where the line sweeps in and sweeps up the supercell that's out in front. Decent amount of water I can see on the car lights there. That is... I believe that's westbound traffic, so... yeah. Yeah, that's about right. We're seeing kind of the outbound winds. See if we can get a wind shift on this camera. New severe thunderstorm warnings through those areas in east central Indiana, from Shelbyville, Hope, down to Vernon, Seymour, Rushville, Greensburg in Indiana, and then up through the eastern suburbs of Indianapolis, Greenfield, up to Fishers, Noblesville. A lot of gusty winds in here. I don't see a ton of tornadic circulations, and then still watching gusty winds in this cell near Sturgis and Fawn River. Further south, we have that Salem storm. Some rotation still in it, but that's backed off, I think, quite significantly. And then we still have the storm coming towards the Fort Knox area. That is rotating pretty good near Big Spring, Kentucky. Now, you know what? That likely dropped a quick tornado right in here near High Plains Corner. Maybe down towards Constantine. Constantine, look at that CC drop right there. And then it picked up around Dyer. Really picked up right here around High Plains Corner. And then there's what's left of it across St. John's Road. And not really anything in there anymore. But that likely was... Yep, that was a brief tornado right there. You can see it on the velocity and the correlation coefficient. So this is a dangerous storm coming up through Vine Grove, Radcliffe, Fort Knox, Lebanon Junction in Kentucky. There's also some pretty damaging winds also on the leading edge of this. Yeah, that's a dangerous storm. Let's check our other storm near Millerstown. That one's
A new
also
severe
rotating.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then the rest of this near Brownsville and north of Smith Grove has weakened a little bit. But these two storms are both potentially tornadic. One in here generally coming towards Hodgensville, and then this one will skirt the southern suburbs of the Louisville metro. Still seeing some rotation in this storm. This is right basically, it's broadened quite significantly, but it's basically at this camera position and Paytonsville. It's hard to see much from that perspective, but I'll keep the camera up. The wind is still the same direction, so we have not gone through the wind change. And that cell does not look quite as strong. The cell to its south is also rotating near Mount Pleasant. That may make its way up towards Columbia and Spring Hill as well, so keep an eye on that one. And then that storm, little rotation near Colleen, north of Florence. Storms near Aberdeen. And we've lost that tornado warning near Lake Charles. There's some strong storms down in Louisiana right now. Considerable threat continues there.
A new severe
Fayette, Roxy,
thunderstorm
and
warning has
Meadville.
been issued.
And then some big storms coming into Nashville right now with some damaging winds. Not a ton of circulation on those right now. The strongest storms are through Indianapolis. Still some pretty heavy winds behind them. And then it does look like they're going to cut a bunch of areas here in western Indiana. Lafayette, Lebanon, Crawfordsville, Terre Haute, Greencastle, Martinsville, Bloomington, Bedford, Washington, Vincennes, and Sullivan. They've already trimmed off Evansville. So yeah, as soon as that line kind of clears you, at least today, tomorrow is a little bit different. Tomorrow there may be a couple rounds and lines of storms. But today, as long as that main line clears you, your severe threat ends. It's still very windy back here, though. Rolla's at 26, gusting to 40. Moberly is down to 30 degrees, 31 gusting to 45. Muskogee, Oklahoma, 32 gusting to 51 still. Down to 38 degrees with some snow flurries across northern parts of Oklahoma that were in the 70s this morning. Monette outside of Springfield and Joplin, 25 gusting to 32. Kennett in southern Missouri, 23 gusting to 32, I think it was. And Jonesboro still gusting to 37, down to 41 degrees. It was closer to 80, I think, in Jonesboro earlier. And Jonesboro had that 75-mile-an-hour wind gust when those storms worked through earlier. New tornado warning. This is for that area Checking this area here, I don't see it on the ground, but this is really close to being on the ground. We're actually seeing a weak echo where there's lower precip in here. And you can even see in here, within that, you can almost see the spiral effect in here.
A new radar indicated
This is
tornado
kind of
warning has
spiraling
been
around
issued.
into the circulation. So yeah, follow this little path. And you can kind of see how it spirals in. And then there's a center here of a weak echo. It's a weak echo region. That's a dangerous storm, and it's pretty close to the radar too. So that's low level features there. Shepherdsville, you're ready to take your safe space. If you're around Fort Knox, Pitts Point, Gaffey Heights, you really need to be in your safe space. Radcliffe, Kentucky. And then they're extending the tornado warning to the south. Elizabethtown, Hodgenville, New Haven, and Bardstown, Kentucky. Still seeing some circulation in there. But the storm to the north is the stronger storm. This also has some very significant wind. Yeah, there's the area rotation right here over Shot Hunt Road and Fort Avenue. Coming basically for Fort Knox and Radcliffe. It's a really dangerous storm. I think rightly so. We've lost the tornado warning south sides of Nashville. That area has weakened and broadened. I'm still watching this area, though, around Mount Pleasant, lifting up towards Columbia with some pretty strong winds and rain. And then those strong storms are pushing through the Nashville area right now. Since we don't have the tornado warning, I'll probably move that camera. Here's over by, this is east of Lake Charles, in case we get any more severe storms there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, this is just south of downtown Nashville, so this will be a good one to watch. Yeah, there's little pockets of damaging wind in here.
A new destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. Harrison, Bullitt, Hardin, Jefferson, and Meade counties are now under a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. 80-mile-an-hour winds. And we're seeing that on the radar. That's that area that I was pointing out just a little bit ago. There's potentially some 80, 84-mile-an-hour winds. We're really close to the radar, and those are coming towards the radar site too. That's that area around Radcliffe and Fort Knox. You're going to want to basically, especially with all the trees and stuff in this area, you're going to want to shelter very similar to a tornado across these areas. This is, let me get these again. Harrison County in south central Indiana, southeastern Meade County in central Kentucky, Jefferson County in central Kentucky, which is the county of Louisville, western Bullitt County in central Kentucky, and north central Hardin in central Kentucky. That includes downtown Louisville, Jeffersontown, Hillview, Shepherdsville, Mount Washington, and a little bit into the areas in Indiana like Buena Vista, Evans Landing, and Elizabeth. Mostly a Kentucky problem, though. The strongest winds look like they're in Kentucky. And this is moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. That puts it into downtown Louisville in about 23 minutes. Hillville 16, Shepherdsville 12, Indian Hills 26, and Jeffersontown 26 at the end of the warning polygon. So again, if you're in those counties, you need to treat this like it's a tornado warning. 80-mile-an-hour severe winds. That's Low-end tornadoes are in those 80-mile-an-hour ranges, so you do need to treat this like it's a tornado warning. And if you live in a mobile home or a temporary structure, a permanent structure is the way to go. So you got to get out and go to a safe place. Hopefully you have your tornado action plan ready to go. The storm is down by Fort Knox right now, and it's moving north and east at 65 miles an hour. Otherwise, we have tornado warnings, Radcliffe, Fort
A new
Knox.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is that big area broad spin that we can see on the reflectivity too. Like a sink drain. You can just see it taking all this water and just wrapping it into this circulation. And it's basically over the radar site right now, so we're probably not going to get the best view of it until it comes out of the other side.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Tornado warning continues around Elizabethtown and points south near Sonora, Hodgenville, New Haven, and Bardstown. You guys gotta get to your safe place. That's a dangerous cell there too. Severe storms coming through Bowling Green, Kentucky, Franklin, White House, Goodlettsville, and now into Nashville. Nashville camera looks like it's pretty heavy wind on it. They're also going to put a tornado warning on this cell. Yeah, oh, right here. That could be a tornado on the ground just near Braley Parkway. This is a look at that location, Braley and Gallatin Parkway. Oh boy. That's getting hammered pretty hard right there. If there's a tornado, it's literally on this camera, just right in the rain. It would be under that T-Dot Smartway logo. And that's actually a pretty tight circulation that just popped up near the Nashville National Cemetery. So if you're in this area, north and east sides of Nashville, Gallatin, you need to take your tornado safe space to. It's going to be Davidson, Sumner, and Wilson counties in Tennessee.
A new radar indicated
yeah, I'm going to stay up for the
has been issued.
southern Tennessee or southern Mississippi areas. I think it's also moving quicker than some of those models showed too. Because we're going to get little circulations like this. It's really hard because I can't say like, oh, there's a supercell. Like some days we can say like, oh, there's a supercell here. So in an hour it's going to be over here. It's really tricky with these kind of line segments because there's just little brief spin ups and they just pop up like this Nashville one. But that is a tight circulation really close to the radar site too. And there could be CC. It's really hard to tell.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I don't see anything crazy on those cameras. This would have been the best camera for it. Because it was right kind of over in this area for the circulation. But that has likely moved past this camera. And yeah, it's weakened some. Near the TriStar Madison Medical Campus. So within the scan, it weakened again.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Rush County, Indiana. This is Rushville, Circleville, Farmington, New Salem, and Orange. Yeah, there's the circulation here. Just south of Rushville on, looks like County Road 450 South and State Highway 3. State Highway 3 up towards Glenwood and Farmington.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
The nasty cell. Severe warning continues out to Richmond, Eaton, Oxford, Ohio, Brookville, Batesville, Milan, and Versailles in Indiana. This is approaching Cincinnati actually fairly quickly. We said Cincinnati would be like 2 a.m., but it's going to be a lot sooner than that. And they have now issued a severe thunderstorm watch for wind and a few tornadoes for eastern Indiana, northern and northeastern Kentucky, western into central Ohio. It doesn't go until 4 a.m. Isolated significant gusts up to 75 and a tornado or two are possible. And I think generally the severe weather is going to be south of like that area around Marion, Salina, Bellefontaine. There's one kind of random severe storm still ongoing across Hillsdale and Jonesville in Michigan, but the storms in northern parts of Indiana are not that strong right now. All right, let's go back here. This is a bit of a mess coming into Louisville. Trying to see what they've done here. Okay, they've canceled the tornado warning because the circulation has broadened out. They've canceled that, but still a powerful circulation with 80-mile-an-hour winds lifting up through Minor Lane Heights, Valley Station, Pleasure Ridge Park, Audubon Park, into Louisville, Jeffersontown.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
That's still a really strong storm. Could also put down a new tornado too. And we still have a rotation around Hodgenville and also east of Elizabethtown coming towards Bardstown. There's a couple circulations in here. Yeah, the southern part is dragging a little bit. This side is really, I think, surged out a little bit faster than we expected. Because some of these are moving at like 65 to 70 miles an hour. Yeah, like this tornado warning storm I just went over is about 65 miles an hour. Looks like Indianapolis, 71 mile an hour winds in Marion County. All right, back to Nashville. This storm looked like it weakened again. There's a new circulation now just by the radar site near the Hermitage, the Walmart Supercenter, Sherwood Forest. That could easily produce a tornado too. And then these strong storms have already pushed through the Nashville area. Approaching areas like Smyrna, Laverne, Murfreesboro.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, we'll get out in front of that in the Nashville area. It's already starting to rain there, but this is at 40 in Hermitage. Strong winds coming through there. Pulaski.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Gillies and Lawrence counties. This is that storm that's coming out of the, yeah, this is the Florence storm. And that one's rotating pretty good in here. Near 5 points. That's going to ride up towards Good Spring and Pulaski. Pretty nasty storm. Yeah, rotation in here near Minor Hill. Let's see. Severe storms coming through Florence, Russellville, down through Aberdeen and West Point, approaching Columbus. They weaken. Yeah, let's look back here. They weaken a little bit across central parts of Mississippi. These are that area that is a little bit behind the cold front, so they're weaker from about Starkville down to areas around Canton. A little bit stronger in the Jackson area, but they are kind of marginally severe. And then we do have the considerable threat around Fayette, Meadville, and Roxy. I feel like that storm's been there for a while. It's not moving quite as quickly either.
Warning, a new special marine warning has
Says
been
it's
issued.
moving east at 60, but and then we still have a couple stronger cells down here around Eunice. Pretty good wind in here coming towards Lawtell, Church Point. And those strong storms have cleared Lake Charles. They're going to cut also, it's like the areas around Beaumont, Lake Charles, up to Alexandria and Leesville. Those cells that developed a little bit ago in southern parts of Mississippi have fizzled, so that's a good sign. And then I do want to look, there's a couple cells. This cluster, some of the models have coming ashore across the Panhandle as a little bit of a feisty set of storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Newest warning for Marion, Indiana, Gas City, Hartford. Mostly gusty winds up here. We're losing a lot of the tornadic threat up in parts of northeast Indiana. This still has a little bit of rotation in it around Farmington and Orange and Bunker Hill. They might extend that warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They've downgraded the Louisville storm to a considerable threat. 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's not looking quite as strong as it did earlier. But still, some strong winds coming into Minor Heights, Audubon Park, Louisville, with the tornado threat a little bit further south towards Bardstown. Yeah, right in here near Nelsonville. Seen a few confirmed tornadoes, not a ton though. This storm is just now coming off the radar site, so we'll get a little better picture of it, but that could still have a little rotation. Looks like it backed off. It peaked right by our camera, and I didn't see anything on the camera. It could have been wrapped in rain, but still didn't see any power flashes. And yeah, Didn't see anything on that camera that would have been in a great spot for it. This cell still has some spin as it's crossing 65 south of Spring Hill. Keep an eye on that one towards Chapel Hill, towards Christiana, and even Woodbury. And then one of our newest tornado warnings was this cell south of Pulaski. Lawrence and Gillies counties in Middle Tennessee, southern Middle Tennessee. And that's moving east at 55. Puts it into Pulaski in about 13 minutes. Beach Hill 22. Aspen Hill about 12. Okay, they've trimmed that radar. So Nashville, your area is not under a tornado warning anymore.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, they're going to warn that whole Middle Tennessee area for considerable destructive threat. And there is some rotation again in here near Caney Spring, Milltown, Chapel Hill. Keeping an eye on that part of the storm. Yeah, strong storm near Gallatin, Old Hickory Lake, Martha, and up to Cairo. Continue to stay in your safe place there. That could have a quick spin in that area on Gallatin. This feature has actually broadened so much. It's more of a bit of a bookend vortex now. So we got to watch for a little bit of QLCS on the leading edge of those. But it was a tornadic circulation earlier. It's now just broadened so much. A couple hail reports coming in under 2 inches. Wallace Ridge, Louisiana, 1.75 inches. Jonesville, 1.75 inches. So a little bit of hail. That tracks. That was the southern threat had a little bit more hail threat earlier. Seeing this storm kind of is bulging out near Roxy. That is some damaging winds. Generally headed towards Macomb and Brookhaven. But that's I mean right now that's kind of the main storm in Mississippi. Yeah, good news are Mississippi folks, the Mississippi storms don't look that impressive right now. They could ramp back up, but right now they're slacking a little bit. Yeah, this area here from southern Indiana across Kentucky and Middle Tennessee is kind of the core of this system right now. Hmm.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, they're going to warn this area near Mount Washington in Kentucky. Yeah, rotation picked up a little bit there near Mount Washington. That's how quickly that can develop. Just a scan or so. Yeah, that's riding down Old Mill Road towards Plum Creek Road. Again, Mount Washington, Elk Creek up to Shelbyville, Kentucky. Tornado safe space.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then they're extending out that new considerable threat, severe thunderstorm Lafayette, Red, Boiling Springs, Carthage, and Liberty, Tennessee.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And yeah, there's that radar indicated tornado warning. Bullitt, Franklin, Henry, Jefferson, and Shelby counties. Shelbyville, about 15 minutes. Maybe a little less. It's moving quicker than that. Yeah, about 18 minutes to Shelbyville. Mulberry, about 23. And then Elk Creek, 8 minutes or less. Still seeing a couple circulations in here. There's one near Bardstown, and then the other just near Dant. I don't see a debris signature with any of those. Or the one that just got warned. Looks like we've lost that rotation around Orange and Connorsville, Indiana. Still a dangerous line of storms, but the storms are diminishing some across eastern Indiana. Severe warned storms down to Batesville. This could be close to producing. This cell near Pulaski. It has, looks like some hail in it, but right in here, decently tight area circulation. Basically over Aspen Hill, coming up towards Frankenwing
A new
and
severe
Beach
thunderstorm
Hill.
warning has been issued.
The tornadic part of the storm may stay south of Pulaski. Still want you to stay in your safe place, though.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been
And
issued.
they're going to extend that warning for the severe warning out ahead of the storm, which is a good idea. Maybe helps wake some people up, get some people turning on the weather, tuning into our channel, and then liking and subscribing, that sort of stuff.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, I've seen the storms through Jackson. They've replaced with a special weather statement. Still seeing this cold front outflow boundary right in here. So they're still outflow dominant. Yeah, hint, hint. This is still considered. We'll see what they do here. It expires in 3 minutes. I'm guessing they'll re-up it, but I'm not sure it'll be a considerable threat. Decent wind in there. There's a lot to cover tonight. This has been an interesting day of severe weather. We have not had a tornado outbreak, but we've definitely had a severe weather outbreak. I'm very curious to see how many storm reports we get out of today. Today could be the busiest day for storm reports in quite a while. Probably since like June of last year. That's weird. No, it's definitely back here. Now you got me like, check my other radar just
A
to
new
double check.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
No, it's definitely back there still near Meadville. And they just re-upped that warning. Oh, good. They did drop that warning now. It's a standard severe thunderstorm warning. Still 60-mile-an-hour winds. You still got to be careful. Away from windows and not on the bathtub or anything like that. Stay out of water. A lot of lightning and stuff. But this is downtrending a little bit too. We'll see if it increases. There's still a decent amount of instability and moisture across the south. So these storms could take advantage of some of that. Oh, that sucks. Maybe it's still I mean give it a little time. Sometimes if they made changes, it might be a little glitchy or something. Some of the stronger storms are working into Alabama now. Fayette, Vernon, Glen Allen, Haleyville, up towards Moulton, Rogersville, and then into Tennessee, Winchester, Estill Springs. This still has still rotating around Aspen Hill. That's still a dangerous cell. There's still also some hail in that.
A new
This line
considerable
east of Nashville
destructive
is still pretty
thunderstorm
strong.
warning has been issued.
Westmoreland down towards Lebanon and down towards Walter Hill. And then this area here still has a decent rotation in here. Now past Bardstown towards Bloomfield, Kentucky. A little weaker than it was, though. A little bit also here near Fredericktown. And this was one of our newer tornado warnings near Mount Washington. Let's see. Has that decreased that much? Yeah, that's almost gone completely away. That area of rotation. You can see how it spreads out as it kind of goes out further. It wasn't much, and then it got tornado warning. And now it's really broadened back out. Let's take a look. There's that area there. That has weakened as well in Kentucky. Some of those tornado warnings in Kentucky look a little bit weaker than they did. And one more strong storm still up near Hillsdale, Michigan. May have a little bit of a surge of wind in here. I don't think it has. It's really hard to tell because we are looking a little further up in the sky.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It doesn't show any low-level rotation. About 5,000 feet from the Jackson radar. Oh, it's about equal. It's about 5,000 feet from the Jackson and the New Orleans radar. I didn't know that. That's about split the difference between Jackson and New Orleans right there. Doesn't show anything that's significant rotation. So maybe a little bit of shear in here. It's getting a little bit of inflow. And then there's a little bit of outflow near Meadville and stuff, but it's more of a shear line than a rotation point right now. I'll keep an eye on it, though. That's a tough area. I didn't realize how far away from the radar we were right there. We will get a better look at it as it gets to the I-55 corridor. The storms in southern Mississippi have completely fizzled. Oh, geez, that's sad. That's really bad. Yeah, I wonder if it shows me if any people have power problems. Oh yeah, even out ahead of this, there's still some people in Lawrence County. 154 customers, about 2% of the total customers are without power. Yeah, trees can be really dangerous. If you have trees in a property, you want to shelter, especially for a powerful severe thunderstorm, similar to a tornado. this isn't going to help. This could also this could knock down some branches and stuff that maybe were loosened by the storms the other day too. So that is something to consider. Even though these aren't the strongest storms, they're going through an area that just got a pretty widespread severe event the other day, and that could yeah, that could bring down some extra branches and trees. I knew a couple people in the Nashville area that went like 2 weeks without power after that ice storm. They had to go over to their parents' house just because they didn't have power for 2 weeks in the freezing cold and stuff. A little bit of a circulation trying to tighten around Lebanon in east of Nashville, Tucker's Crossroads, Carthage, Gainsboro. Keep an eye on that storm. And they're still going to continue that tornado warning through the Shelbyville area, Simpsonville, over towards Mulberry. There are a couple areas of circulation showing, but not particularly tight right now. And then it looks like the other tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire with a considerable threat tag attached to that one. Still some broad rotation near Taylorsville Lake, and that'll be coming up towards Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, Kentucky. Eventually the Lexington area. That's actually, let me track that out. Yeah, it's about 45 minutes from the Lexington area. That's a beautiful part of Kentucky. You can drive through there and see the horse farms and the thoroughbred farms and stuff, and distilleries and things. And it's a beautiful drive from Kentucky, from the Lexington area down to like Elizabethtown, and then you get down into the Mammoth Cave area. Yeah, that's not good. This area has tons of trees too. Let's see. Let's look back here. Yeah, I don't see rotation on this storm yet. The Colonel. That's down there, I think, by London, Kentucky. I think. New severe warning across Columbia,
A new severe
Tompkinsville,
thunderstorm
Glasgow,
warning has been
Scottsville.
issued.
That's the new warning there. Franklin, Henry, Scott, and Shelby counties. And it looks like they're going to do the same. They're going to let this tornado warning expire in 3 minutes. Replace it with a tornado possible tag up through Shelbyville. Probably good. These areas have broadened a little bit, so that's probably the right
A new
call.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Those are working their way towards the I-75 corridor. And then we've lost a lot of the severe warnings in eastern parts of Indiana, but still some pretty feisty storms. Richmond down to Versailles, Brookville, and approaching the Cincinnati metro. And yeah, some gusty showers and storms up in here, but there's not even a lot of lightning showing. So it's mostly some really gusty winds, a little bit of a bookend vortex. And that'll continue pushing up into Ohio. Same for this area. It's being severe warned right now for 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible, but it's mostly a gusty shower. That'll continue pushing up towards Ann Arbor and maybe into the Detroit area. I think most of that severe thunderstorm watch has been allowed to expire across Michigan. I was pretty skeptical we'd get a lot of severe weather in these areas that had the winter weather advisories. Hey, and we've lost all our tornado warnings right now. Still a pretty good amount of severe thunderstorms. Let's see if the models have adjusted to some of the timing of things. Let me get the new model up.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
What do we get? Switzerland County, Indiana. Okay. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning on the southwest sides of Cincinnati. Switzerland County in southeast Indiana, and then Carroll, Grant, Owen, and Gallatin counties in northern Kentucky. Yeah, that's approaching areas like Warsaw, Owenton. It's down by the NASCAR track, and then it's going to be coming up into Florence and Independence from the southwest side of the Cincinnati metro. So got a new warning up here: tornado possible tag for Winchester, Indiana. A little bit of broad rotation, but that one's not as punchy as the other ones. And yeah, we've lost our tornado warnings through Kentucky and Tennessee. There still are some areas of circulation. One near Tucker's Crossroads is a little bit interesting, and a couple near Murfreesboro. All right, let's get take a look at that model. I'm looking at it live with you guys, so I have not prepped this at all. But it looks like it's starting off pretty good. It shows a solid line of storms, probably the most severe right where they should be right now, and a little less severe up here into Indiana and Ohio. So that's a good sign. It shows also a little bit less severe storms into Mississippi. It does look like it highlights that area around Meadville pretty good, and then maybe does a little bit overdoes parts of those Louisiana areas. There could be a couple rounds of pretty heavy storms tomorrow. It still wants to bring pretty strong storms through that area from Brookhaven to Hattiesburg. I know, Kat, that's not what you want to hear. Still wants to kind of take that storm and still bring some stronger ones through to the east. We'll see if this develops. have to watch a little bit of these storms out here towards Mobile, Bay Minette, and Pensacola too. The good news is for Mississippi right now, it does want to develop the latest model. Um, if there's any prefrontal cells that develop overnight, it wants to mostly develop them further to the east, more towards Alabama and the western Florida panhandle. Maybe a little bit just skirting the very southern edge of Mississippi, but for the most part, it wants to clear out most of Mississippi in the next couple hours. Yeah, watch out like southern parts of Louisiana too, maybe overnight. It's kind of just holding its own. It's one of the few parts of the line that's not outflow dominant, and but it hasn't really done much. It's just kind of there. 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's maybe reduced a little bit in intensity because it was a considerable threat earlier, and it had some hail earlier. Trees down near Faraday, Louisiana. Multiple trees down across the road in Wallace Ridge. So it's done some tree damage, light tree damage, I guess. Otherwise, right now, that's the only severe warned storm in Mississippi. A little bit of rotation south of Murfreesboro, Tennessee. Keeping an eye on that one.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
Oh, way down there. I was looking for the special marine warnings. They're off Key West. Yeah, sometimes seems like it, doesn't it? I thought the strongest part of the storm missed you the other day, though, right? Maybe a little bit of broad rotation in that to the west of Brookhaven, but it's nothing. I think it's just mid to upper level. We're still looking up like 5,000 feet. Yeah, there's not much there. A lot of lightning with it. Should be able to see that soon towards the I-55 corridor. This is at Macomb, looking generally towards those storms. So we should be able to see lightning on it soon. Yeah, the heaviest winds are in here towards Brookhaven. I mean, the good thing is these are going to move through fairly quickly. About 15 minutes to Brookhaven, about 24 to Monticello, about an hour towards Columbia, and then about 90 minutes for that area around Laurel and Hattiesburg. If it stays going at about 40 miles an hour. So really like the next hour, hour and a half is going to be the kind of the main time frame for you. And it looks like it is going to be a one and done because there's nothing else out in front of this right now.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So yeah, there was some models earlier today. It looked like we might have had a really strong line of storms working in from the west, while we were also watching supercells that came up from the Gulf. In that situation, it would have been a mess because you would have had to worry about these storms moving this way while the other storms were moving in from the west. And yeah, looks like a little bit calmer of a night for southern Mississippi. Gusting to 48. The last little bit here, the last 20 or 30 minutes, these storms have downtrended some. Still some really good gusts coming through Carthage, Woodbury, considerable threat tag down through Lynchburg, and then approaching Decatur and Huntsville. Let's see what damage we've had around Nashville. Tree down in the backyard. Trees down near Columbia. Those were those tornado warning storms earlier. Wow, 6,500 customers without power in Murray, Tennessee. Sporadic trees across Wilson County. Five Oaks neighborhood. That's that area that potentially had that tornadic circulation. So, yeah, it hasn't drastically increased. It just tells me that there's still some 60 to 70 mile an hour winds in here. 61 in Bullitt County.
A new severe thunderstorm
63 at
warning has been
Bardstown. That was
issued.
the tornado warning storm earlier. This storm had a little bit more of a punchy corridor across parts of Kentucky there. And 61 at Oldham, Kentucky, just north of the Louisville area. Strong storms coming in Cincinnati right now. Around the west side of town towards Lawrenceburg, Brookville, Oxford, approaching Harrison, and West College Corner. They're also getting into areas just east of Richmond, Indiana, across the state line into Ohio, and then around Union City. Still a severe thunderstorm warning there. Yeah, surprised I'm not seeing a lot of lightning on that one camera.
A new considerable destructive thunderstorm warning has been issued.
here's a look at those storms around Murfreesboro. So we'll keep an eye on these too. Most of that is should be moving away from this area, but we'll keep an eye on those. We should be able to see those storms. A little bit of circulation too near Reedyville. We did get a new severe warning here. This is for Philadelphia, DeKalb, and Macon, Mississippi. Oh yeah, this is an area where those storms caught up to the cold front or the outflow boundary.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So those are a little bit feistier now. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail maybe. And this storm is crossing the I-55 area around Brookhaven. It's still just kind of maintaining itself. It's not really gaining strength at all. And they've added a new severe thunderstorm watch that covers eastern parts of Kentucky. Let's dive in for a little more detail on this. Storm Prediction Center says, by the way, a line of severe storms continues across the Gulf states this evening, producing occasional reports of damaging wind and small hail. Ahead of this line across southern Mississippi into central and northern Alabama, a favorable and unstable environment, strongly sheared air mass remains in place. There will be sufficient. This will be sufficient for more organized line-embedded mesovortices that may produce damaging winds and tornadoes over the next few hours. Southward across Mississippi and southern Alabama near the coast, occasional isolated showers and thunderstorms have been noted. Should be more discrete storm mode available and able to get going in the warm sector. So they are thinking there's going to be a few more discrete cells. So Storm Prediction Center still says this area is in Mississippi is ripe for development. This new severe thunderstorm watch.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
This new watch goes until 7 a.m. for parts of eastern Kentucky, eastern Tennessee, extreme western Virginia, and then southwestern West Virginia. Yeah, till 7 a.m. That includes Moorhead, Kentucky, Grayson, down to Pikeville, Mount Sterling and Mount Vernon, Somerset, Williamsburg, Bourbonville, and then into Virginia, Wise and Gate City, and then the eastern part of Kentucky or Tennessee, Knoxville, Maryville, Sevierville. What is that? Gatlinburg, right? Is out there. Yeah, Gatlinburg, Pigeon Forge area, and Oak Ridge. within that severe thunderstorm watch area, there are winter weather advisories for Monday and Tuesday across some of that higher terrain. So that's interesting. Those are from the higher terrain south of Hazard, Kentucky. But yeah, after the storm goes through, there's a potential for snow squalls. Wow. At least the last couple scans, this storm does seem to be on the downtrend just a little bit. Um, the heaviest surge of wind is probably right in here near Brookhaven.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Here's a couple of those warm sector cells off the Gulf that do have to be watched for
A
areas
new
like
severe
Tallahassee.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still pretty strong winds coming through that cell, but they've backed it down. Red Boiling Springs, Gainsboro, Cookville, and Livingston, Tennessee. New severe thunderstorm warning continues for you guys. And yeah, storms are about into the Cincinnati area. Actually, I'll pull that up too. That way you guys can see Eastern time, since we're talking about some Eastern time zone areas and some Central time zone. The main clock is in Central, and the obviously the one I just put up is in Eastern. And annoyingly, the clocks are like 4 seconds apart from each other. But that's the best we got. Considerable threat coming through Frankfort, Kentucky, and then into Lexington in a matter of a few minutes. Georgetown, Midway, down towards
A new severe
Nicholasville. Keep an eye on that
thunderstorm
storm.
warning has been issued.
And then we did get a new storm, or a new severe storm warning here. That's for eastern Lincoln, Lawrence County, southeastern Copiah, and Jefferson Davis County in south central Mississippi. Nothing new on that storm. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and some nickel-sized hail. I think I just saw lightning on this camera from Macomb. Surprised we haven't seen more. And I'd rather deal with storms than deal with this. This is a blizzard conditions in Minnesota. Pretty sure the highway's closed because I haven't seen any traffic on this highway. And I think there's maybe a police vehicle or some type of flashing sign up ahead. But I have not seen any traffic on this camera in hours. So, yeah, that looks like a mess.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Thanks, goofball. Yeah, I'm trying. If I get excited, it's for a reason. So I try to stay calm on these broadcasts. Some people have storm anxiety too, and I think that helps staying calm. Tennis ball size hail reported earlier in eastern parts of Texas there. This, yeah, this hasn't been a crazy day for tornadoes, luckily. But still some pretty big winds, some fast moving storms, so it's still good to stay calm. These are starting to become a little more outflow dominant again. We can start to see that frontal boundary or the outflow boundary out in front of these, but still some gusty winds. Reform down to Aliceville. The other reason I stay calm too is because if things get really
A
seriously and I
new
start like
severe
really,
thunderstorm warning has been
getting on
issued.
the camera, then also that helps. It's for a good reason. I think my tone changed a little bit earlier around that Fort Knox storm that was rotating pretty good, and we saw a little correlation coefficient drop. Like that was time to get real serious. Yeah, you said you're in Missouri. You're good to go. Just watch out if you're out in the morning, especially early tomorrow morning. There's probably some flash freezing, and especially across the I-70 corridor north, a little bit of snow, and I think really gusty winds still. Rolla gusting to 40. Lee Summit gusting to 44. Monette 33. St. Louis 40. Yeah, I know. It could be worse. There's Minnesota right now. Wow. Oh, you can see the snow blowing in this camera again. Look under the light poles. It looks like rain or smoke, but it's snow blowing across this highway. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, they did somewhat today too, up 44. I think our first severe warning storms around Lebanon, Missouri, and then they came up through that St. Louis area. A couple small spin ups maybe around St. Louis. This camera right now, let's see, winds at 25, gusting to 35. So those are 35-mile-an-hour winds and blowing snow. Yeah, you're probably out of the snow risk for the year. You guys got some big snow last year when like some people didn't have any, and like the Gulf Coast and New Orleans and Mobile got tons of snow. All right, yeah, your storm is right at the connection point. It's still a little bit of a tricky storm. It's right at the connection point between the outflow boundary. It still may be getting a little bit of inflow. These storms too are up here by Double Springs. They kind of connect into the outflow boundary or cold front. I think it's the cold front, honestly, but uh, these storms may be a little bit more vigorous up towards Moulton, and then that would come over towards Coleman. Considerable threat continues into Middle Tennessee, east of Murfreesboro, towards Cookeville and Livingston. And they are going to extend that cell around Coleman. Tornado possible tag there, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, that's a storm to watch too. I think the blowing snow has picked up on this camera since we started looking at it. I can really see like the curtains of snow blowing across the camera and the light poles. Mm, yeah, that doesn't look fun at all. little bit of rain and gusty winds starting to pick up in this camera on 55. This is I-55 near Macomb. Oh yeah, there's a little bit of a shower or storm just out ahead of that. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it looks like it's going to get loud. There seems to be a lot of lightning still with these storms across areas like Forest, Mendenhall, down through Brookhaven.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's weird. I haven't seen a lot of lightning on this Macomb camera, but the radar says it's there.
Warning, a new special marine warning has been issued.
That storm that moved through Clarksville, Tennessee earlier, it's like 6,000 customers without power. Trees down around Clarksville in Tennessee. Hey, Mrs. Smith, how's it going tonight? Yeah, it's going to be a loud storm for some of you guys down there. I'm surprised we still haven't seen a ton of lightning on that Macomb camera. A little bit of rotation in the cell near Columbia. That is in Tennessee. Columbia, Tennessee. Between there and Edmonton. That's south of Campbellsville, Tennessee. Keep an eye on that storm. And then we do have new severe warnings all the way through the Lexington area, Georgetown, Lexington, Nicholasville, Winchester, over towards Cynthiana and Carlisle. Could be a little bit heavier wind in there too. 54-mile-an-hour winds at Hebron, Kentucky. That's at the airport there, Cincinnati Airport. And that just happened.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's good to have you guys on board. I was just checking some of the storm reports there, just seeing if there's anything really worthy of passing on. A bunch of storm chasers are actually chasing up in Minnesota the blizzard conditions, which is interesting. They did warn this storm that I just had commented on around Edmonton and up towards Columbia. Oh yeah, that is rotating a little more vigorously now. Look at that one. Around Weed and Sparksville, headed up towards Columbia. Let's take a look and see. 50-mile-an-hour forward motion. Storms have been really consistent today. That'll put it in Columbia. I said Tennessee, but I think it's Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky at about 10 minutes. And then Eunice and Neatsville about 24 minutes. Pretty dangerous storm. Rotation back in here, just north of Sparksville. Yeah. Be coming up Cumberland Parkway towards Columbia from the southwest side of town. Some of the storms have decreased across Tennessee, but there's a lot of rain in here. I'm a little worried about some flash flooding too. And still some decent rain and storms back through Nashville. There's lightning in here. It's not super fun, it looks like. Moderate to heavy rain, lightning, thunder. There could be some ponding on the roadway, some flash flooding. And then this is a strong storm approaching areas around Coleman. Keep an eye on that one. I've also seen the rain and wind hit the cameras here in Louisiana. Those are those special weather statement storms to the west of Baton Rouge. And they're now through Lafayette, Indiana, around Bow Bridge. This is, I think, the Bow Bridge area, so that checks out. Gusty winds, heavy rain, not a ton of yeah, not much hail down here. It's mostly just gusty winds and heavy rain. Same for this area, gusty winds, heavy rain. A little bit of a stronger gust potentially in there. That would generally be headed towards Collins and Laurel too. There's some lightning on that Macomb camera. There's some gustier winds in this camera too at times, but it doesn't look too bad. You can see those trees blowing on the southern part of the camera. This cell's a little bit in a radar hole too, so it's a little hard to see. Yeah, boy, that is a tricky area to see. But there is rotation, Sparksville up to Flatwood, and then approaching Columbia, Garland, Ella, and Neatsville. Considerable threat now for Lexington, Georgetown, Williamstown. Yeah, that storm is surging out a little bit, especially around Georgetown. So keep an eye on that one. Paris, Kentucky, over towards Carlisle and Cynthiana. And then some strong storms through Ohio along the I-75 corridor. But all of them right now are sub-severe. From Sydney down to Dayton, Hamilton, approaching downtown Cincinnati, and then across into areas like Rising Sun, Florence, and Independence. Oh, geez. Oh. So it's probably a tree or something that it's only 60-mile-an-hour wind. So like we said, it's probably something that was already loose. I don't see anything super gusty in that part of the storm. Gust to about 40, 50. Maybe some pockets of 60 in here. But it's not like a 70 or 75-mile-an-hour severe thunderstorm. Let's see, Starkville, tree on a house. Let's see what other storm reports we got in. Power lines down in Spring Hill, Mississippi, near Grenada. Broadcast media, roof damage to home. That may have been a stronger one. A lot of random tree down reports, it looks like. A couple areas got 2-inch hail. Rower, Indiana, or Rower, Arkansas. And then we got a 2.5-inch tennis ball size hail. Sam Rayburn Lake. I think that might have been the largest hail today. Yeah, more areas here in the Smoky Mountains have special winter weather advisories. 1 to 4 inches of snow. And winds gusting up to 40 miles an hour. That's from 1 p.m. on Monday to 2 a.m. Tuesday. Looks like they're going to cut some more counties from the tornado watch. So areas along the Mississippi River in Mississippi, you guys are good. Vicksburg, and then over towards Jackson, Canton. Basically, again, if you're behind this line of storms, you're good to go. Looks like they're also cutting some storm areas east of Nashville now. Lebanon, Murfreesboro, Shelbyville, Lewisburg, and Pulaski. Tornado warning down there earlier near Pulaski. I think that could have been close to producing. It was a little further from the radar too, but that could have produced briefly. We still haven't had any really long sustaining
A new
mesocyclones
severe thunderstorm
or
warning
tornadoes
has been
today.
issued.
That's a really messy CC,
A new
but we're
considerable
so far from the
destructive
radar.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Rotation is just over that Columbia, Kentucky area. And Ella and Neatsville are up next. Yeah, there could be some small hail. I think it said nickel-sized. It was being warned for nickel-sized hail.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Technically not severe hail, but just shy of it. Yeah, 60 miles and nickel-sized hail. Considerable threat coming through Lexington, Georgetown. Most of these storms are sub-severe up towards the Cincinnati area now. Yeah, we've lost some of those severe warnings even on the southwest side of Cincy. This is another area that could have some pretty good damaging winds in here. Cooksville over towards Livingston, you can see that little bow echo shape. That may continue towards Jamestown and Wartburg and Jacksboro in Tennessee. Strong storms coming through McMinnville and now through Lynchburg. Approaching Huntsville and Decatur. And west of the Birmingham metro right now. Storms have filled in a little bit. This line is filled in just a little bit across the Mississippi and Louisiana state line. It's not much stronger, but it is a little more solid. And newest warning now covers Tuscaloosa for those storms out by Reform, Aliceville, Fayette, and Jasper. Still a solid line coming through Alabama right now. Our one tornado warning is still radar indicator around Columbia. That's a little so far away from the radar site. This is contaminated. This is the circulation right here near Garland. Yeah, we're just a little too far from the radar there.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That's the update there. Let's see, they trimmed it back just a little bit, but that is the Adair and Russell County, Kentucky storm. It does say it'll be mainly over rural areas of central Russell and eastern Adair counties. But Sycamore Flat, Christine, Abisher, Pellyton, Webb Crossroads, Sano, Garland, Decatur, and Craycraft are in the path of that storm. And they're going to re-up the severe warning around that McMinnville area.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Storms are crossing into Alabama from the areas around Scuba, Mississippi. And if you're in Middle Tennessee, basically west of 65, you're good to go. And also in Kentucky, if you're west of 65, you're also good to go. These storms are generally on the downtrend, except for this area up towards Lexington, and then our tornado warning storm near Columbia. Tennessee storms are still going strong, also down into Alabama.
A
Still
new
seeing that
severe
storm pretty strong
thunderstorm
near
warning has been
Coleman.
issued.
Not much traffic out there on a Sunday. That's good. People hopefully paid attention to the severe weather too, and stayed home. Storms are just about through Lafayette and approaching Baton Rouge. A few other showers out ahead of that too, around St. George.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And this is for a storm coming out of Tennessee into Kentucky, around Albany, Kentucky. It's right around Dale Hollow Lake and should be moving to the northeast. About 24 minutes to Albany, Kentucky. 29 to 76, and then 35 to Watonga. That is in eastern Kentucky. There is a little circulation. It's not actually being warned in the area that the circulation is in right now, but it is in the next county up where there's a different weather service office. So it's one of those interesting little parts of two weather service offices sharing a border there. The one obviously doesn't think it's quite enough for a tornado warning, and then the other one says it is when it comes into their area. So we'll work at that. Still seeing some broad circulation also in this cell near Columbia, Kentucky, approaching Ella, Neatsville, north of Russell Springs, Kentucky. It's following essentially the Cumberland Parkway, but just to the north. And it's I don't know. It's really hard to see what's going on in that storm, but I don't believe it's on the ground right now. Oh yeah, that's one of the worst things ever. I have to have a fan, even if it's like 20 degrees outside. I gotta have a fan. The rain curtains on this Macomb storm is fairly punchy. That's coming down pretty good. That is a special weather statement. It's now sub-severe, just near Macomb and Magnolia. But there's some gusty winds in there. Yeah, that's some heavier wind. This one storm has actually stayed about the same, but the overall structure of the storms has gotten a little bit better organized. They're just a little bit more solid of a line across this area into southern Mississippi and now into the areas just to the west of Baton Rouge. So there may be a little bit of uptrending like the Storm Prediction Center thought across
A
southern
new
Mississippi
severe
tonight.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's still a lot of thunder in this storm. Tons of lightning in this part of the storm too. Like a tree down on McNair Road in Franklin County. That's west of Brookhaven.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's not a particularly strong thunderstorm, but it just has a lot of lightning, some gusty winds, which actually quite a few of these have nowadays. Yeah, not a ton of tornado warnings or circulations showing up on some of those line segments anymore. This part in Kentucky is interesting. Too bad we're a little further from the radar site. Yeah, in here there's still a little circulation coming up towards Albany, Kentucky. And then there's still this circulation that's east of Columbia, north of Russell Springs. Although it looks like it's weakened. It could be because we're so far from the radar, but it looks like it's weakened a little bit. That's a good shot. Here's a look at those storms coming towards the Baton Rouge area. This is at I-10 and the Mississippi River Bridge. That's a good shot to get into Baton Rouge with those storms. Check back on those in a few minutes. Lightning's come down, maybe just a hint on those. Still seeing a lot of traffic on I-10 too. Two tornado warnings. They are in south central Kentucky. One north of Russell Springs, in mostly a rural part near Ella. And that was Adair and Russell counties. Yeah, Adair and Russell counties in Kentucky. And then we also have the tornado warning for parts of Cumberland and Monroe counties, south central Kentucky as well. That circulation is actually just crossing into the county. Yeah, it's right at the state line. And approaching areas around Albany. Not much showing in here anymore. Yeah, it was a little bit tighter, a little further back, but there still is some broad circulation right at the county line and state line.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
— 45, it's about 10 minutes away from Albany in Kentucky, and 23 from Wait, Kentucky. Some lightning on our Baton Rouge camera. Some stronger storms approaching Baton Rouge, but they've actually dropped the special weather statement too. The strongest storms are just about through Cincinnati. They're basically along I-50 or on I-75 from Cincy up towards Mason and Lebanon, Ohio. They're now mostly east of Hamilton and then approaching areas around Dayton. A little bit of a spin there, and also one near Lebanon. But yeah, long and just east of I-75 up to Tip City, Troy, and then east of Sydney. About a little over an hour towards the Columbus Metro at about 45 miles an hour. So if they keep holding their pace, about 20 minutes to Springfield, 24 to Urbana, 54 to Marysville, and then about 65, 70 minutes to the Columbus area. They're going to cut some more counties off of the tornado watch. That's good to see. To continue that storm tornado warn, there still is rotation between Ella and Russell Springs, but north of Russell Springs, basically north of the Cumberland Parkway. Yeah, if it's calming down, then you'll be pretty much done with it. It's already clearing out around Brookhaven, Hazelhurst. It'll start clearing out around Macomb. Still gusty winds there. Yeah, Macomb still has gusty winds, some rain coming down. I don't see the sheets of rain, though. A lot of lightning with those storms.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Storms are diminishing in intensity across areas in eastern Kentucky at the moment. Couple severe updates. I'm gonna check while we're on the little bit quieter side. This tornado warning is likely going to expire. The tornado warned part of the storm is moving out of the. It'll either expire or they'll continue it, but it's basically right on the edge of that warning polygon. Keep an eye on this if you're over here towards Phil, Rupert Ford, Argyle, and then the other circulation is just about to come into Albany in Kentucky there. Get the latest model run. It's interesting. The models have kind of some messy storm modes in here, but there could be some interesting clusters of storms, some supercells, a little bit of everything, some squall lines. And we could get a situation where there's all of those. It could also be the model just doesn't have a great handle on it. It does pretty good with the squall line until it gets basically to the early morning hours and kind of breaks it up.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, I don't know. Doing pretty good with it until about 8 or 9 in the morning. And then it has new storms kind of developing out in front of it. It breaks the squall line up into little pieces, has some multi-cell clusters, some supercells, a couple different lines. Maybe another squall line trying to develop back on the cold front. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see how it resolves itself. Rotation is right over the Albany, Kentucky area. Seeing that rotation right in there. Yeah. No problem. I think yeah, you're probably all clear. How are those storms doing? They're working towards they're working towards Collins now. So the heaviest of that is towards Prentice, approaching Columbia and Collins, eventually towards Hattiesburg. Yeah, I'm taking a look at things too. Might wrap it up a little earlier than I expected because these storms are moving a little quicker than I expected. And then since this area is quiet for now, it might be good to get some sleep. And then it does look like there's going to be some severe weather even in the morning tomorrow. So I may try and squeeze in my sleep earlier than I expected. But have a good night. Stay safe. And wow, yeah, it'll be interesting to see all the damage reports that get totaled up after today. We've definitely had a severe weather outbreak, but not necessarily a tornado outbreak. Chattanooga is getting in on the action. New severe thunderstorm warning for Chattanooga, Red Bank, Dunlop, Decatur, and Pikeville in eastern Tennessee. The storms are approaching from the west. Strong storms also coming through Huntsville and also through Coleman now, approaching Birmingham, but they're weakening some. Continue to watch this tornado warned storm near Albany. It's between Albany and Monticello, Kentucky, near Lake Cumberland. Yeah, I'm going to do that. I'm going to keep an eye on things for a little bit longer. I just want to make sure some of those areas along the Gulf Coast don't go ramping back up. Yeah, that storm is feisty enough. They are going to continue that tornado warning for this area just to the east of Albany now, approaching Monticello, Kentucky, in the Daniel Boone National Forest. Wait, number 1, Monticello, Touristville, Kidder, Delta, and Rocky
radar
Branch.
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
I'm not going to go quite yet, Kelly. I'm still. It's earlier than I thought. I think it's going to be real bad in South Mississippi. I don't think so. I'm still kind of watching it though. Kind of watching how these storms develop
A
across
new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Across that Baton Rouge area. They haven't gone severe, but they're a little more organized than they were. They haven't really strengthened. They've just kind of organized into a line segment. So I'm just kind of seeing if they manage to get a little more organized. And also watching a couple storms going up elsewhere in Mississippi. Yeah.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's that area in Poplarville. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. If they're still about the same when they get to this Hattiesburg and the interstate corridor here, we'll maybe wrap up the stream, even if we haven't fully cleared Biloxi or Gulfport, because it may take 2 or 3 a.m. by the time it gets out to Pascagoula. But if we can get to kind of that area, that clears most of the population except for Gulfport, Biloxi, and Pascagoula. And I'm keeping an eye on any prefrontals that do develop. Yeah, so we have a little ways to go. Yeah, no worries. You're good. I want to make sure those storms get through southeast Louisiana and clear those population areas out to Baton Rouge over towards the North Shore. Make sure nothing too crazy happens there either. This is right on the county line. It looks like that newest tornado warning is radar indicated for McCreary and Wayne counties in Kentucky. Still a radar indicated tornado warning there. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Albany or 11 miles north of Beardstown, moving east at 60. They've upped the speed, I believe, on that. I don't think you have to yet. None of those storms right now are too strong in Mississippi. About 9 or 10 minutes to Monticello, Kentucky, and then 27 towards Burnside in southeast Kentucky there, that tornado warning. They should be getting in a less favorable environment here for tornadoes. They're moving into the severe thunderstorm watch. A few tornadoes are possible, but it's mostly a damaging wind threat across that area in eastern Kentucky. So that may be the last gasp at that storm's tornadic history. Fairmouth, Kentucky, 53-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, I don't think you need to. They're moving slow enough, at least down here in Mississippi, that they've actually canceled the severe thunderstorm warning. So you're going to be okay. This is definitely, at least right now, it's not like the other night in Mississippi where we had tornado warnings and confirmed tornadoes and all kinds of stuff like that. This is mostly just a line of some gusty winds, a lot of lightning, and some